HOJO Radio.
Welcome, William Bendix.
Nobody can act up to par with a nasty cold. I check my cold distress the fast way, with 4-way cold tablets.
Yes, tests of 4 leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting of all. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve aches, pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
4-way is the fast way to relieve those cold miseries. Then you feel better quickly.
4-way cold tablets, only 29 and 59 cents.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. Listen. The man in nondescript uniform dropping stones into that well is a mercenary soldier, more recently a deserter. He's testing the depth of the well, the only way he knows, since a length of rope is not immediately available, and more complicated machines are as yet undiscovered. This is the year 1778, and the deserter is named James Buchanan. Next to him is his friend, another deserter whose name is William Brooks. These men are in the employ of Mrs. Bathsheba Spooner of Brookfield, Massachusetts, whose well it is. Mrs. Spooner will pay these men immediately they deposit the body of her murdered husband, right down there. And tonight, my report to you on the crime of Bathsheba Spooner, the first woman to be tried for murder in the United States.
Crime Classics, a new series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
The place is Brookfield, Massachusetts, the year 1778. Scene, the home of Joshua and Bathsheba Spooner, a large and respectable dwelling, 2 stories in height, situated on the north side of the road from Brookfield to Worcester. In the front of it, and nearly opposite on the south side of the road, are stately elms and a well. And in the living room, there's this.
What manner of woman are you, Bathsheba? There's no content in you and no happiness.
And what happiness have you given me? A life that dies quickly, cooking and sewing, and from you, drunken sleep.
And you've not answered me. You would like to see me dead, would you not?
Listen to me, Joshua. When you returned this morning from Worcester, my heart sank in me. I'd hoped you wouldn't come back.
That I would have an accident. That in some way I would be killed.
Yes.
That you would be free then.
Yes.
To walk the town, newly widowed with a wandering eye.
Yes.
And you listen, shrew. I am your husband, and I'm your lover, and that's the way things are.
Old man! Old man! Ezra? Ezra?
I've been waiting. Bathsheba.
Wait.
No more waiting, Bathsheba. The time I was away from you with your husband in Worcester. The thinking about you.
And there'll be more waiting. Until it's done. Until you kill him.
I tried, but I could not.
He asked me a question, my husband did. What manner of woman are you, he asked. Now I wonder. What manner of woman am I to love such as you, a youth? A boy who pretends to manhood. You without the courage to...
The poison you gave me, there was no opportunity, Bathsheba.
And a boy who lies. Opportunity. When it becomes nighttime, my husband becomes a drunkard. You know that. To empty the poison in the cup when you were with him, a simple thing like that you couldn't do.
I swear it to you, Bathsheba. He'll die.
When? Go to him now. To the tavern where he is. Empty the poison.
I threw the poison away.
With no courage.
Bathsheba.
Speak my name and bedevil yourself with it.
Just kiss me, Bathsheba.
No kisses. No secret whisperings. None of that. No more. Until my husband is dead. Laugh then, you'll see I mean it.
There's a wench, Bathsheba, at the other end of town. And she watches me when I walk by.
Then go to her.
All right.
Wait. Don't leave me.
You almost let me go.
Boy, you...
Bathsheba.
Kill him. Kill my husband.
Later.
And that was Bathsheba Spooner. You've come to know her pretty well. You've seen her hating, you've seen her loving. There's more you should know. She was the sixth child of an illustrious man, General Ruggles. The general was a man of great wealth and lived in a style of unusual luxury for that day. He kept 30 horses and had a park of 20 acres for deer and a pack of hounds for the amusement of numerous visitors. He was a man intensely loyal to the British Crown and never hid his loyalties. And so, at the outbreak of the Revolutionary War, he was forced to give up his estate and to leave the country. His married life was also pretty bad, and he and his wife did not set a good example to his children in their conjugal relations. Bathsheba sprang from that kind of a household. Her loyalist background in time of war, and the very fact of the name she had, Bathsheba, were sufficient cause for the town in which she lived to view her with alarm. But keep this in mind. Bathsheba Spooner is going to murder her husband. How? Well, let's see how time and motive and circumstance conspire to get a man violently dead. The man, Joshua Spooner. Let's pick him up and see what he's doing. It's the same evening, and since it's after dark, he's drinking. And in Brookfield, there's only one public house in which to drink, Cooley's Tavern. And that's where he is.
Oh, no, Doctor. Then what would you do? To trap General Burgoyne? Very simple. Hand me your tankard, Dr. King. Now, and here, this spoon, the line of march of Burgoyne. And your tankard and mine, 2 sections of the troops of General Washington. Now watch. And that's how we take care of General Burgoyne. Yeah. Barkeep, more ale.
Joshua Spooner talks of strategies and drinks his ale. But mark this. Near the bar, another table. 2 men in nondescript uniforms, deserters from the army of General Burgoyne. Their names, James Buchanan and William Brooks. They've made known the fact that they've deserted the enemy, so their drinks are on the house and the appreciative customers. They're having a fine time.
Drink your ale, Will. Make me a toast and I'll drink with you.
And a toast you shall get. Burgoyne is a scurvy...
Louder, Will, louder, else we'll pay for our own ale.
Aye. A toast. Aye, I'll give you a toast to that scurvy, plump-bellied Burgoyne. May he rot in the wilderness.
That is, if he don't drown coming across the St. Lawrence.
Gentlemen.
And a merry evening to you.
Joshua Spooner is my name, and it would do me proud if you would permit me
Ale is what we're drinking, sir.
Ale for the patriot!
And patriots we are, indeed, to goodness.
Oh, yes. We joined General Washington, sir, and his colonials. You should know that. And from here, we go to Worcester, where a column of Washington's hearties ale. To you, sir, and thanks to you.
My pleasure.
Willibach, your tankard is dry, and so is mine.
If you will permit me, gentlemen, it would be my pleasure. My pleasure indeed.
It would be Mr. Spooner's pleasure indeed to buy the lads more ale, as was the custom. True, it was 1778, but the etiquette was the same. Nothing too good for our boys. And the deserters in Cooley's bar were off to join our boys. As a matter of fact, it was Mr. Spooner's pleasure to direct James Buchanan and William Brooks to Worcester to become soldiers in Washington's army. It just happened that one of the landmarks that Mr. Spooner gave the lads went something like this.
Now, mark you. A pile of elms and a well. And across the road from it, my house. When you pass there, you'll be leaving Brookfield. and you will know you're on your way. We'll have another ale before you leave.
You're a gentleman if I ever met one.
Oh, a true one, James, my lad. A real gent.
So they touched tankards, the deserters and Joshua Spooner, and they made tearful farewell. And the deserters left and walked the road toward where the elms were, and a house, and a well. Let's go on ahead of them. Let's get back to the lady. Bathsheba is home. Bathsheba is fixing her hair. And the youth Ezra, he's tying into it night ribbons, a lover's tender gesture. Their talk, however, is shocking.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps the best way is not to poison him.
I say shoot him.
Perhaps, in such a way as to make it appear as an accident. Will you shoot him, Ezra? Tightly with the ribbon, dear. Ezra?
I have not the courage for it.
But you know of guns and shooting. You were in the army for a year.
I marched. I shot no one. I marched upon an ambush and was wounded. Myself, I never pulled a trigger.
If not you to kill him, Ezra, then someone.
Yes. Turn from your mirror, Bathsheba, and look at me.
Oh, listen. Do you hear?
Yes. Drunkards.
Someone. Go to the window.
Drunkards. 2 of them by the moon. British deserters. I've seen them in town.
Call to them.
Bathsheba.
Call to them.
Hello! You there!
What do you want?
I'll talk to them.
A lady wants to talk to you.
A lady? At the ladies' service any time.
Let them in, Ezra.
The Bathsheba Spooner who greeted the deserters must have been quite a sight. Tall, long hair, and blue ribbons. There must have been a fire in the fireplace, and in all probability she was standing in front of it. Her manner was gracious, and she was smiling. Ezra served the liquor. All in all, it was the nicest thing that could possibly have happened to 2 fellows who had deserted General Burgoyne.
And now, gentlemen, a question.
We bow. Bow, James, my lad. Say on, my lady.
How would you gentlemen like £500 to see you on your long journey?
Merchano, 'twould warm the cockles, wouldn't it, Will?
'Twould. Does that answer you, my lady?
And what would you do for it?
There is nothing that Will and I have not done, and for less handsome payment from less handsome women.
Far less.
Kill my husband.
This lad, the one you call Ezra...
Come here, lad. The next skinny ones don't take long for twisting.
Not him. Not Ezra.
Not him, Jack.
Then who?
My husband will return from his drinking. Will you wait for him? Kill him? When he returns, meet him outside at the door and greet him. Will you?
Not only for the money, dear lady, but for the pleasure of your presence to 2 tired soldiers. Right, James?
It's the truth.
You be the master of this house?
Huh? Yeah. And you are the 2...
That we be.
This one was a struggler, eh, Will?
Get the woman. The one she calls Ezra.
Aye. Mrs. Spooner, come see, it is done. And a tidy job, if I say so myself, Mrs. Spooner.
And now he's dead.
What will you do with him?
There's a well across the road.
Aye. Give us a hand, James. And you, Ezra.
I'll walk with you.
Ah. It's a deep well.
Poor little man.
And that's how Joshua Spooner died. And that's how Bathsheba Spooner killed him.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on the crime of Bathsheba Spooner.
Listen to this. It's awful and dread, this tale that I tell. Joshua Spooner lies dead in a well in Brookfield town in 78 from 6 stout whacks across the pate. Small poem by an anonymous contributor to the Worcester Spy, the local newspaper of the day. A change of scene now. Across the road from a cold well into a warm living room. Tableau, 4 people.
Mr. Spooner was such an elegant man. What will become of his clothes in his closet and his horse?
You may have them.
Come away from the window, Bathsheba. Here, to me, close.
The stars are dancing.
You're shivering. Are you cold?
No.
Will is very weary, Widow Spooner. We'll not go on to Worcester tonight.
Then wait till morning. You can make a place for yourselves in the barn.
But the money we'll have now, and the clothes and the horse.
Yes, all of it. Ezra.
Yes?
In the morning, you will go to Cooley's Tavern. Inquire of Joshua. Tell them he's not been home. Tell them I'm frantic for his welfare.
Yes.
Good night, gentlemen. A very good night.
Mr. Cooley.
Aye? Hot grog on a nippy morning, Mr. Ross?
I've been sent to inquire of Joshua Spooner.
Who sent you?
The wife of him, Bathsheba.
Did she now? And why?
Last night he did not return home, and Mrs. Spooner is frantic for his welfare.
Not home? Well, he's not here. Last night he sat right there, my lad, and discussed military strategies with the doctor. Then, to the best of my knowledge, he went home.
Dr. King. Doctor, wake up. Please, Doctor, wake up. It's important.
What is it? What?
Where is Joshua Spooner?
Where is he?
Mr. Cooley says he sat with you last night.
As he did, and left me.
He's not home.
What?
Mrs. Spooner sent me to fetch him. She's troubled that he's not returned.
But where else could he have gone if not to his wife?
We must find him, Doctor.
Yes, by all means.
Ezra did that very well, with the precise shading of alarm in his voice, the concern. A man on an errand for a troubled lady. Everybody was impressed. Mr. Cooley closed his bar. Dr. King appealed to the neighborliness of the other customers, and everybody went looking for Joshua Spooner. Immediately, they called on Mrs. Spooner, whom they found in the greatest apparent distress. Upon an examination of the premises, in the neighborhood of the doorstep, they observed the tracks of several persons on the snow. And on further search, they found Mr. Spooner. You know where. In the well. So far, only horror and suspicions. But now, let's pick up Willie and James. They haven't left Brookfield. Stupid of them, isn't it? But then you've got to examine it from their point of view. Why become soldiers in Washington's army, especially in the winter, and suffer the privations of the military, when they could be warm and rich as a civilian? So, imagine it. 2 tatterdemalion deserters, suddenly elegant, in Mr. Spooner's clothes, which were somewhat tight-fitting. But elegance and tight-fitting are somehow akin. Now, there lived in Brookfield a certain wench whose name is lost in history. This much is known about her. She had an eye for tight elegance. This much is known about her, too. that she went riding with Willie and James on their newly acquired horse.
I'll help you down.
Now, James. No.
Give us a bus, dearie. That's it, dearie.
Will?
Aye.
How is it we are riding Mr. Spooner's horse?
Why, dearie, we don't know a Mr. Spooner.
Aren't these Mr. Spooner's silver buckles?
No.
Aren't you wearing his clothes?
These are our clothes, dearie. Come, let's ride some more. It brings the pink to your pretty cheeks.
But the cat was out of the bag. The girl told her mother, and her mother her father. And it so happened that her father was at that moment on his way to look for the murderers of Joshua Spooner. So the father told some neighbors, and they located James and Willie. Brought them all together. The two deserters, Ezra and Bathsheba. And this is what happened.
The jurors for the government and people of Massachusetts Bay in New England, upon their oath present that William Brooks and James Buchanan and Ezra Ross in the county of Essex, not having God before their eyes, an assault did make upon Joshua Spooner, feloniously, willfully, and of their malice aforethought, on the 1st day of March last past, with force and arms also by striking, beating, and kicking aforesaid Joshua Spooner, so as to inflict several mortal bruises, of which Joshua Spooner died. And that Bathsheba Spooner, widow and late wife of Joshua Spooner, being seduced by the instigation of the devil, did incite, move, abet, counsel, and procure the murder of aforesaid Joshua Spooner. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
What statement have you, Bathsheba Spooner?
I am the wife of the deceased. If what you accuse me of be true, what end could the death of my husband serve? Were there any reasons, persuading, hopes, inviting, or advantages arising from the death of my husband? By depriving myself of husband, I would subject myself to the burdens of a widow. If I hated my husband, as such has been said, could I not have separated from him, gone to my father or to my brothers? What foolishness is this to say I've loved Ezra Ross, when one of my station might have any gallant I please? Gentlemen, if I be guilty, I was not of sound mind.
To the sheriff of our county of Essex, greetings. We command you that on Thursday, the 4th day of June next, between the hours of 12 and 4 of the clock in the afternoon, you cause William Brooks, James Buchanan, Ezra Ross, and Bathsheba Spooner to be conveyed from our jail, where they are now in your custody, to the usual place of execution, and there to be hanged by the neck until their bodies be dead.
The motive, the crime, and the sentence. Justice was simple. And quickly, too quickly for the 4 prisoners, the 4th day of June. This is a copy of the Worcester Spy dated that day that I have here. I'd like to read from it. It was about 2:30 of the clock in the afternoon when the 4 criminals were brought out of prison and conducted to the place of execution under a guard of 100 men. The 3 men went on foot. Mrs. Spooner was carried in a chaise, being then, as she had been for several days, exceedingly feeble. The procession was regular and solemn. Just before they reached the place of execution, one of the most terrific thunderstorms that had incurred within the memory of the oldest inhabitant darkened the heavens. There followed an awful time. The loud shouts of the officers amidst the crowd of 5,000 people, the horses pressing upon those in front, the shrieks of the women in the tumult and confusion, the malefactors slowly advancing to the fatal tree, preceded by the dismal coffins, the fierce coruscations of the lightning athwart the darkened horizon, quickly followed by loud peals of thunder, conspired together and produced a dreadful scene of horror. It seemed as if the author of nature had added such terrors to the punishment of the criminals as might soften the stoutest heart of the most obdurate and abandoned. At length, the place of execution having been reached, Ross, Buchanan, and Brooks ascended the ladder to the stage.
Our which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Ross made an audible prayer. The other two were engaged in silent devotions until they faced the noose. Mrs. Spooner, as she approached the tree, was seen to bow gracefully to many of the spectators with whom she had been acquainted. Then she crept up the ladder on her hands and knees. When the eyes of the malefactors were covered and all was ready, Mrs. Spooner took the sheriff by the hand. And for the first time, Bathsheba Spooner accepted the verdict of justice.
My dear sir, I am ready. In a little time, I expect to be in bliss. And but a few years must elapse when I hope I shall see you and my other friends again.
And that's the way the newspaper recorded it. This has been my report of the crime of Bathsheba Spooner, the first woman tried and executed for murder in the United States.
Just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. The National Blood Program has been made part of the Department of Defense. That's how vital a continuing growing stockpile is against emergencies of war or peace. In the warm weather months, donations fall off. In the first week of June alone, donations drop 20%. This must be offset immediately. Before you go away, please phone the Red Cross for an appointment to give a pint of blood. You will enjoy your vacation more for having done it. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, we'll be with you at the same time, although geography and year will change. The place? Pimlico, England. The year, 1879. My report? On the shockingly peaceful passing of Thomas Edwin Bartlett, greengrocer. Thank you. Good night.
Bathsheba Spooner, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. Bathsheba Spooner was played by Mary Jane Croft. The cast included Herb Butterfield, Sam Edwards, William Johnstone, Georgia Ellis, Tudor Owen, and Ben Wright. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Gary Moore with Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
Billy Brown, the smoothest, coolest guy in town. The chicks all seem to dig his jive. Hey, tell us, Bill, how can we arrive? It's easy, Jack. Any gal gets sent when you flash a smile by Pepsodent. You'll wonder where the yellow went when you brush your teeth with Pepsodent.
Pepsodent's new improved formula cleans teeth whiter than ever. Tastes brighter, too. New formula Pepsodent contains IMP. There's nothing else as good at getting teeth white.
You'll wonder where the yellow went when you brush your teeth with Pepsodent.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. There's a potential killer on the loose in your city. 18 women have been beaten and robbed by this man. The newspapers call him the Werewolf. Your job is to get him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case, from beginning to end, from crime to punishment. Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday morning, February 2nd. It was raining in Los Angeles. We were working the early morning watch out of robbery detail. Detectives in Los Angeles work in pairs. My partner's Ben Romero. He's a sergeant, and so am I. My name's Friday. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. I was on the way back from the teletype room, and it was 3 a.m. when I got to room 27A, robbery detail. Hi, Ben. What's up?
Keep your coat on, Joe. Just had a hotshot call. Coming, Skipper?
Right behind you. Let's go, Friday.
Well, what was it, Ed?
Another woman robbed, almost beaten to death.
Well, how many does that make?
About 18 in 6 weeks. Is that right, Skipper?
Yeah, 18 too many. Come on, down these stairs to the garage.
Yeah. What about that suspect we had, Ed?
You mean Martin?
Yeah.
Had to release him this morning. But I got a good tail on him, Henderson.
Yeah. We got any report yet?
Nothing definite to hold him for. Here's the garage. Let's hustle it.
Right.
Then if this isn't Martin's job, Skipper, and he's not the right man...
Then we start all over again, and we work night and day till we find the right man. Here's the car. Let's go.
Ben, you drive.
Yeah, all right.
How do the victims describe this guy, Ed?
Pretty sketchy. Supposed to be tall, dark, long black hair. Last woman said he had a face like an animal, something like a dog or a wolf.
A wolf?
Yeah. She said something like a werewolf.
Something like a werewolf. Well, he almost had to be that, judging from the way he operated. He was either an animal or a raving maniac. One thing we were sure of, he was smart and he was dangerous. For almost 2 months, he'd prowled the streets in a stolen car in the early morning, usually between 3 and 5 a.m. And the victims were always lone women, most of them waitresses, coming to work or going home. He'd drag them into the car, rob them, beat them until they were unconscious, and then throw the body out into the street. That's just what we found when we pulled up to the curb near the corner of 8th and Grand. One cruiser car was already there, and so was the ambulance. About a dozen people were standing around looking at the crumpled figure of a woman sprawled out on the sidewalk. 2 officers were talking to the only witness, a thin, sallow-faced newsboy. His story didn't give us much to go on.
Like I was telling these cops, or these officers, sir, I was walking up 8th Street on my way home as usual when I see this blue Chevy sedan pull up down a block there a little way and dump out the dame's body. Well, actually, I don't know what to think.
You get a look at the license plate?
Well, no, I didn't. To tell you the truth, I could hardly keep from... Well, I was just plain scared.
Mm.
What did you do after you saw him throw the body out, son? Well, I just stood there for a minute, and the fellow in the car drove right on past me.
Did you get a look at him?
I sure did.
How close were you when he drove past?
Well, now, it couldn't have been more than, 8 or 10 feet away. I was right over there by the street light near the curb.
Would you know this man if you saw him again?
I don't know about his height or his build or his weight, but, mister, his face I'll never forget.
Why do you say that?
It was just like the paper says about him. Right here on the front page. Here, read it. See? Woman says the attacker looked like werewolf.
That's all the newsboy could tell us. The suspect drove a blue sedan. He had a face like a werewolf. We covered the neighborhood for clues, and we questioned a dozen people, but we got nowhere. We took the witness's name and address, and we drove down a couple of blocks to an all-night gas station.
14-hour off the Metropolitan.
I'm going in here and call the office and see if Henderson's called in on Martin. We might still have a suspect.
Right, Skipper.
13-hour off the Metropolitan.
Looks as mad as a wet hornet, doesn't it, Joe?
Yeah. Did you get a good look at that woman's face when they moved her in the ambulance?
Yeah. Sure does like to mess him up.
Oh, I don't know how we're going to get him, Ben, but we better do it fast. Next time, it'll probably be murder.
Oh, here comes the skipper, Joe. Uh-oh. Doesn't look good.
What is it, Ed?
Just talked to Henderson. He tailed Martin to a bar in Long Beach. He hasn't been out of his sight for 2 minutes since yesterday. Martin's clear.
And we're right back where we started.
Yeah, with one more half-dead woman in the hospital.
Well, how about that stolen car, Skip?
Wait a minute. Get that radio up.
Attack.
Okay.
Code 3. Ambulance dispatched.
Code?
Attention, all units. On Grand Avenue between Venice and Washington. A woman, victim of robbery and attack. Code 3. Ambulance detached.
Code 3, red light and siren. Come on, Friday, let's roll.
We couldn't be sure, but it sounded like another one. 6 minutes later, we were there. Same story. Werewolf. The next day, the chief ordered the number of cruiser cars doubled in the Central District. This was for the early morning watch with plainclothesmen to back them up. Then the newspapers played it big, and in 2 days, the story was on the front page of every paper in town. Maybe that should have made the werewolf lay low, but it didn't. Because at 4 o'clock that morning, while Ben and I were patrolling with the other cars, he got his 20th victim.
Attention, all units. Whittier between Soto and Matthews. A woman, victim of 211, an attack. Code 3. Ambulance dispatched.
Here's a report on that blue sedan he used the other night, Joe. Found it out on Anaheim Telegraph Road.
Any luck with it?
Not one fingerprint we can use.
Anything else?
Nothing.
Well, how about the auto theft detail?
Same old story, Joe. He steals a car, uses it once, and then drops it. Never leaves a thing behind.
Well, that's great. We're sure moving fast.
How about that big guy you picked out of the lineup this morning?
Oh, I checked his alibi. It's perfect.
Now we haven't got even half a clue.
Yeah. Well, come on. Let's check with Ed. He's instructing the policewomen on a plan for tonight.
All right. Now you've heard the report. You understand how the suspect operates and what you're to do.
I think so.
Remember, all of you forget you were ever policewomen. Change the way you walk, the way you carry yourselves. That's the part you're playing, all right?
Okay.
And be careful and don't take any chances. All right, Freddy.
Okay, Ed. Now, just to make sure you look the part, we're spotting each one of you at different restaurants and coffee shops throughout the Central District. And from 7 o'clock tonight until daylight tomorrow, each one of you is going to be a waitress. You got that?
Yeah.
Okay, Ben, you want to give them their assignments?
Okay, Joe. Well, here's the way it lines up. Marge Kissel at the Top Hat Cafe. That's on 9th Street between Alpharetta and Westlake.
Okay.
And Katie Wells, Joe's Coffee House, Brooklyn, Soto.
Right.
Pat Fielden at the All-Night Steakhouse on Figueroa Street between Florence
No,
and...
the trick of using decoys to lure criminals into a trap wasn't exactly new, but, well, it was just one of the old tricks that we figured might land the werewolf behind bars. At 7 that night, Ben and I made the rounds and found each of the policewomen on her job as a waitress. Well, the overall plan was simple. The girls were to leave the different restaurants between 3 and 5 a.m. that morning and pretend they were walking home. We mapped different courses for each one of them to throw out as much bait as possible and yet not to make it look suspicious. Each policewoman, from the time she left the restaurant and stepped out into the deserted streets, would be pretty much on her own. We had officers planted all along the way at designated intervals, but a big element of chance and danger was still there. All we could do was cross our fingers and hope.
How much more time, Joe?
Let me see. She's doing 2 minutes.
Yeah. Waiting gets on your nerves.
And it won't be long.
This corner doorway's pretty good lookout, boy.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Listen.
Who is it, Joe? Can you see?
Get back.
What is it?
Wait a minute. It's Marge Kissel. There's a man following her, a big guy.
If it's the werewolf, where's his car?
I don't know. Maybe he changed his plans. Get back. Here they come.
You get a look at him, Joe?
Oh, pretty good. Not too suspicious. Might be coincidence.
Well, I got a pretty good lead. Come on, let's go.
Stay back in the shadows.
Hey, Joe. So where'd the guy go to? I lost him.
The little coffee shop up in the next corner, see? Take a look.
Oh, yeah. He's opening the door. He's turning on the lights. Looks like a false alarm, Joe.
Well, let's check him anyway. Well, I didn't think we'd be that lucky on the first try, and we weren't. We asked the man a few questions, and it didn't take him long to show us he wasn't our man. He owned the coffee shop. So, Ben and I went back and took up our posts again and waited for the next decoy. We covered that 10-block course 6 times that morning, back and forth, following the bait, but it was almost as if the guy could sense a trap. Not once did we get a nibble. By the time our last decoy finished the route, it was almost daylight.
Joe, I never was so glad to see that sun come up in my whole life. My feet feel like they're puffing right up out of my shoes.
Yeah, me too. Come on, let's get over to the car and check on the other squad out in Boyle Heights. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Hit the radio, will you, Ben?
Yeah. Joe, there must be some easier job on the force than this.
Yeah, you and me both. Now, let's see what happened to the others, huh? 80K to Unit 104K. Come in.
104K to Unit 80K. Go ahead.
104K, this is Friday. You do any good out there?
This is Miller. I'll call Curtis. Stand by.
80K to 104K, Roger.
What do you think, Joe? Maybe a bite?
I don't know. Oh, this guy seems to work like a mind reader. Well, he can't win all of them.
104K to Unit 80K. This is Curtis. Go ahead.
This is Friday, Al. How'd you do out there? Any luck?
Just checked in the last gal, Joe. Katie Welch, not assigned.
Okay, Al. Have the men check in. 80K clear. KGPL. Okay, let's go, Ben. When we finally got back to the office that morning, both Ben and I were ready for some sleep, but it didn't look like we were going to get it. We just about finished going through the overnight reports for some kind of a lead when the phone rang. Robbery Friday.
Hi, Joe. This is Wilkerson, auto theft.
Hi, Wilkie. You got something for us?
Not much, Joe, but it might work into something. Just got a report in on a pair of stolen license plates.
Oh?
Yeah. I'm not much of a hawkshaw, but I figure there's just a chance it might be your werewolf boy.
How come?
I don't know, maybe just a hunch. After 13 years in this business, you get to know thieves pretty well. Sometimes you got to even think like them.
Okay, Wilkie, thanks. We'll check by in a couple of minutes.
Right, Joe.
What do you have to say?
Pair of license plates stolen last night. Wilkie's got a hunch it could have been our man.
Well, might be an angle, Joe. If that werewolf guy'd hang on to one car long enough, we'd have a chance at it.
Well, he's too smart for that.
I don't know, Joe. Sooner or later, he's going to make a mistake.
Yeah. Come on, let's check with Wilkie. Well, we checked with Wilkerson. We got the best piece of news we'd had in days. On the average, 95% of stolen cars are recovered or located within 24 hours. In the remaining 5%, Wilkerson, by a simple process of elimination, narrowed down the number of cars the suspect might be driving. Wilkie figured 6 cars.
There they are. Now, I'll bet you if you picked up your man tonight, he'd be in one of these cars.
Let me see, huh? 2-door black sedan, yellow convertible, another sedan, green, blue coupe, black coupe, and a gray convertible. Well, that's good work, Wilkie. At least we got something to look for now.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. Wilkie, you got the numbers of those stolen plates you're talking about?
Yeah, right here, Ben. They're already on the hot sheet.
Good. Keep us posted, huh?
As usual, Ben.
See you later, Wilkie.
That's a good break, Ben. Something to keep us busy tonight.
Tonight? What do you mean?
We're setting another trap. Same thing as last night. Same police women, same everything.
Yeah, only this time let's hope he steps into it. You know, Joe, this werewolf character's getting me mad.
That night, we followed in our own footsteps. We planted the policewomen decoys in 3 separate districts, and a few minutes before 3 a.m., our squad of men took up their positions. The same policewomen went to their waitress jobs in the same restaurants, and Ben and I and the rest of the men stood in darkened doorways or empty filling stations or whatever cover we could find. And we waited and waited.
What time is it, Joe?
Let me look. 4:30.
Oh, thank you. Any sign, Joe?
No, nothing yet. Come on, stay in the shadows. That's the way it went all through the early morning. The same plan over and over again until daylight. Ben and I'd check in at the station, go over the late stolen car reports with Wilkie, catch a few hours sleep at home, and then come back and do it all over again. The next night, and the next morning, the night after that, and the morning after that. 5 days later, Ben and I were ready to call it quits.
I'll admit it, Joe, I can't figure it. The guy's either psychic or else he can smell a cop a mile away.
Yeah, well, at least we got that stolen car angle left. Did you check with Wilkie yet this morning?
I'll give him a call now.
All right.
Auto theft, Wilkerson.
This is Ben, Wilkie. Got anything for us this morning?
Yeah, I was just going to call you. You fellas ought to let me solve your cases for you.
Why? What'd you get?
The boys picked up 3 of those 6 stolen cars since late yesterday.
Great. Now, what does that leave us with?
Well, Well, here are the three still missing.
Yeah.
4 X-ray 763.
Yeah.
5-6 Young 342.
Uh-huh.
6-1 Robert 385.
Yeah.
Got those?
Yeah, thank you, Wilkie. Check you later.
Good news?
Remember those 6 missing cars?
Yeah.
Wilkie says the boys found 3 of them since late yesterday. Here's what's still out. The blue coupe, the yellow convertible, and the gray convertible.
Yeah. Well, this feels like the right track for a change, Ben.
Righty. Romero, got a minute?
Sure thing, Skipper. Come on, Joe.
What do you got, Ed?
Woman out in Hollywood just called in with this. She said she walked down to the corner from her house last night to mail the letter. On the way back, a guy pulled up in the car and tried to drag her inside.
Any description?
Big, heavy set, dark, same thing.
Well, how'd you get away from him, Skipper?
She said she started running as soon as he made a motion toward her. When he saw her run up the steps of her house, he jumped back in the car and took off.
Well, how come she didn't call in before this?
She hasn't got a phone. She's afraid to leave the house again until this morning.
Sounds good, Chief. You got her address there?
Here you are. Mrs. Tom Burdick, 1237 Wilcox, apartment 10.
Come on, Ben. This might be what we're looking for.
Who is it? Who's there?
Sergeant Friday, ma'am. Police.
Oh, just a moment.
I'm Sergeant Romero, Miss Burdick. This is my partner, Sergeant Friday. We come out to check on your call about that little trouble last night.
Oh, well, I don't know if I'm going to be much help to you. I was so frightened about all I could do was just run.
Well, could you add anything to the man's description, Miss Burdick? I mean, other than what you told the chief on the phone?
Well, now, honestly, I don't think I can. All I saw was this tall, dark man jumping out of his car and starting for me. He had a heavy build and seemed to me, well, a large head with lots of long black hair.
Miss Burdick, would you recognize this man if you ever saw him again?
Well, I think I might. He was such an unusually big man, almost frightened me to death.
Well, just one more question, Miss Burdick. Could you describe the car this man was driving when he approached you?
His car?
Mm-hmm.
Why, yes. It was a gray convertible.
Miss Burdick, are you sure of that?
Yes, I'm sure of it. A gray convertible.
Thank you, Miss Burdick. That's all we wanted to know. Sometimes when you're on a case, you can chase yourself around in circles for weeks trying to fit together just 2 little pieces of a yard-long jigsaw puzzle. And a lot of the time, you find the answer where you least expect it. But once you get that feeling you're after the right man in the right way, there's nothing that can shake you. When Ben and I got back to headquarters, we went straight to the chief's office with the story, and we had him stake out the gray convertible. In other words, if any detective or officer spotted the car, he reported it back to us, but he stayed away from it. We figured that there probably weren't more than 2 of the victims who could take the witness stand and identify the man who robbed and beat them. Not with a smart defense lawyer, anyway. So there was only one way to catch this suspect. Red-handed.
Here they are, Joe. Both sets of license numbers for that gray convertible. Here are the original, and here are the numbers on the stolen plate.
Good. Everybody got a hot sheet?
From the chief all the way down to the janitor.
Fine. Now let's get together with Ed, huh?
Hot shot, Joe. Grab it.
I got it.
On the corner of California and Oakwood, a woman badly beaten. On the corner of California and Oakwood, a woman badly...
Come on, Ben, another one.
But, Joe, it's broad daylight.
Yeah, doesn't figure, does it? Come on.
That vacant lot over there, Joe.
2 plainclothesmen and uniformed officers were keeping the crowd back. An ambulance was drawn up by the curb, but it was empty. When we got down to the rear of the lot, we found out why. They were waiting for the coroner. The woman was young, not much more than 30. Her body was half sprawled across the muddy ground, and her face was turned upward. It had been badly beaten.
They figured it happened last night, Sergeant.
Have the fingerprint men been notified?
Yeah.
How about the crime lab?
Just called them.
That's good. Now, let's keep everybody out of the area till they get here.
All right, Sergeant.
Who found the body?
One of the kids in the neighborhood. The woman was dead when he found her.
Did she live around here?
About a half mile away. I hear she's got 3 kids. Or she had 3 kids.
Uh-huh. You've seen enough, Ben?
Yeah. Let's get on back to headquarters.
All the way back to headquarters, Ben and I planned our next move. And by the time we got to Ed Backstrand's office, we knew exactly what had to be done. When we told him about the werewolf murder, he didn't say a thing for a minute. He just stared across the room at the calendar on the wall. Then he brought his hand down hard against the desk.
Friday, Romero, I'm only going to say this once, so get it straight. That guy's pulled his last job in this city. He's through robbing and beating women, and he's through with murder. I've given you time to track him down, and now I want him in. No stalls and no excuses. I want him. I don't care how many men you use, and I don't care how you get him, but get him. That's all.
Ben and I worked all that afternoon right through dinner, up until 8 o'clock. By that time, the overall plan was down on paper and already in action. It was one of the biggest things we'd ever tackled, and, well, we didn't know if it was going to work. We only knew it had to work. We had a squad of 65 cars to stretch out over 40 square miles of the city in one big dragnet. The blockade itself would be stationary most of the time, and working inside it would be 2 cars, 14 policewomen as decoys, with 2 plainclothesmen assigned to watch each policewoman. If and when the werewolf was sighted in the gray convertible, we'd automatically take over the police radio for the whole city, and Backstrand would direct the chase from headquarters. A little after 8, we had coffee and hamburgers, and we went to Ben's for a few hours. Ben tucked his kid in bed as usual, and then he laid down for a nap. I talked to his wife until I dozed off in the chair. At 11:30, she woke us up. I combed my hair, put on my coat. Cops' wives are like everybody else's. They worry. When we met Ed at headquarters, we did some last-minute checking on details with Backstrand for about a half an hour, and then we were all ready to go. By 5 minutes past 2, half the dragnet crew pulled out of the police garage and scattered over the city to their places. By 2:35, the other half pulled out, and a few minutes later, Ben and I followed. At 3 minutes to 3 that morning, Backstrand took over communications and checked every car in the operation.
Standby. 617.
It was a good start. Every man in his right place by the right time. The trap was set. All we needed now was to find our suspect, the werewolf, inside.
Control 4 to Unit 80K. Control 4 to Unit 80K.
80K to Control 4. Go ahead.
This is Backstrand, standing by.
80K, roger. Clear. KGPL. Okay, Ben. Now let's go find him.
I got a hunch, Joe. Let's try the Wilshire district first.
Sounds all right to me. Let's go. For the first hour and a half, we raked the Wilshire district back and forth. Not a sign. Then about 38 minutes past 4, we headed back for the downtown area and parked in an alley where we could double-check on one of our policewomen decoys.
Here comes one of the gals now, Joe. Pat Field. Bet her feet are almost as tarred as mine.
See anything else, Ben?
Nothing. Quiet as a church. No, wait a minute. Car just turned the corner. Heading up in the same direction she is. Joe. Joe, it's slowing down. Wait a minute. It's pulling up beside her. It's a gray convertible. It's him, Joe. Come on.
Ben, get out. He sees us. He's got a gun. You all right, Ben? Yeah, look at that guy take off. 80K to Control 4. 80K to Control 4.
Unit 80K, go ahead.
We've spotted the suspect. He's driving a gray Ford convertible, license 61 Robert 385. Suspect's headed east on Olympic from Alameda, driving without lights. Suspect is armed. He had a fast car and he knew how to drive it. We almost lost him twice. 2 minutes after we sighted him, Backstrand took over full radio control.
Control 4 to Unit 80K. Your location?
80K to Control 4. We're traveling at a high rate of speed, headed east on Olympic, crossing Soto Street.
Control 4 to all units. Stand by. Units 11A, 12, and 13R close in on the intersections at Olympic and Lorena. Units 41, 42, 45, and 104K move in on the next 4 crossings east of that. To the north and south, units 105K, 14A, 17R, 43T. Block all main arteries.
In the next half hour, the 65 cars in the dragnet had pulled in like a noose around a 5-mile area. Ben and I hoped it was just a matter of time. Unit 80K to Control 4.
Control 4 to 80K, go ahead.
He's headed north on Fresno Street, crossing Whittier Boulevard.
Attention all units. 80K now pursuing suspect north on Fresno from Whittier Boulevard. Units 15, 105K, 11
18A, block off the intersection on Fresno and 4.
Hey, Ben, up there ahead. What's he trying to do now? Look, he's turning around.
Yeah, and he's coming right for us. Watch it, Joe. Look out!
Pretty close. 80K to control 4.
Control 4 to 80K, go ahead.
Exchanging shots with suspect. Watch it, Ben. Here he comes again. Sure likes to use that gun, doesn't he?
Sure does. Hey, Joe, look. Look, he's turning east. He's running for Hollenbeck Park.
Yeah, 80K to control 4.
Control 4, go ahead.
Suspect just drove up over curb and into Hollenbeck Park.
Control 4 to all units. Control 4 to all units. Converge on Hollenbeck Park. Suspect is in the park. He's armed. Use caution. Code 3.
There he is, Ben. Watch it.
Looks like a nice baseball game with only his headline.
Yeah, come on. Let's get him.
Yeah. Never say die, huh, Joe? Joe, can you get a shot at him?
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I'll give up! Don't shoot!
Then step out in the open and get your hands in the air.
All right, I give up! But don't shoot!
You're a brave killer.
Yeah, come on. All right, you get your hands in the air. Come on, higher.
Joe, look out. He's got a knife.
I got him.
Joe, those women were right. He does look like a werewolf.
Yeah. You got your handcuffs?
Yeah.
Okay. Got a cigarette?
I've been out for an hour. Little place across the street. Maybe we can get some there.
Okay. There's the crew from the 41R. Hey, fellas, take him into robbery, will you?
Okay, Friday.
I think there's a vending machine in there.
Uh-huh. Say, you got some change for the cigarette machine, mister?
I think so. Say, who was that guy all them cops were after over in the park a little while ago?
I picked up the werewolf. Been reading the papers?
Yeah. You fellas cops?
Yeah.
Sure made it easy for you, didn't he? All you cops had to do was surround the little fella in the park. Nothing to it, huh?
Yeah, that's right, mister. Nothing to it.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Walter Barton, known as the Werewolf, was tried and convicted and is now serving a full life sentence at the state penitentiary. This has been Dragnet, the third in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of C.B. Horrell, Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Sergeant Mario Victor Dairo of the Los Angeles Police Department, who, on the morning of January 1st, 1943, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A gang of quick-trigger gunmen have moved in on your city. They've given public notice that they'll kill the first cop who tries to take them. You know the risks, your job. Apprehend the suspects.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case, from beginning to end, from crime to punishment. Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, April 17th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide detail. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My partner's Ben Romero. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the record bureau. It was 4 minutes to 6 when I got to room 42. Homicide. Say, Ben, I pulled the package on the Raymond killing.
And that proves you can still read, Friday.
He said it, Joe. Your pal, Fred Lindsay.
Hiya, Fred. What's doing?
Busier than you are. We know what we're looking for. Just having a little trouble finding them.
That's the way it is with automobiles. They misplace so easy.
Not normally, they don't. We've got a small-size epidemic on our hands.
Well, don't let us keep you, Fred.
Just ducked in here for a breath of calm air and to invite you to dinner for the last time.
The wife and I are still waiting for the first time.
How about it, Joe? Ruth's got a new pressure cooker.
Your sister-in-law visiting you again, huh?
No, on the level. Not selling a thing.
Come on. Who is it this time?
My cousin. But she's awfully pretty, Joe.
Oh, why do you guys insist on trying to marry me off?
Me and Fred went down fighting, but it kind of grows on you after a while.
Now, tell me, what is it about a married man? Just can't stand to see one single man left in the world.
How about it, Joe? Tomorrow night at 7, okay?
Okay. Tell Ruth I'll be there.
It figures that he's got to run out of kinfolks pretty soon.
Fine, we'll be expecting you. Got a stakeout tonight, but tomorrow I'll be clear.
Anything big?
Nothing definite, Ben. Just to follow up on those stolen cars. See you, men.
So long, Lindsay.
Joe, you'll like my cousin.
Oh, never say die. What a character.
You just catnip the women, Joe.
Yeah. Well, here's that Raymond package. Let's check those dates that Backstrand wanted, huh? Wednesday, April 17th was just routine. A dinner date I tried to get out of, some paperwork that the chief wanted done, and a hot, sticky day. Too hot to wear a suit of clothes. Sometimes it's like that. A day starts out being routine. By the time it comes of age, it's got a personality all its own. At 10:23 that night, Ben and I were just finishing up the paperwork, and Ed Backstrand opened his office door.
Friday, Romero just got a hotshot call.
What you got, Skipper?
Hold up and shooting at Hooper and Esperanza, code 3.
Code 3, that means red light and siren. It was 10:32 when Ben and I pulled up at the corner of Hooper and Esperanza. It was a bar in the basement of a building on the south side of the street. A radio car was there, and the two officers were holding the crowd back. A man was talking to one of the officers who turned and pointed to us. As Ben and I got out of our car, the man hurried over to us.
You're the detectives?
That's right, Sergeant Friday.
My name's Cummings, R.L. Cummings. I own the bar. This is terrible. There was a gunfight downstairs.
Uh-huh, come on. Where's the ambulance?
One of the officers in the radio car said we needed the coroner.
Did you see the actual shooting?
No, I didn't. Here's the fellow that was shot.
Oh, there's Jones from the crime lab.
Hello, Friday. Romero.
Hi, Lee. What do we got here?
Pretty bad. Looks like a shotgun. Close range.
He really got in the way of it.
Ben.
Yeah.
It's Fred Lindsay. Motor theft.
He was on a stakeout, Lee.
Tell us about it, Mr. Cummings.
You know this fellow, Sergeant?
Yeah, we know him. What happened?
We had a holdup tonight. 3 men.
Yes, go on.
Well, business was good, real good. We had a large crowd, and I was happy about that because I've been trying to sell out for a long time now. I've been showing the place to different parties all week long. I had a fellow coming over tonight to take a look at it.
What time was that?
A little less than an hour ago, about 9:30.
I see. Go ahead.
It was almost time for this man to show up, so I called Eddie, that's my bartender, and I told him to kind of keep a lookout for the man because I was going back to the office to get the books ready to show. You know how it is when you want to sell a business. You'll watch for him, Eddie?
You bet I will.
If you want me, I'll be back in the office.
Keep your mouth shut and stand still.
Huh?
You own this bar, don't you?
Well, yes. What is this?
You're the boy we want to see.
Which one of you?
All three of us.
What's going on?
What's it look like, genius? Just a stick-up.
I haven't any money.
You go to the bank on Thursdays, don't you?
Well, I made my deposit today instead.
I've been watching you for a month now. Don't give us that. You go to the bank on Thursdays. Now, come on, hand it over.
I'm telling you the truth. I usually go on Thursdays, but I went today instead.
You're lying, Ace, and we ain't got much time.
Look, you can have all the money I've got on me. I think it's about $200. But that's all I have. Here.
Why argue with him? Take what he's got and we'll shake the customers down.
No, please don't do that. You got my money. Isn't that enough?
No, it ain't. Oh. Come on, let's go out front.
That's about all I remember, Sergeant. When I come around, I was lying on the floor of my office.
You better have somebody take a look at that cut on your face.
Yeah, I'm going to right away. There's my bartender. He saw the fight.
What's his name, Eddie?
Yeah.
Eddie.
Yes, sir? These men are detectives, Eddie. Will you tell them what you saw?
Oh, it was pretty rough.
And tell us what happened when they started the shooting.
That fellow the coroner just took out of here sure was long on nerve. Took on all three of them single-handed.
Uh-huh. Tell us what you saw.
You ought to get that fellow's name. Sure had a lot of nerve. Took over just like he was a cop.
He was a cop. Now, what did you see?
I pegged him for a cop. Well, he was sitting up at the bar. Been nursing a bottle of beer for about an hour. I was keeping an eye on the front door, watching for this fellow the boss wanted to see, so I didn't see the three hold-up men come through from the back, but I heard them.
All right, let's knock it off. You can all see this shotgun. Anybody make a move, and I'll blow your head off. Demas, cover the front door.
Got it.
Sickle, shake him down.
Okay, gents.
You guys in the band, keep that music going. The rest of you people turn around and face the bar. Put your hands on top of the bar and leave them there till we tell you to move. Come on, hurry up. Knock it off. Okay, Sickle.
We'll take your money, your watches, anything else you got. Now, don't try to be cute and hold out. All right, you, take off the watch. I'll get your bill for it. You, lady, let's have the ring.
This man they called Sickle went right down the line, took everything he could lay his hands on. This cop, your friend, was facing me at the far end of the bar. He was standing there just like the others. He kind of leaned toward me a little.
Can you see the guy with the shotgun?
Yeah.
Where is he?
Center of the room.
The other guy still at the door?
Yeah.
Got his gun out?
Holding it in his right hand.
How far down the line is the other guy?
About 10 people away.
Hey, you two down at the end there. Knock it off. Hurry up, Sickle.
Doing the best I can. Come on, let's have the purse, lady. You, next to the lady here, get the watch off. I'll take this wallet over.
How far away now?
He's getting closer. But we better set up like he says.
I'm going to take the one with the shotgun first.
He'll blow you to pieces.
I got a gun. How far away is that guy now?
I thought Jans told you two to shut up.
All right, Sickle, try to move and I'll break your back.
Let me go.
Go ahead and shoot, Jans.
Stay away from him, Sickle.
All you people at the bar, down on the floor. Okay, you with that shotgun, grab it.
Demas, can you get a shot at him?
Not without hitting Sickle. Come on, you, I'm waiting.
You got us all wrong, boy. We like Sickle, but not that much.
The cop was holding Sickle as a shield. When the big guy let go of the shotgun, both the cop and Sickle ducked. The cop didn't get hit. But this man, Sickle, fell over on his face, grabbed at his arm. The man with the shotgun went down on one knee, holding his stomach. The man at the door took a shot at the cop, but he missed. Then the cop fired 3 shots at the man by the door. Looked like the first 2 missed, but the last one caught the man in the leg and he went down. Well, by this time, the big guy with the shotgun had recovered enough to hold his weapon again. I tried to warn the cop.
Look out! The guy with the shotgun!
I see him.
The cop pointed his gun and pulled the trigger, but he was out of shells. Boy, Sergeant, my stomach knotted up when I heard that hammer fall against those empty chambers. The cop threw his gun at the guy with the shotgun and then ran right at him. You know, it was just as if that cop was trying to run right down the barrel of that shotgun. I glanced at the cop on the floor, then I tried to follow the 3 of them as they made their way out of the bar. They jumped into a car out front and drove off. As a kid, I used to watch Bill Hart take on a whole gang in the movies, but this way, right in front of my eyes, Sergeant, he was an awful brave guy.
Did you get the license number of their car?
No, I didn't. I couldn't see very well.
You got a pretty good look at all 3 of the men, though, didn't you?
I believe I'd recognize any of them.
Thanks, Eddie. What's your last name?
Bowers. Eddie Bowers.
Got that, Ben?
Yeah.
You'll be hearing from us, Eddie. We may want you to look at some pictures for us.
Glad to help any way I can, Sergeant. I hope you get the men that shot this cop. You're sure going to try, aren't you?
Yeah, Eddie. We're sure going to try. The next step was for Ben and I to make a complete report to Chief Ed Backstrand.
They got Lindsay, huh? That Fred Lindsay in auto theft?
Yeah, that's right.
Good cut. You say he wounded 2 out of the 3 in that holdup?
Yeah.
That means they'll have to have medical attention in a hurry. We'll check all the small hospitals, cover all the drugstores to get a line on anyone who's bought medical supplies in the last hour.
Uh-huh. As soon as medical detail notifies Miss Lindsay, I'd like to go over and see her.
Smith from the medical detail's out there now. By the time you get back, we may have a flash in the drugstores or hospitals.
We'll be back in 30 minutes.
Call in when you get out there.
Right, Ed.
You might carry this with you.
Yeah?
I'm sick. I'm sick to my stomach about this thing. I want you to get those 2-bit punks. I don't want them to see another sunrise. Got that, haven't you?
Yeah, Ed.
Let's go, Ben.
Chandler?
Yes, sir.
Put out an APB. Have communications broadcast the descriptions of these suspects every 30 minutes until further notice. Get them to communication right away.
Hello, Joe. Come in.
Thanks, Ruth.
Sit down.
Ruth, you know how we all feel.
It's all right, Joe. You're married to a cop. I guess you're meant to expect things like this.
He'd like that.
Fred and I used to discuss the possibility of this. I used to worry about him. I used to worry a lot, Joe. And all those nights when he was away and the days, I used to worry. Now I know he's safe.
Anything you want or you need?
Thanks, no, Joe.
Anything at all that I can do?
Yes, Joe. I think there's something you can do. You and Ben are assigned to this case, aren't you?
That's right.
Then be careful. Just thinking that you and Ben will have to face those killers. Ben's wife. Be careful, Joe.
Yeah, Ruth, we will.
Oh, sure. I want to see you get the men that did this to Fred. More than anything, I want that. No more heartaches.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming by, Joe.
How'd you take it, Joe?
Let's go.
Joe, how'd she take it?
You're married, Ben. You figure it. It was 11:30 when we got back to Central Division. As we walked into the squad room, Backstrand was waiting for us.
Friday, we just got our first lead. We've located a druggist who said he sold some medical supplies to a man about 45 minutes ago. There's the address. Pretty close to the scene of the shooting. Hop out and see him right away.
The Rex Pharmacy was exactly 14 blocks from the Red Feather Bar where the shooting took place. Rex Pharmacy was like your corner drugstore, complete with apothecary jars and shower curtains. The druggist was the same little man who's been prescribing sulfur and molasses since you were a kid in school.
Just about ready to close. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
We're from the police department.
I've been halfway expecting you fellows.
We got a report that you sold some medical supplies to a man about an hour ago.
Yes, sir, that's right. Yes, like I was telling those other officers that were here a while ago. There was something funny about that little fellow.
How you mean?
Well, for one thing, he came in here sweating quite a bit. Of course, it's a warm night, but he seemed terribly nervous.
Anybody with him?
No, he was all by himself.
What did he buy?
Well, it wasn't so much what he bought, but how much.
What do you mean?
You know how most people buy iodine, a little 10-cent bottle. He bought a couple of pints. Then there was all that gauze and adhesive tape. Bought enough to repair a small army. Cotton, box of swabs. Then he asked me something that made me wonder.
What was that?
Asked me if I had something to probe with. That's just the way he said it. Something to probe with. I asked him, what do you want to probe for?
What'd he say?
Said a splinter. I told him a sewing needle would do the trick. He said, forget it, and then he paid me and walked out.
Uh-huh. Did you describe the man?
He was a small man, dark. Like I said, awful nervous.
You think you could identify him?
Oh, sure I could, if I ever saw him again.
Well, did he leave on foot, or was there a car outside?
Left in a cab, parked right out in front. Couldn't miss it.
Did you happen to take down the license number?
Well, no, I didn't. But I did jot down the taxicab number. Would that help?
Taking down cab numbers isn't exactly in a druggist's line, but because he had the presence of mind to do that one small thing, we accomplished in 10 minutes what could have well taken as many weeks. Maybe with this small wedge, we could do what Backstrand wanted us to do. Get the killers before another sunrise. Well, it was close to midnight when we stepped into the drugstore phone booth. I called the cab company, got the night supervisor. I gave him the number of the cab, and he checked his location chart. Cab 375 was operating out of a stand at Wilshire and Greenhaven. He was the right driver, and he remembered the fare.
Sure, I know who you mean. A little guy seemed in a big hurry. It was a long fare, though. I took him out to Inglewood. Wait till I check my log sheet. I'll give you the exact address. Here it is, Joe. 1523 Imperial. It's the rooming house.
Yeah, come on. We'll check with the landlady.
Kind of late, Joe.
Yeah, let's stand away from the door, huh? Might not be the landlady who answers.
Yes, what do you want?
Police department.
Oh, well, just a minute. Let me see your badge.
There you are, ma'am. I'm Sergeant Friday. This is Romero. Homicide.
All right. Now, what do you want? I run a good, clean rooming house
It's
here.
not the house, lady. It's one of your tenants.
Which one?
That's what we want you to help us on.
Look, do you men know what time it is? Come back here in the morning.
Sorry, this can't wait till morning.
Well, I'm not going to invite you in. We'll talk right here on the porch and keep your voices down. My tenants work during the day.
Whatever you say, ma'am.
Now, what is it you want to know?
We're looking for a small, dark man.
Well, I got 3 here. Could fit that description.
No, he came in late tonight, about 45 minutes ago.
I wouldn't know about that. I don't spy on my people.
This is very important.
You'll have to keep your voices down.
Sorry. He's dark and he's small.
Oh, I didn't just say he was dark. You must mean Mr. Tyndall. What's he done?
What's his room number?
He's in room 10, but I can't allow you to tramp up and down the stairs at this hour. You'll wake all my roomers.
We'll be as quiet as he wants us to be.
Now, what do you mean by that? Is there going to be trouble?
I don't know, lady.
Where do we find number 10?
The end of the hall, last room on the right, and keep your voices down.
If you'll just wait in your room, lady, we'll call you if we want you.
Okay, here we are. If I keep the door clear, Ben, we might have trouble.
Think they all in there?
We'll know in a minute.
Who is it? What do you want?
Police department. I'll try this closet, Joe.
What do you want with me? What are you looking for?
Closet's empty.
What'd you say your name was?
Tyndall, Bob Tyndall.
New name, but same face, huh, Joe?
Yeah, how long you been out of jail, Tenny?
My name ain't Tenney, it's Tyndall.
Your name's not Tyndall, it's Sam Tenney.
We sent you up on a robbery charge 4 years ago. Now, isn't that right, Tenny?
No, it's not right. You got the wrong man. I never been in jail.
Yes, you have, because we sent you there.
Now, come on. Who'd you buy the medical supplies for?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, Tenny, it's a hot night and it's late, so let's cut out the smart talk, huh?
Who'd you buy those medical supplies for?
Tenny, look, you're a two-time loser right now. Who are you shielding?
You got nothing on me? I ain't done a thing.
We can prove that you bought those supplies tonight, and it can go kind of hard on you. So let's open up.
I haven't been out of this room all night long.
We got a druggist and a cab driver who will make a liar out of you.
I still don't know a thing.
That cab driver hauled you home here 45 minutes ago. Where were you?
I was out on a date.
Is that who you bought the medicine for? Ben, call the druggist and get that cab driver. We'll take Tenny downtown.
All right. All I did was buy the bandages and stuff. I got nothing else to do with this.
Who'd you buy the stuff for?
Now, you know everything else. You figure it.
Oh, now, look, punk. We know there were 3 of them. One of them killed a cop. We're going to get 2 of them, Tenny. You're not going to stand in our way.
He killed somebody. He didn't tell me that.
Who didn't tell you?
I don't want any part of murder. I'm going to tell you who it was, but I'm clean. I got nothing to do with it. I was trying to help him out of a jam.
Who were you trying to help?
It was Roy Bemis, Charlie Sickle, and Red Jans. They didn't tell me nothing about murder.
Oh, why'd you help?
They offered me a pretty good piece of change to run an errand for them. You know I got paid for. That's all I had to do with it.
Where did you deliver those medical supplies?
I have to tell you that. I'm afraid of Jans. He's awful free with that shotgun.
We'll give you protection. Now, where are they?
Can I go to jail till you get them?
You'll get protection. Give us the address.
It's an apartment house. Just around the corner from here. The Blue Eagle.
We took Sam Tenney down to Central Division with us. On the way downtown, he told us that Red Jantz and the other 2 had their room at the Blue Eagle barricaded. Tenney said that they told him that they'd kill the first cop who tried to take them. But we knew they were wounded. He told us that Sickle had an arm wound, Bemis got it in the leg, and Jantz had a slug in his side. We figured they'd be weak from the loss of blood, and we could take them easy.
You'll never take those guys easy. Sure, they lost a little blood, but they had enough fight left to stack that room. And they got enough left to kill you if you try to take them.
On the way to headquarters, we stopped at an all-night drive-in and called Ed Backstrand. We told him we had a radio car watching the Blue Eagle. We gave him the whole story and told him we were on our way in. By the time we checked into homicide, Ed had the plan all mapped out. It was 2:25 a.m.
Here's the map from the city engineers. It's one city block bounded on the north by Hawthorne Street, on the south Lawndale Avenue, on the east 16th Street, and to the west 17th.
The Blue Eagle apartment house is right here on 16th and Hawthorne.
West of the Blue Eagle is a private residence. South of the Blue Eagle on 16th is a vacant lot. There are 12 apartments in the building. The men we want are on the second floor, number 11. And that apartment faces east on 16th.
How do you want to handle it, Ed?
Now, Baker and Moorheim will evacuate the private residence. Friday, you and Romero clean out the apartment building.
Right, Skip.
All traffic is being diverted. The entire block is completely isolated. We'll throw up a cordon. As soon as we clear the residence, nobody goes in, nobody goes out.
Will you brief us again when we get there, Ed?
I'll give you all the briefing you need right now. Get this. These guys have already killed a cop. I don't want to lose any more. You know they're heavily armed and they're desperate. Have the men draw shotguns, tear gas, and Tommy guns.
I'll take care of that, Skipper.
All right. Now, we're not going in after these punks like tin horn heroes. We're going after them, and we're coming out alive. All of us. What time is it, Friday?
2:37.
Not much time till sunup, is it?
It was a code 2. That means red light and move fast. Backstrand figured we needed 6 squad cars, 4 men to a car, the police public address truck, ambulance, and floodlights. Ben checked out the weapons to the men, and by 2:46, we pulled out of the Central Division garage. We slid into the area at 3:20 a.m. The 6 squad cars and the public address truck took up their positions. The floodlights were rigged and ready to turn on at Backstrand's command. The machinery was set to roll as soon as we got the neighborhood cleared. Ben and I evacuated the Blue Eagle apartment house.
How many does that make, Joe?
Well, we've cleared 9. 2 to go. Here's apartment 10.
The killers are right next door. Joe, I'd like to kick that door in right now.
Take your time, Ben. We'll get to him. Quiet now.
Yeah, what is it?
Police department. May we come in?
Yeah, of course. What's the trouble?
No trouble. We're evacuating the building. Now, we'll have to ask you to leave by the back door. We'll notify you when to return. Please leave quietly and lock your door.
What's going on?
No time to explain. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Okay, now, we'll skip 11 and go to 12.
Yeah.
Yeah? Who are you? Police department. Can we come in? Sorry to disturb you at this hour. We're evacuating the building. Please hurry and leave quietly by the back door. You'll be notified when to return. Lock your door when you leave, thank you.
It was 4:10 a.m. Everything was set now. The neighborhood was completely cleared. The entire block was empty except for apartment 11 on the second floor of the Blue Eagle. I left Ben to watch the door of apartment 11. I went downstairs and across the street to join the rest of the men. It was Ed Backstrand's show from here on. That's it, Ed. All set.
Baker, Moorheim, all clear?
All clear, Chief.
Baker, you and Moorheim take 3 men and cover the rear of the building.
Right.
Is that detail covered Hawthorne Street?
They're all set, Ed.
How about the vacant lot?
Taken care of.
The rest of you men? Yeah. Friday and I are going into the building. We'll try to get him to come out now. Johnson.
Yes, sir?
Come with us and keep us covered. Let's go.
Apartment 11's up at the head of the stairs, Ed.
Right. Any action, Romero?
Not a thing, Skipper.
Keep down, all of you. I'll try to get them out. Gents, Demas, Sickle, you're all alone. The building's clear. Come on out with your hands behind your head. Come on out, gents, or we'll come in and get you. You hear me?
I hear you, Ed.
Come on, let's get out to the street. Johnson, cover that door and be careful. Keep down.
Right, Chief.
Friday, Romero, come with me.
We left Sergeant Johnson to watch the door, and we ran out into 16th Street and ducked down behind the police sound truck. The floodlights hit the side of the building. Backstrand grabbed the microphone.
Giants, Bemis, Sickle, you've got 30 seconds to come down out of that room. Walk out backwards with your hands behind your head. Stay together. Don't fan out. 30 seconds, gents.
They're making it tough, Ed.
Romero, lob some tear gas through that window.
Right, Skipper.
Come on out, Bemis. We're giving you a chance. That's more than you gave that cop in the bar. Come on out.
That's Jance, Ed. He isn't coming out.
They must have got Johnson because they're in another room.
Shoot the gas in there.
That's not going to get him out, Ed.
Give it time, Friday.
Burn those floodlights in up there. Friday, rake that second floor with the Tommy gun. Let's keep them in one room.
Right.
Hold your fire, Friday.
George, give us a couple of masks. Ben and I are going in.
The rest of you men concentrate your fire on those 2 rooms. Pin them down.
Here's your mess, Joe. Let's go.
Come on. Put that mask on, Ben, and keep down.
Yeah, wait a minute. Somebody coming down the inside stairs.
Duck, Ben. He's got a gun.
I got one, copper. Get out of my way.
Stop it, you. You haven't got a chance.
I'm coming through, copper.
I think I stopped him, Joe.
Can you see Johnson?
No, it's too much gas in there.
All right, you 2 up there. We got one of you. The other 2, come on out.
Joe, think we got him?
I don't know. Can you see Johnson?
No, Joe. It's still too thick in there.
I'm going in, Ben. Cover me. Come on. We know there are 2 of you up there.
Just one, copper.
Throw your gun down the stairs ahead of you. Hurry up. Shotgun, Joe. Jance.
I see him. I'll take him at the foot of the stairs.
All right, I got my hands up.
I found Johnson, Ben. All right, Jance, outside. Come on. Move. Put the handcuffs on him, Ben. I'll cover you.
How's John?
I don't know. Ed, get the ambulance crew over here.
Jance, who's this other guy we got?
Bemis.
How about Sickle?
I said just one, didn't I, copper?
Never mind the smart talk, Jance. Now just answer the question, huh?
Sickle wanted out of it a long time ago, so I let him out. He's upstairs. I let him out the back way.
Mean you shot him?
He wanted out, didn't he?
All right. We'll take him in. Johnson's in the ambulance. I'll see you in the office.
Yeah. Right, Skipper.
How about a smoke, huh?
No. Yeah. Here you go. Backstrand said he didn't want those men to see another sunrise.
Yeah.
5 minutes to 5, Joe. Sun ought to be up.
Yeah. But look, Ben. It's cloudy. Guess we'll never know, huh?
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Edgar Red Jans, the sole survivor, was tried and convicted and sentenced to be put to death in the state penitentiary in the manner prescribed by law. You have just heard the 4th in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of C.B. Horrell, Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to radio car patrolman Forrest E. Sawyer of the Denver, Colorado Police Department, who on the evening of March 8, 1937, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles.
Want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
And now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Valentine, former commissioner of the largest police force in the world, takes over for gangbusters to interview by proxy Sheriff T.L. Head of Tunica County, Mississippi. Commissioner Valentine.
Commissioner Head, the notorious criminal, Belansky, has been front-page news within the past 3 weeks, and we're all very anxious to hear the inside facts.
Well, Commissioner Valentine, in the spring of 1940, Stanley Belansky and his partner, James K. Tillotson, were two of the trickiest gunmen at large. Using the names of Robert Hack and James Stewart, they stopped at a fashionable inn at Laconia, New Hampshire, and posed as sons of very wealthy families.
How about it? Another demi-tasse, Belansky?
Will you cut out that Belansky stuff? It's registered here as Hack and Stewart. Somebody will hear you.
Okay. Oh, but what a hotel. A dining terrace overlooking a mountain lake. Yes, sir. Home was never like this back at the penitentiary.
Oh, stop the gagging.
Okay.
Here. There's something in the newspaper that might interest you.
Let's see. Wells Beach, Maine. Local store robbed by 2 masked gunmen. Now, I wonder who they could be. You know, you'd think those guys would learn that crime don't pay.
Yeah. Wouldn't you, though? Oh, come on. Come on, let's go.
And we ain't had no dessert yet.
I said, come on. Okay, here. Lean against the rail like this, kind of casual like.
What for?
Did you see those 2 girls just finishing dinner across the pavilion?
I'll say, a couple of dolls.
Well, one of them is Martha Sanford, an old New England family.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I know.
I checked on her this afternoon. She and her girlfriend are going to be our first bit of camouflage.
Oh, boy. Imagine being camouflaged with them. Camouflage me all over, brother.
Oh, shut up. Just take along with whatever I say.
I think it's just horrid your mother and Dad want to drag me off to Bar Harbor. Yes, I wish I could stay on here with you, Martha. Anyway, it won't be for another 2 weeks.
I beg your pardon, but aren't you Martha Sanford?
Why, yes.
I guess you don't remember me. So many fellows were giving you the rush at Dartmouth last winter.
Oh, were you at Dartmouth that week?
Yeah. I guess I didn't make much of an impression, though. My name is Hack, Bobby Hack.
Bobby Hack. Were you in the ski jumping contest?
No, I was just a spectator, but, well, Jimmy here, he tried to break his neck in the ski jump.
Me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Sanford. This is Jimmy Stewart.
How do you do? And this is Julie Harris. How do you do?
Hello, Miss Harris. Well, you girls seem to be going somewhere. It was nice meeting you again, though, and perhaps we'll see you now that we're all here at the resort together.
I don't see why not.
Well, that'll be fine. Well, goodbye, Miss Sanford. It's been a pleasure, Miss Harris.
Yeah, me too.
Goodbye. Oh, goodbye.
Look, for Pete's sake, will you cut out that Me Too stuff?
My Belansky, what did you let him get away for? We could have dated him easy.
There's no rush. No rush at all. We won't pull another job until next week. Then we'll use him proper.
Attention, squad room. Report from Cambridge, Massachusetts on warehouse robbery. 2 gunmen believed heading this direction in black Buick, Massachusetts license, heavily armed and dangerous. All police be on alert for this car.
Come on, let's get in the car, will you? Those girls don't come, we'll go without them.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Get in. Society dames never are on time anyhow, Tillotson.
Should I go into the hotel and tell them to shake a leg?
Look, you don't tell society dames like them to shake a leg.
Oh, you don't, huh? Okay. But I'm still sick of waiting.
Oh, here they come now.
Hello, have we kept you waiting long?
Well, if 1 hour ain't long, you ain't.
Oh, don't pay any attention to Jimmy, girls. I'm trying to cure him of the habit of saying ain't, but he says some of the Harvard boys say it. So. Hop in, girls. Jim, get in the back seat with Julie.
Okay, you're the boss.
And he does have a grouch. Indigestion?
You'll get over it, Martha. Well, girls, where'll it be?
It really doesn't matter.
Now, look what's coming. Scram.
Cop.
What did you say?
Get going, will you? That flatfoot's coming over to the car.
What's the matter with you boys?
Oh, pardon me.
This your car, young man?
Why, yes, officer.
Black Buick, eh?
What's wrong with that, officer?
It may be nothing, miss. Only we're looking for a car of this type in connection with a holdup over in Massachusetts.
Why, the very idea. Are you accusing us?
I'm not accusing anybody. Just checking.
Oh, never mind, Julie. The officer has to do his duty.
New Hampshire plates. The bandit car had a Massachusetts license.
Well, there's your answer, officer. Okay, pal, let's go.
Just a moment. You're probably okay, but let's see your driver's license and car registration.
Oh, I certainly, officer. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't seem to have him with me.
Now, see here, this is ridiculous. I'm Martha Sanford, officer, and if you want proof of who I am...
I'm not worried about you, young woman. But your escorts here will have to identify themselves. I'll stand on the running board. You better drive to the police station.
No, you don't, copper. Step on it, pal.
Bobby, what are you doing?
Sit low in your seats.
Fire!
Bobby, stop this car.
Shut up. That cop's running back to his car. He's coming after us.
Oh, please stop. We'll all be killed.
Shut up, I'll crown you.
You must be banned.
Look out, pal.
You'll hit that tree. No!
Polanski.
Yeah.
You okay?
I just have my weight knocked out. Here, help me out of here.
My back. My back.
Come on, get me out of here, will you? Yeah.
There we are.
Okay.
My back. Oh, I'm dying.
Come on, Polanski, we got to blow.
Yeah, you said it. She'd die.
I'm Barton of the FBI, Lieutenant Weber. They told me at the station I'd find you here at the hospital.
I'm glad you got here, Mr. Barton.
Any idea yet who the gunmen were?
Yes. Fingerprints on the wrecked Buick indicate the driver was Stanley Belansky.
Belansky, huh? Well, the whole country's looking for him. How are the girls?
Well, Miss Harris will recover. The doctors say Miss Sanford is dying.
Oh, that's terrible.
Her back was broken. She's right here in the emergency room. This way. Don't leave, nurse. We may need you as a witness.
Good Lord, how young and pretty she is.
Miss Sanford, can you see this picture I have in my hand?
Is that Belansky's picture, Lieutenant?
Yes.
It's not clear. Hazy.
I'll hold it closer.
Yes. Bobby Hack. He said...
You're positive, Miss Sanford?
Yes, I know.
I'm afraid there's nothing more we can do here, Lieutenant. She identified the picture just in time.
Warning. Gunmen believed to be Belansky and Tillotson have just pulled new holdup. Watch greater Boston area. Belansky headed that way, armed and dangerous. Attention. North Walpole Sporting Goods Store robbed of 40 rifles, 30 revolvers, large quantities of ammunition. Special notice, new kidnapping and robbery. Believe work of Belansky and Tillotson.
3 Oaks Inn on the rocks of Gloucester. You know, Tillotson, this is one of the swellest views on the whole North Shore.
Let's skip the scenery, Belansky. It's after midnight. Let's get to work. Now, New England ain't healthy for us no more. I want to get this job over with and head south like we planned.
Okay. Just think of it, though, pal. This hotel's full of people.
Come on, will you? Will you come on?
Okay. I'll let the manager's bedroom's that window up there on the second floor. Here. We can climb up this trellis.
Okay, I'll go first. Just like Romeo climbing up the trellis.
Watch it.
Yeah. Easy.
Get up here. There it is. There's a telephone trunk wire. Got it.
Right.
Okay. All right. Go on in through that open window.
Okay.
Watch it. All right, come on. Flash your light.
Hey, this ain't no manager's bedroom. It's a woman's.
Yeah.
What is it, Joe?
Don't make no noise, lady.
You make another sound and we'll choke you right out of this world. Now, who are you? You a guest here?
I'm the cook, but no good will it do you.
Take us to the manager's room.
You let me be.
Why, you fat cow, I'll break your neck.
This is Leary. Is anything wrong in there? This is Leary.
Who's that?
Quiet.
It's burglars, Mr. Brown.
Wrap that gun around her head.
What is this? What's going on?
Get your hands up. Why? Get your hands up. You're Brown, the manager, ain't you?
Yes.
Now get this straight. You've got a lot of wealthy guests here. We're going to go around to each room. You're going to knock on the door and wake them up. We're going to rob every one of them.
No, I won't.
We'll do what we say, mister.
And after we rob all the guests, then you'll open the hotel safe. We're doing a complete job.
Yeah. Spring house cleaning.
And don't try any funny work. The telephone wires are cut. We're way off on these isolated rocks, and if necessary, we can kill everyone here.
Boy, this will go down in history. Robbing a whole hotel at one time.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. For over 2 hours, Belansky and Tillotson held everyone in that hotel at gunpoint.
And that, Sheriff Head, was one of the most daring robberies in years. Now, Sheriff Head, Belansky and his partner, Tillotson, after robbing an entire hotel, headed south.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. And they pulled so many big robberies in the South, our time doesn't permit us to enumerate them. But the gunmen continue to follow out their plan of camouflaging themselves by going around with only the leading families and the finest girls. In fact, one such young lady went driving with them just outside of Biloxi, Mississippi.
It's awfully sweet of you young men to drive me way out to my uncle's like this. I do hate riding on buses.
Isabel, it's easy to be sweet to a girl like you.
Yeah, besides, you're good camouflage.
Camouflage?
Oh, he means you're so pretty you dress up the cars.
Oh, you know, I never thought I'd like northern boys, but I feel like I've known you two all my life. Oh, here's my uncle's house. Turn in his driveway.
Okay.
I know Uncle's going to be glad to see you.
To see us?
Uh-huh.
Why? Does he know we're coming?
Why, sure. I telephoned him and told him I was bringing out the nicest young man.
Hey, that your uncle's car in front of the house?
Why, yes.
And wait a minute, Isabel. Just who is your uncle?
Well, I told
Never mind his name. It's a police car there. There's a star on it.
Well, what's got you boys so upset? Just because my uncle's a sheriff?
It's a trap, pal. He brought us here on purpose.
Now, why should I do such a thing as that?
Because you probably read the account of the holdup at the Wiggins Bank.
Belansky, the guy's coming out of the house.
Yeah, I see him.
Well, that's my uncle.
Yank the dame back in the car. We'll hold her as a hostage.
Come here, you.
No, you don't.
Oh, yeah, the heck with it. Go on, step on it. Hey, that guy's shooting at us.
Keep low.
If I could only get my hands on that dame now, I'd kill her.
What a rotten trick she pulled on us. I'm telling you, Belansky, it's getting so you can't trust nobody. Nobody.
Come in.
Hello, Captain James.
Well, Barton, what brings you down to Biloxi?
Those two bank robbers whose description you broadcast yesterday. The ones who robbed the Wiggins Bank. I flew down as soon as I read about them.
Flew down? The FBI must want them mighty bad.
They sound like the men we've been chasing all over New England. Belansky and Tillotson.
I'm sorry, but we haven't even got a clue on them, Barton.
Well, Captain James, I've been studying their method of operation for weeks. And I've got an idea of how we might get on their trail.
Yeah? How?
Well, those gunmen never hide out in the usual places. They appear in public with respectable girls and pose as young men of wealth.
By Godfrey, that's how Sheriff Howard's niece almost caught him.
Now, it's only a hunch, Captain James. But I have an idea. If we canvass the restaurants and entertainment spots, we may find Belansky and Tillotson spending some of their money right under our noses.
This cafe we're coming to isn't exactly the highest class spot, Barton, but it's very popular.
Well, we might as well try it, Captain James. We haven't had any luck yet.
Well, you can give the place the once-over from the vestibule.
Quite a crowd.
No sign of... Hey, James.
Yeah?
That table in the far corner, near the exit sign.
Is that Belansky?
Yeah. The girl at the table with him and that other chap. That's Tillotson.
What a break. There's so many people in there, they're jammed in like sardines.
How are we going to get to that table without being spotted?
Both Tillotson and Belansky are bound to have guns. If they ever start shooting in that crowd, it'll be a wholesale massacre.
Wait, I've got an idea. Here's a couple of waiters' aprons.
Yeah. Say, that might do the trick.
Hide the string back away.
Right. You think we ought to carry a tray or something?
No, we'll need our hands for action.
I'm ready.
Now, remember, James, we've got to grab those rats before they can pull their guns. If they do spot us, jump for the table.
Yeah?
Knock the table over and pull the tablecloth over their heads.
Right.
Okay? Come on. Not too fast, James. Not too fast.
Yeah. Girl's looking this way.
Yeah, I see her. Keep walking. Just a few more steps.
He sees us.
Come on, dive for him fast.
Right. They got me. Got that glass. He got that. Put the cuffs on him, Chance. I got this one. Okay. You bet. They're not sure.
Okay, Belansky, start walking. You and Tillotson are all washed up.
Well, Commissioner Valentine, Belansky and Tillotson were sentenced to life in prison in the Mississippi Penitentiary for robbing the Wiggins Bank. But just 22 days ago, on October 5th, at 8 o'clock Friday morning, 4 prisoners were loaded into the truck cage at the penitentiary to be taken to the prison farm. One of those prisoners was Belansky. The prison truck was driving along the road.
Now listen, you guys. I think we're safe because they got us in this iron cage in the back of the truck here. But we had a .38 smuggled into prison. Kennedy's up next to the driver. They think he's a trustee, but he's got that gun. And he's going to poke at the driver's ribs. Then things are going to happen and happen fast. You ready? Okay, Kennedy.
Stop this truck or I'll blow your head off.
Come on, Kennedy, open this cage quick.
Come on.
Okay, come on, throw that driver in there. Get.
Come on.
That does it. Now, hold on, guys, we're going places. Come on, Kennedy, get this train rolling. Hurry up.
Emergency. To all state police and sheriffs, Stanley Belansky and 4 other convicts escaping in prison truck along Highway 7. These convicts all armed and will kill. Black all roads. Black all roads. Attention, all police. Attention, all police. Belansky and convicts who abandoned prison truck and kidnapped women and children have released victims and are now fleeing in black Buick sedan along road to Tunica. Be ready to shoot it out with fleeing convicts headed by Belansky.
Kennedy, look. There's lights in the road up ahead. Must be cops.
We can run them down, Belansky.
You guys lie down on the floor of the car. Get down. Okay.
You're going to shoot it out with them?
No cop's ever going to take me again, I'll tell you that.
All right, then. Here we go.
Come on. Hey, they didn't get us.
Just ahead, this road left. Leads in the swamp.
Take it. Every cop in the South is after us. I'll kill them. I'll kill them if they ever get anywhere near me.
Hold on now. Gonna take that turn.
And look out the tree.
I can't. Look out, man. Here. Get out of the car, man. Cops are already come down the road.
All right. Come on, fellas. Take to the swamp. It's our only chance.
Come on, this way.
Right on.
Come on, man.
Keep going.
I sure don't know how you ever found this deserted house, Belansky. You're mighty good.
Yeah, those fools were out looking for us in the swamp. But you and me was having ourselves a good night's sleep in this house here.
Sun will be up in a few minutes.
Yeah,
how are we going to get out of these parts?
Don't you worry about that. I got more tricks up my sleeve than these hicks down here ever dreamed of.
I think we ought to get going now.
I think we ought to...
Hey, Belansky.
What's the matter?
There's a whole army surrounding the house.
What?
Men, dogs, guns.
By the dirty reds.
Yeah.
All right, I give up. I give up, coppers. I'm through.
And this time, Belansky, you're through for good.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. Just 3 weeks ago today, Polanski was caught in that deserted house. And tonight, he's once again in the Mississippi State Penitentiary for life.
This has been a very, very interesting case, Sheriff Head. Polanski could have been a real success in life. But instead, he has nothing to look forward to except prison bars.
From across the Atlantic, from across the Pacific, our fathers, sons, and brothers are returning to a new America. A crime wave has followed every war, and we must not allow lawbreakers to tear down here at home the very ideals that our men have fought to preserve.
Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Morning, sir. Help you?
I hope so.
Engine, huh?
Hasn't got the pickup of a kitty car.
Well, it's misfiring some.
Some? Mister, half my plugs are on strike.
Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Yeah, probably your rings are sticking, maybe your valves. When was that carburetor cleaned?
Not too recently.
Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Your car's not in such bad shape. All you need's a tune-up.
A tune-up? A $50 tune-up?
Now, relax. We'll add a can of K-Site tune-up to your gasoline, another can to your oil. That'll clean your whole firing zone. Valves, rings, plugs, carburetor, everything.
Mister, you're pouring it on.
No, you pour it in. $1.25 a can at most any service station. Results guaranteed or double your money back.
Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Your faithful friend with muscles ache and pain presents Gangbusters. Gangbusters, brought to you, the men and women of America, by the makers of Sloan's Liniment. With the cooperation of leading law enforcement officials of the United States, Gangbusters presents facts in the relentless war of the police on the underworld. Authentic case histories that show the never-ending activity of the police in their work of protecting our citizens. America's crusade against crime.
Now, for those of you who are familiar with the name Schwarzkopf, just an editorial note, and we'll get right back to the program. Colonel Schwarzkopf, who oftentimes interviews the lawman who brings in the story to Gangbusters, is, of course, in actuality, the father of H. Norman Schwarzkopf, General of the United States Army. And so this is kind of interesting to hear him portrayed, his father portrayed as a law enforcer. And also interesting, there's the character of the lawman, a sheriff, a judge who comes on the program, Judge Miller, is played by none other than Bill Johnstone, who about the same time was playing The Shadow on the Mutual Network. So there's a couple of interesting voices to listen for here.
Now for our proxy interview between Colonel Schwarzkopf and Judge L.D. Miller of Chattanooga, Tennessee. Picture our setting as a special office turned over to Gangbusters by Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of the New York City Police. Colonel Schwarzkopf.
Judge Miller, I understand that Charleston and Rogers, the nickel and dime bandits, were hunted by the police of 6 states.
Yes, Colonel Schwarzkopf. Actually, 8 different police departments were after them within a period of 30 days.
But why do you call these particular criminals the nickel and dime bandits?
Well, Colonel, James Carlson, the brains of the combination, had a theory of crime different from any criminal in all my experience.
I got a new slant on stick-ups that'll pay big dividends. I'm going to get me a smart partner that knows how to use a gat. Then we're going to go through the Mississippi Valley pulling little jobs, nickel and dime jobs. When we pulled enough of these nickel and dime jobs, we'll have just as much jack as if we'd stuck up a dozen big banks.
On December 4th, 1939, following a term at Minnesota State Reformatory, Charlson drove up to a roadside tavern near Minneapolis. The owner was talking to a customer.
You're right with you, mister. Anything else, sir?
Oh, that'll be all, Bill. Charge it, will you?
With a fancy car like that, you want me to charge it?
No fancy. Right behind you, pal. Turn around.
What?
Look out, Bill. He's got a gun.
That special kind of gun, mister, with a hair trigger. Come on, both of you. Back up into that hot dog joint before I turn this cannon loose on you. I want your dough.
Oh, I got some change.
Give it to me.
Here you are.
Now, you. Open up the cash register.
Here. $35. It's all I got.
I know it ain't. Scoop out that change and stick it in my pocket.
Nickels and dimes, huh? I'd like to see you for 5 minutes without that gun. Here's a change.
Thanks, white guy.
Now get out of here.
Not so fast, you. Empty your pockets.
Pretty brave, aren't you, with a gun?
Yeah, and it's liable to go off any minute.
No sawed-off punk's gonna take my dough.
I warned you, white guy.
Bill! You're not getting away from me.
I'll show you.
Give me that gun. You're all through, son.
Let go of me.
You hurt?
Let go of me.
Yeah, I guess so. Pretty bad. I dropped all 3 of those bullets, but I got his gun.
You're going to need a doctor. What do we do with this guy?
Lock him in the washroom.
Yeah, you make it all right?
Yeah, sure. I got the special gun, you rat.
Yeah.
Give me back my money.
All right. Here you are.
Now, come on, you into the washroom.
You'll never get me to jail.
Inside, punk.
Okay, white guy.
I'll lock it and then phone the police.
Better get an ambulance, Bill. You're bleeding bad.
Hello, operator, get me the police.
Sit down, Bill.
What's that? The washroom window.
There. Up front. There he goes.
He's in his car. Stop! Stop or I'll shoot! Oh, it's jammed. That guy's special pistol jammed and saved his own life. It is rare, Judge Miller, for the victim to turn on his assailant at gunpoint and disarm him.
It is, Colonel. Fortunately, the wounds of the tavern owner were not serious. Johnson made a dash for Chicago, where he went into partnership with another criminal named Joe Rogers. Together, they stole a late-model car and started south, blazing a trail of robberies from Illinois to Louisiana. On the night of December 17th, in Blytheville, Arkansas, Charlson and Rogers committed an unusual robbery, showing a peculiar obsession.
Blytheville, Arkansas, robbery. 2 men broke into a house and stole a large collection of pistols, automatics, shotguns, and rifles. Seen escaping in blue or black Dodge sedan. Notify all gun dealers to be on lookout for unusual weapons of foreign make.
A few days later, Colonel, Charlson and Rogers were in Minneapolis, waiting in a stolen new Buick sedan across the street from a small apartment house.
Boy, this is the life, huh, Rogers? You said it, Charlson. Cops and newspapers screaming about us from here to New Orleans. Nothing for us to do but sit back and take it easy. I'd sure like a drink right now. Yeah, so would I. Wish that baby of yours would hurry up. It's only 10 past 11. I told her to sneak out at 15:15. She made up her mind to come with us? Hope so. You know me, Rogers. Wine, woman, and song. Yeah, I know. But when are we going to quit this small-time stuff and go after something big? Like what? Banks. Forget it, Rogers. Knock over a bank and every cop in the state's after you. Just think of the dough we could pick up in banks. All we've been getting the places you pick is chicken feed. Nothing but nickels and dimes. There's nothing you can't buy with nickels and dimes, Rogers. If you got enough of them. Sure, but we could... There's no buts to it. It adds up, see? And the rap for little jobs is nothing like it is for a bank. But in one bank job... Listen, sap. Hey, take it easy, will you? Banks have guards, and the guards have guns and tear gas. They have balconies to ambush bank bandits. They're burglar on us to call the cops. Don't you see, we can get as much in a flock of gas stations as we could in a dozen banks. And no risk. Maybe you're right. The way I figure it... Hold it, Charleston. Here comes your girlfriend.
Oh.
Hello, baby.
Hello, Jim. Gee, I'm glad to see you.
You and me both. Get in the car.
Okay.
It's my pal, Joe Rogers.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
How are you?
Oh, what's up? Where are we going?
We're going south, kid. How'd you like to go with us?
South? Oh, gee, I'd love to, but what about my folks?
Send them a postcard. Yeah. Just say, having a wonderful time. I wish you were here.
Hey, what are you guys going to do?
We got special ideas. Swell clothes, good liquor, and plenty to keep us busy. What do you say?
I say, what are we waiting for?
Baby, you're going to be perfect. Let's go, Rogers. Where to? Back to New Orleans, where it's nice and warm. We're going to make some stops on the way. And where we stop, nobody's ever going to forget us. This will be a joyride to remember.
That was near midnight, Colonel, on December 21st, 1939. 3 days later, Chief C.R. Bryan of the Chattanooga, Tennessee Police was sitting in his office when Police Captain Homer Edmondson walked in with a message in his hand.
Good morning, Captain.
Good morning, Chief Bryan. This just came in on the teletype. Thought you'd like to look at it.
From Sweetwater, huh?
Yes, sir.
Arrest 2 men wanted here for robbery of roadside cafe this morning, 3 a.m. One man about 20, weight 150, blue eyes, light hair. Another one, older, weight about 140, dark hair, slender. Both bandits wearing leather jackets.
That's a pretty complete description, Chief.
These bandits took $60 in currency, cigarettes, liquor, and a large amount of nickels and dimes. They're heavily armed. Large amount of nickels and dimes. That sounds familiar.
You're right, Captain. This is the 6th report in the last few days that used those exact words.
Yes, and each report was near Chattanooga. Have you broadcast this message to the patrol cars?
Yes, sir. Right after it came in.
Send it out again, Captain. This is the first good description we've had of those men. If they try anything here, I want every man on the force to be waiting for them.
Right, Chief.
Wait a second. Chief Bryan speaking.
Send some cops over quick, Chief. I've just been robbed.
Who's this?
Jack Parker. I got a filling station at Main and Watkins. I just opened up 10 minutes ago and 2 guys walked in and...
Hold on a minute. Captain, there's been a holdup over at Main and Watkins, a filling station. Send a patrol car over there right away.
Right away, Chief.
Go ahead, Mr. Parker. What happened?
These 2 guys walked in, Chief. They both wore leather jackets. They had 4 guns between them and they cleaned out the cash register.
How much they get?
$7. Almost all small change.
Nickels and dimes, huh?
Well, I know it don't sound like much, Chief, but it's a lot to me.
Mr. Parker, I don't care if it was 7 cents or $7 million. If these bandits are the men I think they are, they're going to try to pull some more jobs like this here in Chattanooga, and we're going to get them.
The next afternoon, Colonel, the woman manager of a small dry goods store in Chattanooga saw 2 men, apparently customers, walking into her store.
May I help you, gentlemen?
Yeah, let me see some shirts. The best you got. And I want to see some socks and ties.
Certainly, right over here. What size shirt, sir?
15 collar, 34 sleeve. And I want size 11 socks.
Here they are. Just take your pick.
That's just what we're going to do, sister. Stick 'em up.
Hold up.
Take it easy, sister. One peep out of you and I'll drill you.
Please.
Get down on the floor behind our counter. And don't move if you want to live.
Yes, sir.
Pretty fancy-looking socks, pal. Get some for me. What kind of shirts you getting? Silk. The most expensive I can find.
Please.
Fast. Okay. These here look swell. Green silk. You ready, pal? Yeah, let's go. Hey, sister, where's your cash register?
There in back of the counter. But there's only a...
I know. There's only a little change. That's what they all say. How much, pal? $10 and about 5 and change. Thanks for the service, lady. We'll be sure to tell our friends about you. And remember, sister, if you move off that floor before we're out of this store, it'll be the last time you ever move.
Exactly 44 minutes later, Colonel, in a Chattanooga liquor store on the other side of town.
Will that be all, gentlemen? Just the 3 bottles of whiskey?
No, that ain't all, mister. Reach for the ceiling.
What do you want?
Don't shoot him, pal. The cops might hear you get. All right? Keep him covered.
And what are you going to do?
I'm going to teach you not to be so nosy. That'll teach you to ask me what I want.
Now, please don't kick me again.
Come on, pal. Let's get out of here. Get the dough. Okay. Take everything, even a small change. How much is it? Yeah, there's about $90 here. Hey, here's something else, pal. A nice new gat for your collection. Hey, not so bad. Different from any I got. Maybe I ought to try it out on this wise guy.
No, please.
Okay, mister, but just so you won't run after us, here's something more to remember us. But
That brutal holdup was the third the nickel and dime bandits committed in the heart of Chattanooga within 24 hours, Colonel. It redoubled the efforts of the police to catch Charleston and Rogers and resulted in a gun battle that Chattanooga will long remember. Law enforcement officers within a radius of 50 miles of Chattanooga cooperated. At a special meeting of police representatives at the office of Chief C.R. Bryant, all possible angles were discussed.
Unfortunately, men, we have a complete description of these two bandits and definite identification clues.
What are they, Chief Bryan?
Well, first, Sussman, there's the nickel and dime angle. So anyone seen spending an unusual amount of silver is a definite suspect. Then there's the gun angle.
The gun angle?
It's this, Frazier. These men are crazy about guns. They take pride in them. Not just as weapons, but as items to collect.
So the bandits might just show off their guns sometime without staging a holdup, huh?
Particularly if they'd been drinking.
Well, that's still another clue, Chief Bryan. The amount of liquor they consume, judging by the amount they've stolen.
And the girl with them. The one that's been seen in their car. Now, we have her description. All right, Captain Edmondson. These are all valuable clues, men. And we have one other advantage. From what these bandits have said to their victims, they don't expect the police to go after them seriously.
Just because the thefts have been relatively small, huh?
Exactly.
That gives me an idea, Chief.
What is it, Edmondson?
Maybe we can get these bandits through a weakness in their own system.
How, Captain?
Let's give these clues to every reliable citizen in the vicinity of Chattanooga. Every small storekeeper. Then when the bandits do show up again, they'll be spotted immediately.
Good
Yeah,
idea. Well, then it's understood every available man is to stay on duty till these bandits are behind bars. I want them in custody before somebody gets killed.
Within 1 hour after that meeting, Colonel, merchants, filling station employees, liquor store proprietors, business people all over Chattanooga were planning to cooperate with the police.
Cooperate with police? Listen, I'm staying right here at the store. If those bandits come back this way, I'm going to be ready for them.
If those nickel and dime crooks come anywhere near me, I'm going to call the police. I'll know them if I ever see them again.
I'll be glad to cooperate. I've got a score to settle with those rats, and I'd like to see them both behind bars. If they ever come into my place, I'll...
Nickels and dimes, eh? I get it. If those buzzards stick their noses in my place, I'll be waiting for them. You can count on me.
That night, Colonel, December 26, 1939, at the Rock Castle Roadhouse, 10 miles west of Chattanooga, the cashier, Bill Rafer, was standing behind his counter.
Hey, you, cashier. Yes, sir? I want a bottle of whiskey.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We're not allowed to sell liquor in bottles, except to guests of Rock Castle.
I'm a guest here. Me and my pal are in one of the cabins right next door.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Sure. Here you are. That'll be $165, please.
You'll have to take it and change.
Change?
Fistful, buddy. Here.
25, 50, $10, 20, 30, 55, 65. Right. Thank you, sir.
Your brother's right. Say, what are you staring at?
Oh, why,
See anything wrong with me?
No, I was just thinking what a good-looking green silk shirt you have on.
Oh, that. Yeah. Yeah, it is good-looking. Everything I got's good-looking. Look at this.
Hey, what?
Don't be scared. I ain't going to use it on you.
Boy, that's some pistol.
Bet your life it is. Special automatic. Only one like it in the country.
Yes, sir. Well, is there anything else you want?
Yeah, sure. I almost forgot. Give me some of those box lunches you got, huh?
How many?
Let's see now. 3.
Yes,
3.
Here they are. Do you want me to carry them for you?
Yeah, that's right. I'm getting a little rocky.
Hey, Joe, take over, will you?
Okay.
I'll be right back. Let's go, sir. So which cabin is it?
Second one on the left.
This the cabin?
Yeah, hold on. Hey, open up. Come on, open up. It's me. Come on.
Pipe down, will you?
Come on, let me in. Where's Babe, eh?
I reckon I'll be getting along, mister.
Yeah, sure. See you later, mister. Good night.
Yeah, I'll see you later. Operator, get me the police.
Prime speaking.
Chief, listen, this is Bill Raper out at Rock Castle.
Yes, Bill?
Those two nickel and dime crooks you're looking for, they're here.
How do you know?
I'm positive, Chief. Every single clue you give me. The nickels and dimes, the guns, the liquor, everything checks.
Did you notice a car?
Yes, sir. It's a big, black, new 1940 Buick.
Where are they?
In a cabin right next door.
How many?
3 of them, sir. 2 men and a girl.
That's what I call fine cooperation, Bill. Sit tight and don't say a word to anyone. I'll send an emergency squad out there right away.
15 minutes later, Colonel, Captain Homer Edmondson, with a group of picked men from the Chattanooga police force, including Detective Shipley and Carson, met members of the county uniformed police under Captain Dyer outside the Rock Castle Roadhouse. The cashier, Bill Raper, was waiting for them.
Which cabin are they in, Mr. Raper?
That one with the lights on, Captain Edmondson.
All right, men. Sussman and Fraser, you stick with me.
All right, Captain.
Now, we'll go to the front of the house. Shipley, you and Carson cover the back with Captain Dyer. You got that?
Right, Captain. What's our plan, Captain?
Simply to close in and get those bandits. We can't start shooting till we're absolutely sure these are the men we want. But if they show the slightest resistance, open fire with riot guns immediately. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Watch it. They turned out the lights. Better stand back. I'll knock.
Open up.
Who is it?
Police.
Just a minute.
Hurry it up.
All right, coppers. Come and get it!
Get back, man. Captain, just listen to those bullets bounce.
All right, men, open up with your riot guns.
Right, Captain.
Get down low, babe. Those cops are using riot guns.
We'll fix them, Jimmy. I'll load your pistol.
Roger. Yeah? Cover the back door. I'll cover the front.
Okay, Charleston.
Come on, coppers. Try and take it.
You'd better give up in there. You're surrounded.
We'll give them hot lead.
Give me another gat, babe. This one's empty.
Here you are, Jimmy.
How is it in the back, Rogers? Can't see him. It's too dark out there.
Well, they're all around us, Jimmy.
Keep down, babe.
Oh.
Babe, you hit.
Oh, my head.
Told you to keep down. All right, coppers. You got my gal. I'll show you can't get away with that. Charleston, there's a copper creeping up in the back. You cover the front, Rogers. I'll get that cop. He's coming right up to the back door.
What are you going to do, Jimmy?
Shut up, babe. I'm running this show.
Open your hands, all 3 of you.
I'm waiting for you, cop.
Jimmy, you killed him.
I'll say I killed him. I got his gun, too.
Jimmy, they got Rogers.
Lie down on the floor, babe. I'll get him for that. All right, coppers. I got one of you. Who's next?
Yes, Fraser.
They killed Shipley.
Shipley? How?
He broke in the back door, shot down before he had a chance.
Oh, the dirty dogs. Give me a riot gun, Fraser.
Yes, sir.
Mine's empty.
Captain, I'm going after him.
Now, wait, don't go up there. It's probably a trap.
There goes one of them out the side door.
Stop or I'll fire.
He's running for the woods.
I can't see him.
There, between those big trees.
Missed him.
It's so dark, I can't see.
Oh, we'll never find him in this darkness.
What do we do, Captain?
He might be hurt. Dyer, you and Carson follow him. I am going to get some bloodhounds.
What's the matter with the dogs, Captain? Why are they stopping? Too dark for them?
I'm afraid they lost the trail, Fraser.
What, after we've followed that bandit for almost 8 miles?
It's all right, Sussman. Those bloodhounds have told me just what I want to know.
That'll get you, Captain.
For the last 2 miles, the bandits' trail has followed right along these railroad tracks.
That's right. But now we've lost it. I can't see what that
We're
is.
headed toward Chattanooga, not away from it. Doesn't that mean anything to you men?
You mean you thought maybe the bandit would jump a freight away from Chattanooga?
No, Sussman. I thought he'd head for Chattanooga, but I couldn't be sure. Now I know he's gone back to the city, where we can lay our hands on them.
With one of the nickel and dime bandits, Joe Rogers, dead, Colonel, and the bandit's girlfriend in a prison hospital, the Chattanooga police combed the city for the remaining bandit, now definitely identified as James Charlson. Later that night, after visiting hundreds of rooming houses, 2 police officers, Patrolman Fraser and Sussman, climbed the stairs of a cheap rooming house an hour after midnight.
What number did the landlady say, Fraser?
Room 6.
It's room number 6, right up there at the head of the stairs.
Yeah. Landlady said her new boarder arrived an hour ago.
Have your gun ready?
Bet I will, Sussman. Turn on your flashlight. I'll try the door.
Right.
The door's unlocked.
That's lucky. Careful now. Easy. There, he's in bed.
Sound asleep.
Wonder if he's the guy we want.
He's pretty young for a bandit. Let's make sure, Sussman. Pull down the covers.
A pistol there at his right hand.
And another one next to him.
He's starting to wake up. Grab him.
I'm with you. Look on that. I didn't do nothing.
I got him, Fraser. Put the bracelets on him.
Charlton, you're all through. You cops are crazy. I'm not the guy you want.
No, you're all right, Fraser. Let's see those 2 guns.
That don't prove nothing, copper. I didn't kill nobody. I like guns, see? I collect them.
Yeah? Well, this is one gun you never should have collected, Charlson. It's the gun you took from Detective Shipley after you killed him. And it's the last gun you're ever going to collect.
And so, Colonel Schwarzkopf, through splendid police work and excellent citizen cooperation, the criminal activities of James Charlson came to an abrupt end. Placed on trial in my court for robbery and murder on February 27th, 1940, he was quickly found guilty. I sentenced him to life imprisonment in the Tennessee State Penitentiary. He's there at this very moment.
And what happened to the girl who was with Charlson and Rogers, Judge Miller?
For months, she hovered between life and death with a bullet touching her brain. The doctor said her mental faculties would be impaired indefinitely, and under the circumstances, she was freed in the custody of her parents.
Thank you, Judge Miller, for a fine case. I'm particularly pleased with the way you brought out the great value of public cooperation with the authorities. When the police thus frankly solicit help from our law-abiding citizens, and those citizens promptly and comprehensively cooperate, no criminal can escape. Every time the police and the people work together, the end is inevitable. Crime does not pay. And now, the clues.
Special bulletin, all citizens. Watch for murderer 24, 5 feet 5 inches, 135 pounds. Dark brown hair slicked back, brown eyes. This man with tall, sandy-haired companion having wrinkled face. Wanted for brutal murder several days ago. Refrigeration engineer near San Antonio, Texas. May be traveling in black Ford station wagon. And may have in possession a .44 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver with cedar handle.
Warning, citizens of Pennsylvania, be on lookout for man 28, 5 feet 8 inches, 160 pounds, brown hair, gray eyes, occupation farmer. This man wanted in connection with feud slaying last week, Indian Head section of Fayette County, Pennsylvania.
If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or gangbusters at once. For Sloan's Liniment next week, the case of the missing corpse. Here reenacted for the first time, the inside factual account of one of the most fantastic cases in all criminology. Learn how a dead man faced his murderer. Sloan's Liniment brings you one of Philip H. Lord's most astounding dramatizations in America's Crusade against Crime.
You know, everybody's working at top speed these days. The times demand the best we've got. And the best when it comes to coffee is measured in terms of flavor. The demands we place upon coffee today are greater than ever before. Every cup must measure up. Every sip must hit the spot. Now, not only to fill its all-important place as part of a good meal, but for the boost fine coffee gives, the lift to help you get things done. And besides that, since the shortage makes rationing necessary, each cup should make up in excellence for the cups we don't get in between. Now, to fill the bill and more than fill it, get Chase and Sanborn coffee. You'll marvel that a single cup can hold so much delicious flavor. The secret is that Chase and Sanborn is more than one coffee. It's the finer ones blended. And today, our experts are turning out the richest, most satisfying, most flavorful blend of our entire history. You want all the flavor you can get, so get all the flavor you can. Every time you part with a precious ration coupon, ask for Chase and Sanborn. Naturally, nowadays, with so many others buying Chase and Sanborn, too, your grocer may sometimes run out. If he should, please understand and cooperate. And the next time, be sure to ask again for Chase and Sanborn coffee.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. During the course of tonight's opening broadcast, you will hear from Mr. Thomas I. Parkinson, President of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, and Mr. J. Edgar Hoover, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Tonight's the story of a crime against the nation, espionage.
Spying is just like any other business. A spy gets paid so much a week to do so much work. And in most cases, that salary is small because most spies gather only small bits of information. But when these bits are pieced together in Berlin or Tokyo, the result is a stolen invention or a sunken convoy. That's why spies are ordinary people working in ordinary places. Places like a waterfront where ships can be watched. Places like a factory where parts for a new plane can be copied. Places like a bar where people talk, and talk too much.
Oh, brother, you should have seen. Yeah? She was steaming right into that bay when, boom, out from no place coming zero. Zero? Bang.
Bang is right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I get any on you?
No, but it's all over you, Junior.
Willie. Gee, I'm sorry. 1,000 apologies, fair lady. 1,000,000.
Oh, look at that. Will you wipe it up, Willie, and get him another drink?
Sure.
Excuse me, young man.
You're awfully cute, Junior, but you're getting a little messy.
Poor battle wagon. She's sunk now.
Sunk off Guam?
Yeah, but they got a new one. The biggest, best. Well, it's a heck of a battle wagon.
It must be, Junior.
You're pretty.
You hear that, George?
Cheers. Where's my drink?
I'll get it right away, sir.
Where was I?
You were talking about that battle wagon.
Oh, yeah. Honestly. Say, I'll tell you what. Friday morning, you walk up to the top of the street here, and you'll see the newest battle wagon and the best maybe in the world come steaming down the bay. She's just been commissioned.
Excuse me, sir. It's still zipping on you.
Yes. Then you'll see a real ship.
Well, then let's drink to her.
No. Let's drink to you. To the most beautiful girl. Oh.
What's the matter, baby?
I don't feel so.
Junior, now you've gone and
I
done
think
it.
I'd better... here you are, son. You go right back there.
Thanks. Excuse me. Be right back.
Poor Junior.
Oh, it's a shame. What is, Willie? Those kids, they want to enjoy themselves, or they sit with people and drink too much. They talk too much.
Talk too much.
Hey, do you think I don't say you did anything. I just think it's a shame, that's all.
Let's get out of here, George. I'm sick of this dump.
Okay. Here you are. Thank you. What about your friend? Tell him we'll wait for him outside. That was in January 1943. Early in February, 3 letters were brought to the attention of the FBI. 3 pleasant letters typewritten in English. 3 innocent letters intercepted on their way to Switzerland. 3 friendly letters containing, among other bits of information, a report and description of the newest battleship launched by our Navy.
Come in. Hello, Dan.
Hi.
I've been waiting for you. Pull up a chair.
Thanks, Ross.
You look bushed.
Yeah, I am, kind of.
Why don't you try hitting the hay early?
Are you kidding? I was in bed at 11:30 last night. But starting at midnight, the phone rang every hour on the hour. My wife says she wishes she'd married a doctor instead of an FBI agent.
My wife's been wishing that for 15 years. Did you read those letters from Switzerland, Danny?
Yes. Very dull if you don't happen to catch the parts printed in secret ink on the back. Have they been sent to the laboratory yet?
No, they just got here.
Oh, we'll send them through. Check the printing on the back. It's in German, isn't it?
Yes. Not in code, though.
That's a help. Let's see. We'll have the ink checked, typewriter, paper. They're all signed Henry Brown.
Yes, and all postmarked New York City.
Well, there must be a slew of Henry Browns in a small town like New York. And it's probably an alias anyway.
That's my guess, too.
We'll check up on them anyway and see what the laboratory has to say.
A spy doesn't usually know exactly how much information he'll be able to pick up, or exactly when or where he will get it. He knows, of course, that convoy movements in general are valuable, and he knows, too, that he may get this information from Navy or waterfront personnel. He knows he may be able to pick it up around the dock, but he's never sure just how much information will fall into his eager lap, just when, and from just whom. Sometimes it may come accidentally at an odd moment, such as during a practice air raid, a blackout, say, near the harbor in New York City.
Lights out! All lights out! Mrs. Johnson, turn out that bathroom light!
Quiet, mister. This is the blackout.
Mrs. Johnson! Turn out that bathroom light! Lights out! All lights out! That's you, Mr. Seeley?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Gordon.
Having trouble?
Just with Mrs. Johnson, as usual.
It is dark now.
Yeah, now, but I always have to yell my head off. She's a fine one. And my wife tells me she's always complaining about racing, too, and how she can't get enough coal. Quiet, listen, quiet.
Is Blitzen sick?
Hey, just had distemper. People like Mrs. Johnson ought to wake up and learn there's a war going on. Blackouts are very important.
If I weren't a warden, you wouldn't find me out tonight.
Aren't you feeling too good, Mr. Gordon?
My kid's home on liberty, and this is his last night.
Well, he'll be back soon.
Not this time. He says he's going on a convoy run to Russia.
Russia? Right at this.
Yeah.
And he's leaving tomorrow?
Or the day after.
Can you imagine? This came back, too, from... Where was it?
Italy. But that was a short run. They just dumped some machinery there.
Airplane parts, probably.
No. For tanks, I think he said it was.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, how's business at the bar, Mr. Seaburn?
Well, it's pretty good, thanks. Well, I think this will be a short blackout tonight.
I hope so.
Me, too. I got to write a letter before I go to bed.
Business?
No, it's to a friend in Switzerland.
Oh, you were over there in 41, weren't you?
Yeah. Fine country. Well, good night, Mr. Gordon.
Good night, Mr. Seabury.
A spy, you see, can be a very ordinary man. He doesn't have to live in a penthouse and drive a low-slung car. He doesn't have to work with a bulging wallet and an exotic woman. He doesn't have to employ gunmen disguised as chauffeurs or secretaries or waiters. He can be a waiter himself. A waiter in a waterfront bar. A waiter with a sick dog. A waiter named Willie Sebring. As a matter of fact, it's better for the enemy if he is, because ordinary men like Willie Sebring are hard to track down.
Well, Ross, we know what kind of a typewriter our friends use, and we've had every agent in New York checking on them.
What angle are you working on?
We're taking the chance that a good percentage of the drivel he writes in English to his Swiss friend is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So we've drawn up a list of what the man's like, and we're checking that. Want to see it?
Yeah.
Here you are.
Thanks. Can speak and write both English and German fluently.
You can get that, of course, just from the languages used in the letters.
He's married, has a dog that had distemper recently, and lives near the New York Harbor.
That's just a guess.
This is a good one. He probably poses as a great patriot, inasmuch as he is an air raid warden. He asked his friend in Switzerland to address him as Dear Willie in his letters. He came back from Europe in the spring of 1941. He was...
Wait a minute.
Get something?
I don't know. I'm looking over this letter you just brought in. Listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to wander through Lisbon again, particularly at this time of the year.
Lisbon, eh?
Yes. He came back from Lisbon in the spring of 41, Ross.
If he's writing the truth.
Well, we've got to take a chance on that.
What are you going to do?
Check on everybody who came into this country from Lisbon in the spring of 41.
We don't even know the name he came in under.
No, but we know what his handwriting's like. And if he came in from Lisbon, he had baggage. And if he had baggage, he had to declare it in his real name. And if he declared it, he had to declare it in handwriting.
Sure, but there must be hundreds of those baggage declarations.
There are thousands of air raid wardens, and with dogs.
Okay. Ever look for a needle in a haystack before?
Yep, I have. But this time, we're going to find it.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the case of Willie Sebring. We will return to this case in just a moment. It is now my privilege to present the President of the Equitable Society of the United States, Mr. Thomas I. Parkinson.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You deserve a clear and forthright statement of the reason why the Equitable has undertaken the sponsorship of these radio broadcasts. For 86 years, this mutual society has shielded the financial welfare of millions of American families. And whenever there has been an opportunity for the Equitable to serve the public interest, we have gladly undertaken that privilege. We believe that no medium more vital than this official FBI broadcast could be used to bring the society closer to its members and those who may become members in the future. Our business, too, is the business of safeguarding the security of the American family. Whether it be through the provision of life insurance protection for your loved ones, or the protection of your homes and property, or the financing of industry to make more and better jobs, or the participation in war bond subscriptions and other war activities. In fact, in nearly every form of security other than the services rendered by your FBI, the Equitable considers itself your partner and your friend. Through the medium of these radio programs, we hope to let you know of the manifold ways in which the Equitable can serve and is serving you and your community. Our business is carrying on into the next generation the benefits of savings in this generation. Public service and human relationships, the preservation of homes for widows and children, the education of sons and daughters, the security and comfort of thousands of elderly men and women living in retirement, and finally, the peace of mind of the American citizen is the mission of our society. And after all, there could be no closer parallel to the objectives of your Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Parkinson. And now we continue with the file on the case of Willie Sebring, spy.
Being a special agent of the FBI is a business, too, but a business unlike any other. An FBI agent, for example, must be a college graduate or have a degree in law or accounting. He must go to school all over again when he enters the bureau. He must be intelligent, observant, and thorough. So thorough that the notion of examining hundreds and hundreds of baggage declarations will not faze him. Actually, special agents of the FBI discovered that from February 1st to May 5th, 1941, boats sailing from Lisbon brought 3,095 aliens and 1,786 citizens to the port of New York. Approximately 5,000 people. Approximately 5,000 baggage declarations to check. Approximately 5,000 samples of handwriting to check against the handwriting on the letters to Switzerland. To match, to examine, to scrutinize, to sweat over, pore over, work over.
Wait a minute. I think he's got it. Here, look. You see that M? See that German F? Get the slant of the print here. I think we've got it. I think the laboratory will back us up that Mr. William Sebring is our boy.
William Sebring, eh?
I'd almost swear to it, Ross.
What's the report on him?
He was born in Germany, but he became a citizen here in 1925.
That takes in the languages.
He's married, and he's an air raid warden.
Has he got a dog?
Well, the ASPCA has 3 dogs registered in his wife's name.
I see.
It follows all the way down the line, Ross. He lives near the harbor. He works in a bar near the harbor.
Come in.
This just came over the teletype.
Thanks.
Ross, if Willie Sebring isn't the man, no one is.
Sit down, Dan.
Huh? What's the matter?
Sit down. Mr. Hoover sent this over the teletype exactly 7 minutes ago. Concluded question script writing on intercepts this case, written by William Sebring. Baggage declaration and letter to bank written by Sebring. However, insufficient samples to ascertain whether Sebring hand-printed German messages in secret ink. Also, no typewriting specimens available for comparison.
Not enough proof.
I'm afraid not, Dan.
Okay. Now what?
I think Sebring's the man. I think Mr. Hoover does, too.
But we need more proof.
Yes. More samples of his handwriting. And his printing, if we can get it.
And typewriter specimens.
That's right. Get them, and we get Sebring.
I'm going to pay a call on Mr. Willie Sebring.
You may scare him.
Not this way. His wife rents rooms in their house. I've been instructed to be a roomer. I'll be a welder working in the Navy Yard. That ought to interest Willie.
Quiet, Preston. Quiet.
Hello.
Hello.
Well? Can I rent a room here?
Oh, well, I'm sorry. My wife takes care of that, and she's out now.
Oh, gee, that's tough. I wanted to get a room right away.
Why don't you try across the street? They've got a room there.
Oh, thanks. I guess it doesn't matter. Same distance from the Navy Yard.
Be quiet, Preston. Quiet.
Well, hello there, old sport.
You like dogs?
Sure.
Well, in that case, I'll tell you what. My wife will probably bite my head off, but we have a room on the top floor.
Oh, thanks. I don't want to get you and your wife.
No, it's all right. Come on in.
Well, thanks, Mr.
Sebring. Willie Sebring.
Dan Braddock.
Glad to meet you.
Thanks.
You know why I'm really giving you this room?
No, why?
The Navy Yard.
I don't get you.
Any man who works for the war effort, I do what I can for.
Say, you're a real patriot, Mr. Sebring.
100%. Right this way.
For $6 a week, the special agent, posing as Dan Braddock's welder, rented a room from Willie Sebring, spy. And at the end of the week, that room was worth exactly $6 and no more. The agent found that Sebring left the house each day at 3 p.m., went to the bar, came home for supper at 8:30, and went to the bar until midnight. He found that there were 2 roomers in the house beside himself. He found that Sebring spent most of his time in the attic, which had a view of the harbor. Beyond that, he found nothing. And the letters to Switzerland had stopped. So on the afternoon of the 21st of May, Mr. Willie Sebring's hand was forced.
No, Blitzen, no. No, I said no. If you eat too much, you'll get sick again. Now, be quiet. Excuse me, Mr. Sebring.
Oh, hello, Mr. Braddock. Come on in.
Thanks.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Well, still on the night shift, huh?
Yeah.
Well, those new ships probably need very careful work.
Oh, they do, but they're honeys.
Oh, I'm sure.
I sneaked a picture of one I want to send to my kid brother. He's in the Pacific.
A picture, huh?
Yeah. Say, Mr. Sebring, I wonder, could you do me a favor?
Well, I'd be only too glad to, sure.
I want to send this package to the kid, but I can't address it. You see, I burnt my hand last night.
Oh, Ma, that's a shame.
Oh, it's not too bad. It doesn't bother me, except I can't hold a pen in it.
That's tough.
I was wondering if you had a typewriter in the house. You know, I could type up a label.
A typewriter?
Yeah.
No, there's no typewriter here. I'll tell you what, though, my handwriting isn't so good, but I could print the address for you in ink.
Swell. I'd appreciate that.
That's no trouble at all. Blitzen, be quiet. That dog will be the death of me one of these days. Now, who does this go to?
Sergeant Fred Braddock.
S-E-R-D.
Once again, a handwriting specimen comes to the FBI laboratory. In all, 5,376 specimens were checked in this one case. But this is the last. This is it. This is proof, neatly signed by Willie Sebring himself. Only one thing more remains. One missing piece of evidence. One last final proof. A typewriter.
Hiya, Blitzen, old boy. What's the matter with you tonight, huh? Lonely for your master? Well, he'll be back later. But in the meantime, we'll have a little look around without him, huh? We'll see where he... Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you didn't scare me out of my wits.
I really am sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. My name is...
I know. You're Mr. Braddock.
How do you know?
Mrs. Sebring told me.
Well, I didn't know you lived here.
Well, I board here, but I've been away on a 2-week vacation.
Oh. Did you take your typewriter with you?
Why, yes. Why?
Oh, I was looking for one the other day.
Well, you can borrow this anytime you want. Everybody else in the house does.
From Mr. Sebring down, huh?
Mainly Mr. Sebring.
At 2:30 p.m. on the 5th of May, Willie Sebring left his house, walked to the corner, and waited for a bus. He never caught that bus because 2 special agents of the FBI came up, identified themselves, and asked him to go with them to their New York office to answer some questions. Willie Sebring smiled. He was a patriot, so he went willingly. At 3:15 that afternoon, he sat in conference room C on the 6th floor of the FBI office in New York.
Mr. Sebring, I want to tell you frankly that you don't have to answer any questions if you don't want to.
Oh, I consider it my duty as a citizen to answer questions. Don't you, Mr. Braddock?
We all do. But you understand, Mr. Sebring, that anything you say can be used against you later on.
Against me? Sure, of course I understand that, but if there's anything I've done, it certainly was done innocently.
Okay. Mr. Sebring, were you in Lisbon in the spring of 1941?
Why, yes, as a tourist.
Where were you born?
In Europe?
Germany?
Yes, but now I'm a citizen of the United States, of course. And I'm an air raid warden.
I know that.
Mr. Sebring, Look at this baggage declaration. Did you write it?
Yes, when I came back from Lisbon.
Okay. Look at this package. Did you address it?
Well, yes. Mr. Braddock said it was for his brother. But I guess...
Mr. Sebring, look at this letter, please. No. Look at the back, where the secret ink has been developed. Did you write that?
Yeah. Could I have a cigarette?
Spying is just like any other business. Its market is the enemy. Its merchandise is talk, gossip, conversation in a bar, on a street, on a train. In times like this, in wartime, the FBI is more alert, more watchful than ever. It has a tremendous job to perform. In this country, espionage is under control. But remember, talk is the merchandise of spying, and its market is the enemy. What you talk about in a public place may seem unimportant to you. But if it's anything connected with the war, you may be helping spies. You may be writing a letter to Tokyo or Berlin.
Before we close tonight's file, it is our special privilege and pleasure to introduce the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who is in Washington, Mr. J. Edgar Hoover.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Your FBI hopes that these broadcasts will help you to know more about the organization which is dedicated to the safeguarding of your welfare and that of your family. Perhaps through these radio broadcasts, you will not only be entertained by the stories of your FBI in action, but you may also gain a better appreciation of your own personal responsibility to your family and to the community in which you live. And I want both you and Mr. Parkinson to know that speaking for myself and for the whole Bureau, I am especially pleased that these messages are being brought to you under the sponsorship of another institution which likewise is dedicated to the security of the family, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Every man, woman, and child in this nation should be alert and ever watchful for the slightest information which might lead to prevention of a crime by our enemies within and without the United States. While our fighting men all over the world are tonight meeting the enemy on land, in the air, and on the sea, it is the duty of every one of us to protect them by guarding the homeland they have left in our trust. It is my sincere hope that these broadcasts will enable you to know more about how to cooperate with your local police officials and every branch of law enforcement in your community. I also hope that you will come to know your FBI as a group of men and women who seek no personal glory and who are part of a great team serving you, your family, and the nation.
The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious. Any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. In tonight's cast, the part of Sebring was played by James Van Dyke, Dan by Carl Swenson, and Ross by Jeffrey Bryant. Others in the cast were Francis Cheney, Helen Lewis, Will Hare, Chuck Webster, Jack McBride, and Brad Barker. The music for tonight's performance was under the direction of Van Cleve. The author was Lawrence MacArthur, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
Everybody, it's time to sound off for Chesterfield.
Sound off! Sound off! Sound off for Chesterfield! From Maine to California, smokers are changing every day. All over America, there's a swing to Chesterfield with this great new thing. Mildness plus, no aftertaste. Mildness plus, no aftertaste. No unpleasant aftertaste in Chesterfield. That's right. Science discovered what you can prove. You better get into the smoking groove. For Chesterfield now sets the pace with no unpleasant aftertaste. Chesterfield. 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 Milder, 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 milder. Chesterfield. That's right. The best cigarette for you. That's right. The best cigarette for you. That's right. So here's what we want you to do. Right now. Yes, here's what we want you to do. Right now. Sound off. For Chesterfield. Sound off. For Chesterfield. Try a pack of Chesterfields. Do it. Today.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against the home. Kidnapping.
Just as it takes a special type of criminal to become a Hitler, so it takes a special type to become a kidnapper. Someone who refuses to face the fact that eventually all kidnappers and those who aid them will be hunted down by the FBI until they are dead or brought to justice. Such criminals aren't born, they're made. Created by environment, by society, by circumstance. And in one case, a kidnapper was created by something else, too. By his wife.
Sally. Ain't that enough for today?
No.
That last round was
No, Frank.
I'm tired.
Then rest for a minute.
They're dragging me out here every day for 2 weeks. I'm a good enough shot.
For small-time holdups, maybe.
That bank job was no...
You don't have to tell me about that bank job, Frank. That was my idea. Just like everything's been my idea.
Okay. It's all yours. Take the gun, too.
Oh, darling, darling. You know I didn't mean it that way. You know I plan everything just for you. Besides, I couldn't do it all myself.
If you could, you would.
Don't be silly.
I don't know what the point of all this target practice is anyway.
It's going to give you a reputation.
With 2 stretches behind me, I've got one.
Like 100 others. But you're going to be bigger. Bigger than all of them.
Bigger?
Yes. What's the point of being anything if you can't be the biggest, the best, if you can't be number one? And that's what we're going to be, Frank. Number 1.
You're crazy.
Wait and see.
Look, a couple more bank jobs and we can be driving on gasoline for the rest of our lives.
That's what my father must have said to my mother. And what were they? Petty crooks. Now they have to live on what I hand out to them. No, darling. We're going to do it right. One real job. And then we quit.
What one real job?
Never mind.
Come on.
When we're ready, I'll tell you.
Sally.
Darling, have I ever given you a bum steer?
Well,
Have I?
no, but
Now empty both barrels like a good boy, and we'll call it quits for today.
Professional criminals don't work alone. They help each other. The most successful are those who get the most help, and they get it through their reputations in the crime world. Sally Hadley learned this the way most people learn things, through experience. She made her husband an expert with a sawed-off shotgun, and then she made herself his press agent. She gave him a name, Shotgun Hadley. She passed out shells as souvenirs. She planned robberies and holdups, saw that he carried them out perfectly. She built up his reputation, and then she was ready. Ready for really big game. Ready for that hot Saturday night in July when an Oklahoma millionaire named Walter Montgomery was playing cards on the screen porch of his home with his wife and his best friend.
There's no point in playing with you, Henry. You always win.
You and Walter just let me win because I'm your guest, right, Walter?
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Henry?
Oh, Walt.
I thought I heard a car stop down below.
You always think you hear something nobody else does.
How about another hand?
Well, not for me.
Me either. I'm about ready for bed.
Oh, why don't you...
sit down and keep quiet.
What are you...
Sit down. The shotgun works. Which one of you is Walter Montgomery?
What do you want to know?
Never mind. Which one of you is Montgomery? Which one of them's your husband, lady? Okay, I'll take both of them.
But you can't...
Shut up. Come on your feet, boys. We're going for a little drive. If you ever want to see your husband again, stay away from the phone, Mrs. Montgomery. I told you the shotgun works.
1 hour later, a blue sedan stopped at an intersection 12 miles from Oklahoma City. A man was shoved out and his empty wallet thrown after him. Then the car continued on its way with Walter Montgomery blindfolded on the back seat. Just about that time, Mrs. Montgomery was putting through a long-distance call. She knew kidnapping was a federal offense, and following the Attorney General's advice to the public, she telephoned Mr. J. Edgar Hoover in Washington. In less than 45 minutes, special agents assigned by Mr. Hoover were on their way. They took no immediate action. Not even 4 days later, when Mrs. Montgomery received a typewritten letter, the first of a series of letters, the first of a series of ransom notes.
There was this note from my husband enclosed in the letter.
Are you sure that's his handwriting, Mrs. Montgomery?
Yes. He said to give them the $200,000.
Well, he certainly said a high price. Did they give you instructions how to pay?
Well, the letter says to watch for an ad in the paper.
And then take an ad yourself?
Yes.
Then it told you not to notify the police?
Yes.
Not to take down the serial number of the bills? And to have only, used $20 notes?
How did you know?
We haven't been reading your mail. It's just that kidnapping notes always follow the same pattern. Who do they want as the intermediary to deliver the money?
Henry, Mr. Carroll. He's my husband's best friend.
Well, if they put that ad in the paper tomorrow and you answer immediately, your husband should be back on the first of next week.
Unless something happens.
What do you mean?
Mr. Schuyler.
Yes.
I want to cooperate with the government. I know kidnappers are the worst kind of criminals. But you see, I want my husband back. Please don't do anything.
Mrs. Montgomery, there's no need for you to worry. The first concern of the FBI in any kidnapping case is to get the victim home safely. We want to see your husband back here as much as you do. And we won't make one single move that will stand in the way of his coming back.
Thank you.
3 days later, arrangements were made to have a satchel containing $200,000 thrown from the observation platform of a speeding train at a certain spot in Oklahoma. Although no one knew it, the serial number of every bill was taken down and listed. And 9 days after he was kidnapped, Walter Montgomery came home to his wife. He hadn't had much sleep. He was very tired, but he was safe. He was alive. He was home. As soon as he'd recovered from the shock and rested, he was interviewed by the FBI.
Now, Mr. Montgomery.
Yes?
What was the last thing you saw before being blindfolded?
Why, a lot of lights. Must have been some kind of plant.
Well, there was a power plant near where they dropped Mr. Carroll.
It could have been a power plant.
All right. Now, on the way to the house, did you hear anything?
Well, one or two cars passed us, but... Oh, yes. We must have passed an oil field.
Why?
I heard the sound of the pumps. And twice I remember smelling gas.
Well, then you passed 2 oil fields.
That's right.
Now, how long after you passed that second field would you guess it was before you got to the house?
Oh, I don't know for sure. Not long, though.
15 minutes?
Oh, less. I think about 10, say.
Good. Now, did the car drive right up to the house, or did they stop for anything?
They stopped to open a gate.
How do you know?
I heard a creak.
Mm-hmm. And then they drove right up to the house?
No, they drove into some kind of a building. Mm-hmm. A barn, it must have been, because I could smell hay.
Well, then the house is probably a farmhouse.
Yes. Yes.
Was it close to the barn?
It was exactly 12 steps away. I counted them.
Glad you did. Now tell me, did you have to go up any steps to the house?
3. And they creaked.
What happened when you got inside?
Well, they put cotton in my ears and taped it over with adhesive so I couldn't hear what they said. Mm-hmm. But every morning I could hear a rooster crow, and then about, less than a minute afterward, the sound of an airplane passing over the house.
An airplane? Did you hear it every day?
Yes. No. One day it didn't come.
Which day?
Well, I don't know. But it rained that day.
That was Sunday. That's the only day it rained while you were away. And that's the only day you didn't hear the airplane.
That's right. I don't know whether this is of any aid to you. At the time, I knew I should try to remember everything that happened so I could be of assistance.
Mr. Montgomery, I think you've practically drawn us a map right to that farmhouse.
For the FBI, anything can be a clue. The lights on a power plant, the smell of an oil field, the sound of an airplane. Using the information gotten from Mr. Montgomery, special agents mapped a circle, a ring around the approximate location of the farmhouse. They went to the airlines, checked schedules, checked flights, checked what line did not run a plane on that one Sunday. They figured over approximately what area the early morning flight passed, and the ring around the farmhouse grew smaller, tighter, closer. Now the FBI agents moved into the ring looking for the farmhouse. Looking for a farmhouse with a gate wide enough for a car to pass through. A farmhouse with a barn only 12 steps away. 12 steps away from a porch with 3 creaking stairs.
4, 5, 6.
What do you want?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was anyone home.
Well, you can see I'm home, can't you?
Yes.
What do you want?
I'm representing a real estate company in Tulsa. We're looking over farms in this neighborhood with a view to buying them.
You want to buy this farm?
Does it belong to you?
Well, it belongs to my daughter, Mrs. Hadley.
Sally Hadley?
Yes. You know her?
I've heard of her.
Oh, she was going to give me the place anyways, now.
Mm-hmm.
You want to buy it?
Well, looks like the right place to me. But I'll have to have some of the men in my company look it over this afternoon, if it's all right with you.
Oh, it's fine with me.
You'll be here?
Yeah, I'll be here. As long as I can count on seeing you later.
Oh, don't worry. You can count on seeing me. Definitely.
we momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file of the case of Shotgun Hadley. We will return to this case in just a moment. In pioneer days, Americans looked to their neighbors for security. When Mrs. Brown was sick abed, neighboring wives came over to help out. If her husband died, neighbors saw to it that she and her children had clothes, food, and shelter. But as the nation grew in population, as life became more complex, this neighborly security was no longer sufficient. To take its place, in the year 1859, a group of Americans founded the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Today it has grown into a strong mutual organization in which each member enjoys the advantages of association with 3,200,000 good neighbors who have pooled their dollars to protect each other. The equitable management then puts these dollars to work in ways that benefit the entire nation. Equitable funds encourage home ownership. They lend the farmer a helping hand. They finance great industries on which our prosperity depends. So is it not right and proper to speak of life insurance funds as one of democracy's greatest assets? By serving its members, the Equitable serves America. And now, back to the file on Shotgun Hadley, Kidnapper.
Small things, but enough for the FBI special agents to move swiftly on the trail of the kidnappers. The parents of Sally Hadley were arrested and jailed. Throughout the nation, the FBI sent a list of the serial numbers on the ransom money, sent a description of the kidnapper, sent the call, "Find Shotgun Hadley." To the FBI, Frank Hadley was another criminal who had to be caught. To the nation, he was public enemy number one. To his wife, with whom he shared a hotel suite in St. Louis, Shotgun Hadley was a frightened fool.
We don't have to get out of here. Now sit down and cool off, darling.
Sally, they've got the serial numbers of this dough.
Shall I mix you another drink, too?
They've picked up some of the bills already.
Frank, will you sit down and relax?
Sure. Sit down and wait for them to clap us in jail along with your mother and father.
They're not going to put us in jail because they're not going to catch us.
They will if we don't get on the move.
We'll move. But there's something we've got to do first.
What?
Sit down.
What for?
Go on.
Oh.
That's it, darling. Now, you're going to write a letter.
A letter?
Mm-hmm. Here's a pen and paper. Just write what I tell you.
Who's it to?
Just write what I tell you. Dear Mr. Hoover.
What? Are you...
Go on. Dear Mr. Hoover, while you and your men are knocking yourselves out...
Sally,
No, change that to wearing yourselves out. I am living on the fat of the land. Go on, darling.
Wait a minute. What's the rest of this going to say?
Oh, it's going to say that he'll never catch you because you're too good for him.
What?
You did this alone, all by yourself, without anyone's help. And you did.
What are you trying to do, tie a noose around my neck?
Frank,
This is a confession.
he's got my poor mother and father in jail, and I've got to get them out.
By having me confess?
Look, he knows you did it anyway. This will just clear my folks and show him that you're not afraid of anyone.
It'll just put me in jail instead of them.
Oh. You're really afraid of your own shadow, aren't you, darling?
Sally, listen.
You listen to me. Now, when I married you, I thought you were a man. I thought you were a man who could be the number one boy in this country. I thought you had guts.
Sally,
What are you afraid of? You are number one now. You've got to show them that. You've got to show them that they're the ones to be afraid. You've got to show them that you're too big to touch. Because you are, Frank. You are.
Sally, look. If we mail the letter
We're
from here,
not going to. I'm going to send it to a friend of mine in Chicago and have her mail it from there. When they get it, they'll see how big you are. They'll see you don't care.
Yeah, sure.
And then tomorrow, we're going to buy another car, and before they even have a chance to look at the bills, we'll be on our way.
Okay, honey, okay.
You just don't realize what a big man you've become. Now, what have you written?
Dear Mr. Hoover, while you and your men are...
Wait, I've got a wonderful idea. an idea that will top the whole thing off.
What now?
Hoover may think the letter is from some crank. But do you know what you're going to do? You're going to put your fingerprints on it, darling.
What?
You're going to prove this is straight from Shotgun Hadley.
From Chicago, from Dallas, from Denver, from cities all over the West come letters to the FBI. And as the letters turn up, money turns up too, ransom money. $20 bills reported by alert citizens to the FBI. $20 bills that put the FBI closer on the trail of Frank and Sally Hadley. But Sally Hadley has gotten impatient. Leaving her husband in a small house near Memphis, she buys a cheap gingham dress, a red wig, and a second-hand car. And with complete unconcern drives right back to Oklahoma. On the way, she gives a lift to two hitchhikers, a man and his 8-year-old daughter.
I guess your little girl is asleep, Mr. Butler.
Yeah. She was awful tired.
Of course she was. Well, we'll get her a good dinner as soon as we get to town.
Oh, you've been so nice, I couldn't let you do anything else for us, ma'am.
Oh, don't be silly. I want to. Besides, she reminds me of my own little girl.
Oh, do you have one?
Yes, by my first husband. He died, poor man, and Frank, that's my second husband, he won't let my little baby live with us.
Oh, that's terrible.
Well, he isn't a very nice man. Mr. Butler.
Yeah?
Can I trust you?
Of course.
I'm in terrible trouble, and I've got to speak to somebody. I've just got to get help from someone.
Ma'am, if there's anything at all I can do...
Well, maybe you won't say that when you know the truth. I'm Sally Hadley, and my husband is Shotgun Hadley.
The kidnapper?
Yes.
Gee.
I didn't know what kind of a man he was when I married him. Well, it's a little too late for that now, isn't it? But he's done terrible things to me, too, to my little girl, to my family.
Oh.
Because of him, my poor mother and father are in jail now, and Mr. Butler, I've just got to get them out.
But the papers
I know, but anything my father and mother did, he made them do at the point of that shotgun of his. Will you do me a favor, please? Will you just go to Oklahoma City and see my lawyer for me?
Well, sure,
You see, I can't go because the police are looking for me. But I want him to get a message to the FBI for me. I want him to tell them that if they'll release my mother and father, I'll tell them where my husband is.
I'll be glad to take your message, Mrs. Hadley. Only...
Only what?
Well, my little girl.
Oh, don't worry about her. I'll keep her here with me. Why, she'll be as safe as my own little girl would be.
Hello. Schuyler speaking. Oh, yes. No, not just yet. I'm trying to reach the bureau in Washington. May I call you back in a few minutes? Fine. Goodbye. Mrs. Hadley's lawyer again.
Pretty anxious for our answer, isn't he?
Yes.
You suppose he seriously thinks we're going to release the mother and father, Schuyler?
I don't know. He is Sally Hadley.
There's a sweet double-crosser for you. Ready to sell out her own husband.
Now, if he's half as tough as his reputation, I don't blame him.
I wonder if she was crazy enough to come back here to Oklahoma.
She might be. We know she hasn't been to a lawyer's office.
I don't think we can stall him much longer.
We don't have to. He's covered by now, and as soon as we find Sally Hadley's intermediary, we'll find her.
And her sharpshooting husband.
Right. Will you get Mrs. Hadley's lawyer for me, please?
Sally Hadley, waiting in an auto camp outside Oklahoma City for the message from a lawyer, gets frightened. And so Sally Hadley, with a little child as her protection, runs to her husband, who is now in Memphis. Meanwhile, special agents of the FBI located a man in Oklahoma City, a man who was Sally Hadley's intermediary, the man whose 8-year-old child is on her way to a gangster's hideout.
Well, now we've got a little 8-year-old girl to worry about, Schuyler.
Yes. I just hope that Hadley woman is good. Hello. Schuyler. You did? I see when. Well, that's that.
What? Where's she going?
I don't know. Well, we'd better send out a call for a woman driving with an 8-year-old girl.
A woman with a red wig.
Right.
She's probably going back to her husband.
That's my guess, too. And they'll probably try to move with the little girl. Scholar speaking. Yes. Got it. Right. That was Memphis.
Oh.
2 days ago, a second-hand car dealer down there brought in a flock of those $20 bills. And a man who sells wigs brought in another.
I see.
And at 4 o'clock this afternoon, a liquor dealer brought in another.
Well, I guess I'd better phone my wife and tell her I won't be home for dinner again.
Yes, I think we'll be having dinner in Memphis.
At 3:45 one September morning, a little girl sat on the Memphis railroad station. A frightened little girl clutching a ticket that would take her back to her father. But a little girl who remembered that she had had supper in a frame house near the edge of the city, and that she had seen a shotgun in that house. At 5:35 that same morning, agents of the FBI and local offices surrounded the frame house. They were armed with guns to battle against the murderous reputation of a man called Shotgun Hadley. It was just beginning to get light when two of them quietly entered the house. They stood for a moment in a dark room. To the left were two doors, two closed doors leading to two bedrooms, leading to Shotgun Hadley. They opened the first.
Keep quiet.
Who are you?
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, thank God. Listen, he's in there. Get him. He ruined my life.
That was Sally Hadley, the woman who had planned the kidnapping. The woman who later tried unsuccessfully to convince a jury that she was innocent. The woman who cared no more for her husband than she did for his gun. But she had built up a tremendous reputation for him. And now, as the FBI agents moved to the door of his bedroom, they checked their guns. They tried to anticipate the blast of that shotgun. And then, in a quick movement, they rushed the door to Frank Hadley. There was no battle, no fight, no shooting. Frank Hadley, kidnapper, Frank Shotgun Hadley, public enemy number one, stood against the wall, his hands raised high, his knees shaking.
Don't shoot, G-Man. Don't shoot.
That was the beginning of the popular use of the phrase G-men. G-men meaning government men, meaning FBI agents. And that was the first and last time Frank or Sally Hadley tried a kidnapping. No kidnapper in this country has ever tried twice, once the FBI has caught them. Because the FBI is the largest protective force in the world. You see, it doesn't consist only of a director and a Washington headquarters of field officers and special agents. It also consists of you and all those like you. In every case, it's the cooperation of the people which enables the FBI to find the criminal. And that is the way it should be. Because the FBI, like our government, is created by the people, for the people. It is the people.
Have you ever said to yourself, no, I can't possibly buy an extra war bond? And then you find yourself thinking of someone you know in the Army or Navy, your son, and you think, what are your sacrifices compared to his? And so somehow or other you find the money for that extra war bond. Remember the extra satisfaction you felt? Well, that's how members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States feel about the special campaign there. All premium dollars received from new Equitable policies written in April will be matched with an equal number of dollars by the Equitable. Will be combined total during the 7th war loan bond drive in May. Remember, these war bonds will be over purchases, which amounted to the largest single subscription in both the 5th and 6th dollars. For you, your home. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. In tonight's cast, Sally was played by Leslie Woods and Hadley by Mandel Kramer. The music was under the direction of Van Cleve. The author was Lawrence MacArthur, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Well, on one point, I'll let you into a top secret. I know one who wears very small shoes with high heels, but then she's a police woman. No, actually, they're much the same as any other group of well-set-up, hard-working Englishmen. Anyway, they don't look like a bunch of spibs or butterfly-brained playboys. Definitely not. They've got a tough job to do, and they take their work seriously. But can you imagine what a problem it must have been when Scotland Yard got mixed up with a volatile, voluble little Frenchman who was also, just to make it more interesting, slightly off his head. His name was Jean-Pierre Baquier, and he was one of those annoying types of people who would do something that would prove him to be absolutely crazy and then follow it up by a reasoned, logical action in proof of his sanity. Rather handsome rascal, this little Baquier, with striking brown eyes, moustache, pointed beard and all. Most attractive in his typical French way. At least the ladies thought so. Particularly Mrs. Jones of By Street, England, who met him in a hotel in Bearditch where she'd gone to recover from a nervous breakdown. Baquier was a wireless operator and gave concerts at the hotel using his own wireless set. Of course, this was back in the days of 1923 when broadcasting was a babe in arms, so to speak. But he was never too busy to cast a languishing eye on the ladies, and he very often got a prompt answer, as he did from Mrs. Jones. Baquier spoke little English, but did that matter? Well, as you know, the language of love is universal. Just to improve his vocabulary, Baquier bought a dictionary, and the flirtation began to flourish. In fact, it was doing very well indeed, when one day Mrs. Jones got a telegram from her husband.
I'm so home, Jean-Pierre.
No, ma chérie, do not leave me. I am desolate. How you say it, heartbroken.
I must be today.
No, it is too soon. You go, I come with you.
Oh, goodness, no, that would never do. You forget I'm a married woman.
Married? Are we the husband? Forget him. Marry me. I love you.
Your English certainly has improved, Jean-Pierre. Oh, no, my holiday is over and my worries begin again. I was sorry to go, but...
So, regretfully, Mrs. Jones returned to England, and the little inn at By Street called the Blue Anchor. Not one of those historic and picturesque inns you read about in books and which you can still find all over England on postcards. No, it was rather an ordinary country pub and hotel. Alfred Jones had bought it and was beginning to wish he hadn't. With no head for liquor and even a worse one for business, it's not altogether surprising that at this time he found himself in a spot of trouble financially. In fact, he became so worried about it that his wife had a nervous breakdown. That took the family. It had been her own idea. Also, the love affair with Baquier. That had been her own idea, too, and she tactfully forgot to tell her husband about it. But a few days after her return, who should turn up all of a sudden but, yes, of course, Jean-Pierre Baquier, in person, and highly delighted with himself for having thought up what he considered in his crazy way to be a very clever, bona fide excuse for his trip to England. Now listen how he explains it all to this stupid English husband, Mr. Jones. Enfin, Monsieur Jones, I sell the machine for make saucisson. How you say saucisson?
Oh, sausages, you mean? Yes, I understand a little French myself, Mr. Baquier.
Ah oui, c'est ça, saucisson, sausages. Oui, oui.
Oh, you're a salesman, then?
Comment?
I think, Alfred, Mr. Vaquier means he wants to sell this machine he's invented. He was telling me about it before you came downstairs.
Oh, he's an inventor. Inventor, oui. I make the money, be rich. Well, I wish you luck. Here, sign the register, please.
Yes, sir. So, with bold strokes of his pen, as bold as the man himself, Vaquier signed his name in the guest book of the Blue Anchor. What with his broken English, his ever-present dictionary, and his stories of the marvelous inventions he was working on, the people at the inn enjoyed themselves immensely, poking sly fun at him, and were glad to have him around. And Mrs. Jones, was she glad to have him around? Apparently, for they took many walks together in quiet country lanes, and it was soon evident that Vaquier was deeply infatuated with her. Evidently, Mr. Jones, the husband, was not as observant as he might have been. But then, husbands never are they? Poor man, he caught a chill shortly after Vaquier arrived. And by the time he was well enough to be up and about, he had all his other worries to occupy his mind. While he'd been sick and his wife had been roaming about the countryside with her bit of old Provence, business had been going from positively shocking to absolutely ludicrous.
Now, see here, Mabel. We've got to do something about these expenses. Our bills are running pretty high, you know, more than we can afford.
Oh, there you go again, trying to get me all upset. What do you expect me to do about it?
Well, the fact is, we're pretty far in debt now. Got to face it, you know.
You ought to do more serving at the bar and less drinking yourself.
Well, that's got nothing to do with it. I'll have a drink or two whenever I want one.
2 drinks when you want one. You never said a truer word. More like 2 dozen, if you ask me.
Well, a good landlord has got to take a nip now and again with his guests. Keep them spending money.
Oh, money. Now we've started on that again.
Well, it's getting serious. What about this Vaquier fellow now?
Well, what about him?
Well, do you realize he hasn't paid us a penny for his board and lodging since he came here?
Oh. Well, he says he's waiting for some money from America. He ought to be getting about £500 for his patent on his sausage machine any day now.
Likely tale. I don't believe a word of it. That fellow had the nerve to come to me this morning and ask for a loan to tide him over.
He did? Well, I hope you didn't give it him.
No fear. I'll see the color of his money first.
I suppose to Vaquier it was entirely logical to try and borrow money from Mr. Jones. He owed him for food and board, so why not owe him some money as well? As a matter of fact, Vaquier had already borrowed £14 from Mrs. Jones. No wonder she wasn't very keen on her husband loaning him some more money. I'm pretty sure Vaquier wasn't crazy enough to believe his tales of riches to come. Actually, he was stony broke. But to maintain his fiction of being a great inventor, he had to have supplies to work with. So, presently, we find him in a chemist shop in London.
Malt nitrate, oxide tin, acetate copper, sodium acetate, iodine, chloroform. Yes, I can let you have those.
Excellent.
What do you need all these for?
I am an inventor. I make the wireless.
Well, oh, I see. But what about this chloride of mercury? That's a poison, you know. Restricted.
Poison?
Yes, they're both deadly poison.
Oui, I need them.
You'll have to be pretty careful.
In La France, I buy.
Well, I suppose it must be all right. But you'll have to sign for them in the poison book.
Oh, oui, I sign.
Here it is. Now, if you just put your name on this list, J. Wanker. Wanker. That's your name?
Oui, yes.
Tell me, what do you use the chloroform for?
Secret. I tell you, the night I no sleep, take little fist, sleep like baby.
Oh, what you foreigners won't think of.
Truly a man of ingenuity, this Vaquier, don't you think? And he had good reasons for restless nights. He wanted to go back to his own country, to France. But somehow he hadn't been able to persuade Mrs. Jones to accompany him. Her interest in him seemed to be cooling off.
I can't stay with you. Don't ask me again.
Oh, Mad, you kill me. I suffer.
Oh, don't talk such nonsense.
Oh, Sherry.
Oh, don't be so silly.
We buy a hotel for you, yes?
Hotel? What do you mean?
You buy. You sell Blue Anchor? Buy this one. I have pictures, see? La Vie Maria.
Oh, it's illustrated us. Oh, it's nice. Where is this place?
Jean-Denis, near Biarritz, where I meet you.
And it's for sale, is it?
No, oui. They sell, you buy hotel, restaurant, leave husband, come with me.
But my husband owns the Blue Anchor. I couldn't sell it without him knowing about it.
When he sell, we take husband with us.
I love you so much, my Teddy.
But all Vacquier's passionate pleadings were of no avail, and his vanity was hurt. To think that he, the fascinating, the captivating, clever Vacquier, he, the irresistible, could be resisted. Oh, it was monstrous. Unbelievable that she wouldn't leave her husband instantly when she knew he had told her that he loved her so passionately. Ah, well, if that was not enough, he must be subtle. He must plan. Would the proposed hotel at Saint-Jean-de-Luz be sufficient bait? The stupid Mr. Jones was intrigued with the idea and even discussed the possible means of paying for the villa. True, it meant he would have to come along as well as his wife, but Vacquier was sure he could easily overcome a trifling obstacle like an inconvenient husband. A few nights later, the Joneses had a party for some of the local people. Mr. Jones, who prided himself on being a good host, did rather well with the drink, and next morning woke up feeling the effects of the night before. Not so Mrs. Jones, of course. Competent as usual, she busied about getting the day's work started. The first event was a complaint from the cook, Mrs. Fisher.
We can see to that Frenchman, Mum. Mr. Vacquier, what's the trouble? Well, he's in there, sitting in the parlor. He won't move. And what with the housemaid not here today, I've got all the dusting to do, and he won't get out of the way. It's bad enough him coming down every morning just to make his own coffee. But he's just sitting in there in the bar parlor, pretending not to understand a word I say. Oh, well, I'll go and have a talk with him, Mrs. Fisher. And kindly keep up some hot changing water for Mr. Jones.
Now, Vacquier generally had his breakfast in the coffee room with the Joneses. This particular morning, he come down early, about 7 o'clock, and planted himself firmly in the bar parlor, refusing to budge. It was cold in there. The fire hadn't been lit. Yet, in spite of Mrs. Fisher's grumbling and all Mrs. Jones's wheedling, Vacquier refused to move from the armchair by the ingle nook. There he sat, huddled up in his overcoat.
No, he's sweet, is it?
What's he saying? I think he means he'll stay here. Stubborn as a mule, that's Frenchy. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Vacquier understands a lot more English than you. When I've got my work to do, Mum, my husband will be down in a minute. Perhaps you can persuade Mr. Vacquier to move into the coffee room. His French is better than mine.
Yes, madame, I am content.
Oh, you.
I don't think I'll go to the bank this morning, Mabel. Morning, Vacquier.
Bonjour, Monsieur Jones. Comment ça va?
Oh, not so good. Too many drinks. Then, Mrs. Fisher, tell William I want him. He can go to the bank for me. Save me the tip.
Yes, sir.
I'll see him in here.
Yes, sir. Alfred, I wish to persuade Mr. Vacquier to move out of this room. He doesn't want to go, and it's very awkward. I can't have the room threatened clean with him in here. I really...
One thing at a time, Mabel. I need my morning dose of salt first. My head's still a bit muzzy.
There's a jug of fresh water and some clean glasses on the bar.
Yes, I've got it. Where did you put those salts?
I haven't touched it, Alfred. They're in the usual place on the mantelpiece.
The party you enjoy, Madame Jones?
Well, my husband did. I went to bed early.
Yeah, what's wrong with these salts, Mabel? They don't fit properly. You! Oh, they taste bitter.
Oh, here, let me look. Let me taste them. They are bitter. Somebody's been tampering with these salts. Oh, what's the matter, Alfred?
Oh, I feel awful. But there's medicine. Poisoning.
Oh, I'll get some tea and some soda.
Oh, no. Oh, get the doctor. Quickly.
But neither the old-fashioned remedy of tea and soda, nor in the end the doctor's professional care could help him. An hour later, Alfred Jones was dead of strychnine poison. Responsible for the death of Alfred Jones? Was it his wife, Mabel? Had she finally decided to run off with a dapper little Frenchman? Or was it Vacquier? Had he, in his twisted mind, decided he could persuade Mrs. Jones to come with him if her husband was out of the way? Was that why he'd been sitting in the cold parlor waiting for the moment when Mr. Jones would gulp down that innocent-looking drink of deadly poison? Mrs. Jones immediately told the doctor her suspicions about the salts in the bottle.
And you say they tasted very bitter?
Yes, I put some into my hand and tasted them with my fingertips. Then I wiped my tongue with a handkerchief.
Where is the bottle now?
I put it away in the kitchen drawer. She'll come with me. I'll show you where it is.
In the kitchen? That's an odd place to put it.
Well, I was a bit upset about my husband at the time, and I had the bottle still in my hand, but when I went to get him some tea and soda, I thought it might help.
It might be useful in some cases, but not for strychnine. The action is too quick. And all signs of your husband's death point to strychnine poisoning.
In here, Doctor. It's in this dresser drawer. Oh, yes. Here you are, Doctor.
Not much left in the bottle, is there?
Well, there was only about a tablespoonful.
This bottle seems to have been washed out recently. Look, it's wet inside, and the salt has partially dissolved.
Oh, that's odd.
Do you know anything about this?
Well, no, I haven't been in the kitchen since I put it away in the drawer.
Mrs. Jones, I also want the spoon and the glass your husband used. And I'm taking them, all of them, straight to the police.
I should think he would. It's the logical thing to do. And Mrs. Jones quite naturally went in search of Mrs. Fisher, the cook.
Mrs. Fisher, you saw me put that bottle away. First thing I've extended. Sure, I don't know, Mum. Unless it was that Frenchman, Mr. Baxter. Yes, it was just after the doctor came. I was cleaning the scullery, and the Frenchman came in the kitchen and said something about the doctor. Doctor, medicine, you know the way he talks. I just pointed to the dresser drawer. Didn't take the bottle out. I couldn't rightly say, Mum. I heard him open the drawer and then close it, and then he went out. I was busy and I didn't pay much attention. But if he was the person who washed out that bottle, when did he bring it back? Plenty of time to do that. I was in and out of the kitchen several times. Oh, I can't believe that Mr. Vassier had anything to do with my husband's death. He even helped to carry him upstairs. Foreigners, you can't ever trust them. Poor Mr. Jones.
Yeah, Madame Jones. The doctor is gone. Mr. Jones is couché?
No, Jean-Pierre. My husband is not sleeping. He's dead.
Dead? Mon Dieu. Oh, Madame, I regret.
To think your word is dead. And you've done it.
Moi? Mais jamais, non.
I think you did it.
Oh, Madame, do not accuse me. Madame.
You'll take the blubbering for the jury. You'll need it then.
You know, I think Mrs. Fisher's got something there. With true Latin fervor, Vaquier was putting on a beautiful scene for Mrs. Jones, kneeling at her feet, with the tears pouring down his face. He protested his innocence. But Mabel Jones listened to him dry-eyed, her former love for Vaquier completely dead. She couldn't prove her suspicions, but she was convinced that this man had deliberately poisoned her husband. If you were in Mabel Jones's position, what would you have done? Gone at once to the police and informed them that the man you thought you'd loved was a murderer? Would you? I wonder. It's a hard decision to make. Mrs. Jones wasn't equal to it, so she did nothing. But Scotland Yard became interested when it was learned that Mr. Jones's body contained 1/10 of a grain of strychnine, enough to kill not just one man, but several. So the police were soon making inquiries.
Yes, Inspector. Mr. Jones was a pretty heavy drinker. I've seen him the worst for wear several times. Yes, the froggy was with us on the party Saturday night. But he left early. About 11, I'd say.
The bottle of salts was usually kept on the mantelpiece. Anyone could have put the poison in. I didn't know till I tasted it. That's the Frenchman you want, Inspector, mark my word.
No, monsieur, I do not kill Mr. Jones. I love him so like a brother.
But Mrs. Jones knew differently. Point blank, she had it out with Vaquier.
You have killed my husband.
Yes, Ned. I do it for you.
Get out of my sight. Go away. Leave me. Oh, never.
Vaquier did leave. He moved to another hotel in Woking, a few miles away. Here, to heal his wounded pride, he soon aroused a great deal of interest in himself by his fantastic speculations. He wrote 3 long statements in French to the police suggesting that the murderer had been George, the potman at the Blue Anchor, Mrs. Jones's solicitor, who, according to Vaquier, was madly in love with her, or some unknown coward who had been a willing accomplice at the hotel. But himself? Never. Many was the time he carried Mr. Jones upstairs and put him to bed, when he'd overindulged his little weakness. And as he very reasonably pointed out, what better opportunity could he have had? Pillow or some chloroform over his face for a minute or two, and voila, he knew. But had he done so? No, said Vaquier. It would have been the act of a madman to precipitate events in a manner so cowardly and brutal. Yes, those are his actual words. The act of a madman. Vaquier went on to argue quite logically that if he'd planned murder, he would have waited until Mr. Jones had sold his 2 cars, as he was going to. Waited until he sold his hotel, which he had decided to do, and collected on an £800 loan, which was due to be paid him. Then Mr. Jones would have had about £4,000 in hand with which to buy the villa in France. So you see, said Vaquier, I should surely have waited for all this to be accomplished first, for I knew all about their affairs. Now, I ask you, what are you going to do with a fellow who can reason things out as shrewdly as that, and yet when it comes to actions is as mad as a March hare? All murders have an abnormally large streak of vanity, and Vaquier, well, of course, his vanity passed all bounds. For instance, wouldn't you think of the circumstances he'd fight shy of photographers? But no, not he. He was delighted when a press photographer asked for his picture. He utterly failed to foresee it might mean disaster for him. It did. Next day, a certain chemist called at Scotland Yard.
I've been reading the papers about the murder at Byfleet, Inspector. I noticed the cause of death is given as strychnine poisoning.
That's correct. And not a very pleasant way to die, either.
No, I feel very sorry for the poor chap.
Have you any information about his death?
Well, as a matter of fact, that's what I wanted to see you about. There was a picture in today's paper. I brought it with me. Here, this one here.
Oh, yes. Jean-Pierre Vaquier. He was living in the hotel at the time of the murder.
I'm positive, Inspector. He's the same man who bought the strychnine from me.
He did? When?
About a month ago. He said he wanted it for wireless experiments.
That's a new excuse for buying poison. You're sure it's the same man?
Absolutely, Inspector. I'd recognize him anywhere.
Well, we'll hold an identification parade and see if you can pick this man out from a crowd.
As you probably know, when such a parade is held, a number of persons of the same general appearance and height and weight are brought all together in a room. Among them is a suspect or suspects. Mr. Bland, the chemist, had no trouble in picking out Vaquier.
There he is, Inspector. That's the man.
Bonjour, Monsieur Chemist. How are you?
Can you beat it? Vaquier, instead of being scared stiff when the chemist recognized him, was as pleased as punch. Took it as a compliment to his distinguished appearance that he remembered him so well. But his terrific vanity suffered a nasty shock when he was promptly arrested for the murder of Alfred Jones. The trial of Jean-Pierre Vaquier took place at Guildford, Surrey. The courtroom was a hall used generally for local dances and seemed to give the appearance of a temporary stage setting. Watching Vaquier, you thought him only an interested and amused spectator in an entertainment put on for his benefit. Hair and beard were always neatly brushed and perfumed with virus. Every day he wrote copious notes and kept the warders busy sharpening his pencils. As the evidence was translated to him by an interpreter, he listened attentively and made little jokes in French. When a certain Mr. Boutel, who was giving evidence, answered that by profession he was both a builder and an undertaker, Vacquier's laughing comment was, he houses them above and below ground. On the fairness of his trial, Vaquier had only one thing to say. He, the great Jean-Pierre Vaquier, was not allowed to take a greater part in the proceedings. He wasn't allowed to do all the talking. What a character. Top billing and still complaining about his part. Well, I don't suppose there would have been any change in the verdict if he had. For when he did give evidence, his stories were so fantastic they made it very easy for the learned counsel prosecuting him. His fairy tale about buying the poison was laughable.
You admit, Vaquier, that you bought the strychnine?
But yes, a man asked me, the solicitor of Madame Jones.
What was his name?
I not know. I see him in the blue anchor.
And this man came to you and asked you to buy him some strychnine.
But yes?
Do you mean to say that a man you didn't know just casually came up and asked you to buy poison for him?
Oh, I see him 2-3 times.
Did he give you any reason for wanting this poison?
He say he have dog. 6 dog want to kill it. I say in La France we kill 6 dogs with strychnine.
And what did he say to that?
He say excellent.
And you agreed to do so.
I say I buy. He say good. He give me £1 note.
And then you bought the strychnine. For him, you say.
I buy, I give him.
When did you give it to him?
The Sunday he come to the Blue Anchor, I give him.
What was the date?
Not the one.
And 4 weeks later, Mr. Jones was murdered. No, Vaquier, you may have been a clever rogue, but this story is entirely too far-fetched. He went on to relate how he'd been told to sign a false name in the poisons they took at the chemist shop. And although the strychnine cost all of 2pence, A man never asks for his change from a pound note. Mr. Justice Avery, in summing up to the jury, brought up another point. What had become of the perchloride of mercury, also a deadly poison, which had been bought at the same time? Quite contrary to the chemist's evidence, Bartier denied ever purchasing any. Perhaps, suggested his lordship, somebody else at the Blue Anchor had asked him to buy the perchloride of mercury in order to kill another dog. Perhaps Bartier was going into the business on a wholesale basis. The jury did not take long to bring in a verdict of guilty. Perhaps one of the strangest things Vaquier did was while he was in Wandsworth prison awaiting execution. He made a statement that after the death of Alfred Jones, he'd seen a woman, either Mrs. Jones or Mrs. Fisher the cook, he didn't know which, go to a tool shed in the garden behind the Blue Anchor. Being curious, he went to investigate, and behind a loose brick in the wall, he found a bottle of strychnine he said he had bought for his solicitor. The police immediately searched the tool shed, and they found not one, but 2 glass bottles. One contained strychnine crystals, and the other strychnine in liquid solution. Both Mrs. Jones and Mrs. Fisher were able to satisfy the police they knew nothing about it. And the police never did find out who bought this poison or where. If Bartier knew it was there, why hadn't he mentioned it at his trial? Why wait until the information couldn't possibly do him any good? And this points to moral. Never put off till tomorrow what you can do today. For to Bartier, tomorrow never came.
Oh, this miserable cold. And my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets for real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion. Dristan is the revolutionary 3-layer tablet which for the first time makes it possible to unite certain medically proven ingredients into one fast-acting uncoated tablet. Dristan not only helps drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergent helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever. Vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated, but the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablets.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooke. Today I want to tell you something about the Special Branch of Scotland Yard. I expect you've heard of it. Judging from some detective novels, you'd imagine it consisted of a group of super Sherlock Holmeses who are called in when everything else has failed. But that is not true, is it, Percy?
No, Clive. The Special Branch of Scotland Yard is a unit of a couple of hundred men who specialize in political crimes. They differ from their colleagues of the Criminal Investigation Department in that they must be able to speak several languages.
In fact, the function of the Special Branch in official language is to guard the security of the state.
Or, as the boys themselves put it, to clear up political nuisances.
So today, a Special Branch man may find himself guarding the King or the Prime Minister, probing the antecedents of political refugee who seeks the protection of British nationality, tracking down the perpetrators of a bomb outrage, or sauntering among the guests at a royal garden party.
Clive, why don't you tell them the story of the absent-minded professor?
All right, Percy, I will. It's a story which shows the far-reaching significance of political crime and how, wherever an international conspiracy may start, Sooner or later, its tentacles will come within the reach of the long arm of the special branch of Scotland Yard. Ottawa, Canada, September 1945. One war is over, but for at least one of the great powers, another war, a secret war of information, a nerve war, has never ceased. It is late in the evening, and the offices of the Canadian Ministry of Justice are almost deserted. The last few employees are on the way home, and one of the officials is evidently trying to get rid of a late visitor.
Coming in to see us, sir, but I'm afraid there's really nothing I can do about it. Why don't you write us a letter?
But you don't understand.
I'm very sorry, sir, but I'm afraid I have to go now.
Okay.
Thanks for calling
But
in.
please.
I'm very sorry. Phew, I thought I'd never get rid of that guy.
What do you want?
Oh, some screwball. Said he came from the Soviet embassy. Wanted to show me some secret documents.
You're kidding.
No, but I guess he was. Tried to tell me all about some fifth column. Crazy guy.
What's his name?
Oh, I don't know. Here's a slip he sent in. Igor G.O.U. Guzenko.
Igor Guzenko, 25-year-old cipher clerk, employed in the code room of the military section of the Soviet embassy in Ottawa. Igor Guzenko, a man whose story was to shock the world, a man whose information was to bring to justice traitors of three nations who had endeavored to betray the Allies' greatest secret, the atom bomb. But this September night, Igor Guzenko is finding it very hard to tell his story. Nobody believes him. And yet all the time he knows that at the Soviet embassy his desertion will have been discovered. Already his one-time colleagues will be moving into action against him. What can he do? To whom can he turn?
Inspector McLean. Where? Who's that? Guzenko's. Well, who are these guys breaking in? From the Soviet embassy. Searching the place, eh? Well, listen, have you traced Guzenko? Oh, you picked him up. Oh, he wanted to be arrested. I don't blame him. Well, now, listen, hold on to Guzenko and all his papers. Get hold of his family and don't let anybody see him. Yeah. Well, move him out of town and come back to me for instructions. Now, remember, nobody must see Guzenko.
In a matter of hours, it was clearly established that not only were Guzenko's documents genuine, but that they included copies of 4 recent and secret telegrams exchanged between the British and Canadian governments on highly confidential matters.
And realizing the complete freedom which exists in Canada, and convinced that the Communist Party in democratic countries has changed long ago from a political party into an agency net for the Soviet government, a fifth column in these countries to meet a war, I decided that I could no longer serve my government, but must at last speak the truth.
The Canadian police authorities found in Guzenko's documents a fascinating story of how, in secret code, the Soviet military attaché in Ottawa had given information and received instructions from Moscow.
Message to Delbarton, Ottawa. Your immediate objectives are 1. The atomic bomb, its composition and technological processes. 2. A sample of uranium-235. 3. The library and secret documents of the National Research Council. 4. Latest developments of electronic fuses for shells, radar, and a super explosive known as RDX.
Delbarton to Moscow. Facts are given by Alec. 1. The test of the atomic bomb was conducted in New Mexico. The bomb dropped on Japan was made of uranium-235. 2. Alec handed over to us a sample of uranium-235. 3. Alec has also reported brief data concerning electronic shells. There is in the shell a small radio transmitter with 1 electronic tube, and it is fed by dry batteries. The body of the shell is the antenna.
Moscow to Sabota.
Work out and telegraph arrangements for the meeting and password of Alec with our man in London.
To Moscow. Alec will work in King's College, Strand. Meetings October 7, 17, 27 on the street in front of the British Museum. The time 11 o'clock in the evening. Identification sign, a newspaper under the left arm. Password, best regards to Moscow.
But even Moscow realized that their boys in Britain might have rather a busy evening identifying Alec from the number of Londoners with newspapers under their arms in Museum Street at 11 o'clock in the evening. They replied,
Arrangements not satisfactory. Correction. Facing British Museum. Intersection Great Russell Street, Museum Street. Time, 8 o'clock, October 7, 17th, 27. Identification signs. Alec will have under his left arm the newspaper Times. The contact man will have in his left hand the magazine Picture Post. Convey instructions to Alec.
Convey instructions to Alec. Who was Alec? The Canadian police authorities at once placed the facts of this alarming leakage of atomic secrets before Prime Minister Mackenzie King. Realizing the grave implications of the plot, Mr. King hastened to Washington to acquaint President Truman with the situation. 4 days later, the Canadian Prime Minister crossed the Atlantic and repeated the story to British Premier Mr. Clement Attlee. Officials of British military intelligence were called to Downing Street. The investigation was entrusted to Lieutenant Colonel Leonard Burt. Burt, a pre-war yard chief, was seconded to the War Office at the beginning of the war for anti-sabotage work. Incidentally, today he's back at the yard in command of the Special Branch. The Colonel's immediate and priority mission was to identify Alec.
Well, I don't expect we shall have much trouble finding out who Alec is. Our main problem is going to be to get him, to find out how much he knows, and, even more important, how much he has told.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's have a look at those cables again. Here we are. Alec will work in King's College, Strand. Give him the phone directory.
Here we are, sir.
Thank you. Okay. King's College, Temple Bar 5651. Hello, King's College. Put me through to the principal's office, will you? Thank you. Hello. This is Lieutenant Colonel Burt of the War Office. I wonder if you could help me. It's just a routine inquiry. I want to know whether you have on your staff at the moment a physicist who has recently worked in Canada. Yes, that's right. Oh, up to a few months ago? You have? Oh, good. I see, yes. Yes, that's right. He went with a research group on a project in Montreal, and he's just come back to London. Good. Now, what's his name? Dr. Nun May. Thank you, that'll be all. Sounds like our man.
And October the 7th looks like our day, sir.
4 days from now, we'll have to get busy.
As October the 7th approached, a number of well-built but unobtrusive men began renting rooms in Museum Street. Rooms with first-floor windows which looked out onto the forecourt of the British Museum. In this and many other ways, known only to MI5 and the Special Branch, every inch of the place of rendezvous was covered by one or two observers.
Inspector Burt?
Sergeant Wilson here, sir.
All right, Wilson. I know you haven't seen him.
Not a sign, sir.
That's not surprising. I've just had a report from the man who shadowed him from King's College. He left there at 6:30, went straight home, had supper, and according to his last call, he's now sitting in front of the fire, doing guess what?
Search me, sir.
Playing patience.
Playing patience. And if anybody knows how to play patience, it's the men of the Special Branch. On October the 7th, they drew a blank, but they still had 2 more chances. Dr. Nun May was shadowed constantly, but always unobtrusively. On October the 17th and again on the 27th, the watchers by the British Museum kept their vigil. But Dr. Nun May did not keep his appointment.
It's no use, Wilson. He must have been warned.
Do you think he's suspicious, sir?
Oh, he may know he's being watched, but I don't think so. Not yet, anyway.
What do you mean, not yet, sir?
I think it's about time Dr. Nun May and I had a little talk. I'm going round to King's College. How do you do, Professor? My name is Burt, Inspector Burt of Military Intelligence.
How do you do? Military intelligence, did you say?
Oh, that's right. I don't want to waste your time, Professor, so I'll come straight to the point. Are you aware that there's been a leakage of confidential information in Canada relating to atomic energy?
Really, Inspector? I don't know what to say. Certainly it's the first I've heard of it.
The first you've heard of it?
Of course, I must say, Inspector, that I don't read the papers very much.
I wasn't suggesting that you'd have read it in the papers. I was wondering whether you'd had some first-hand knowledge.
What do you mean, Inspector?
Just this. I want you to answer one or two questions for me. During the period you spent in Canada in connection with the Atomic Energy Commission, were you approached at any time or by any person to give information concerning your work?
Certainly not, and I think I should say, Inspector, that if the Department of the War Office you represent is concerned with counter-espionage or anything of that nature, I'm not prepared to answer any of your questions.
But you do say that you were not approached and did not give any information whatsoever.
That is correct.
Inspector Burt sensed that despite his answers and his bold front, the little professor was rather worried. When the special branch finds that a suspect is worried, they usually proceed to worry him just a little more.
All right, Wilson. There are your instructions starting tomorrow. I want the men in Stafford Street and everybody who's covering Nunmay to change their technique. So far, their aim has been to be as unobtrusive as possible. From tomorrow, I want Dr. Nunmay to know that he's being watched.
So the men of MI5, under the direction of Inspector Burt, began the next phase of the war they were conducting against the little professor. In the next few days, the shadowing was performed in a manner scarcely creditable to the reputation of Scotland Yard. Meantime, a message had been sent to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who were instructed to inquire how closely Dr. May's travels had fitted into the pattern outlined for Alec in the cables which had been intercepted between Moscow and Ottawa.
Royal Canadian Mounted Police to Burt, Special Branch, Scotland Yard. Information supplied by Dr. John Douglas Cockcroft, Chief of the Atomic Energy Project at Montreal, shows Dr. May made several trips to the nuclear research laboratories of the Manhattan Project at Chicago, coinciding entirely with the reports from Alec. Dr. May left for England within a few days of his last trip to the research laboratories and is scheduled to return for a month's work next year. Everything checks up with the information in our possession concerning Alec.
Yes, and the signal goes on to say that no other scientist has followed the same schedule or is planning to return next year. Yes, everything fits. It must be Dr. Nunmay.
Meantime, officials of the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation had entered the story. The information concerning Dr. May was sent to the headquarters of the Manhattan Engineer District in Washington, D.C.
One of the fundamental principles of United States military intelligence is that personnel on secret projects are entitled to know only as much as they require to carry on their work. Thus, months before, when the National Research Council of Canada had proposed that Dr. May be allowed to visit the United States for 1 month, the application had been placed before General Groves personally.
The General had sent for the file on Dr. May. It included the information that Dr. May had already visited the Chicago Atomic Research Laboratories 3 times, and that this third visit occurred between September 25 and October the 30th, 1944. He carried on extensive work in collaboration with other scientists in a highly secret and important new field. His work resulted in a research report in which he collaborated with an American scientist. To Groves, a 4th visit by May to the United States ran counter to security principles, for it would allow him to know too much of what was going on in widely separated projects. Accordingly, the answer had gone back, polite but firm, no. If vital secrets in the field of atomic energy still rest secure, credit must be given to General Groves' decision to bar Dr. May. For as the Canadian Royal Commission of Inquiry had stated,
the Soviets failed to obtain details on the structure of the atomic bomb only because there was no one in Canada who could tell them.
That all this was in the future. Back in London in September 1945, Lieutenant Colonel Burt had still to complete his case against Dr. Nunmay. After waiting for 1 more week, during which the professor must have been well aware that he was being shadowed by the Yard, the colonel went back to see the professor again.
So you see, Professor, I thought it would be a good idea if I came back to have another little talk with you.
Yes.
Yes. You see, I wanted to tell you that we know that you had an appointment to meet someone in the vicinity of the British Museum shortly after your return from Canada.
Well?
Who was that person? And why didn't you keep the appointment?
Yes, you're quite right. I didn't keep the appointment.
And who was the person?
When I came back to London, I decided to wash my hands of the whole business.
What business?
The matter this person was going to see me about.
It's no use, Professor. You see, we know too much.
I tell you, I have nothing more to say.
I think you will have something more to say. And I am quite prepared to wait until you are ready to say it.
I absolutely refuse. If you think you can persuade me into making some sort of statement...
Inspector Bird didn't think. He knew. He realized that a man like Dr. Nunmay, conscious of the fact he was being followed, nervous and frightened, would in the end have to come clean. Well, Dr. Nunmay didn't tell the whole truth, but at least he started to tell part of the truth, and at the end of this interview, he gave a long statement.
About a year ago, whilst in Canada, I was contacted by an individual whose identity I declined to divulge. He called on me at my private apartment in Swale Avenue, Montreal. He apparently knew I was employed by the Montreal laboratory, and he sought information from me concerning atomic research. I gave and had given very careful consideration to correctness of making sure that development of atomic energy was not confined to the USA. I took the very painful decision that it was necessary to convey general information on atomic energy and make sure that it was taken seriously. For this reason, I decided to entertain a proposition made to me by the individual who called on me. After this preliminary meeting, I met the individual on several subsequent occasions in Canada. He made specific requests for information which were just nonsense to me.
What do you mean by that?
I could not understand what he was talking about.
Did he ask you for samples of uranium?
Yes, and for information generally on atomic energy.
And do you admit to giving him samples?
Yes. At one meeting, I gave the man microscopic amounts of U-233 and U-235, one of each. The U-235 was a slightly enriched sample and was in a small glass tube and consisted of about 1 milligram of oxide. The U-233 was about 1/10 of a milligram and was a very thin deposit on a platinum foil and was wrapped in a piece of paper.
What else did you give him?
I also gave him a written report on atomic research as known to me. This information was mostly of a character which has since been published or is about to be published.
Anything else?
The man also asked for information about the American electronically controlled ack shells.
And what did you do?
I knew very little about these and so could only give very little information.
Anything else?
He also asked to people employed in the laboratory, including a man named Veal, but I advised him against attacking him.
And what did he give you?
He gave me some dollars.
How many?
I forget how many. He gave me a whiskey bottle. I accepted these against my will.
I see. And when was your last contact?
Before I left Canada. It was arranged that on my return to London, I was to keep an appointment with somebody I did not know. I was given precise details as to making...
what were those details?
I forget them now.
Why didn't you keep the appointment?
Because I had decided that this clandestine procedure was no longer appropriate in view of the official release of information and the possibility of satisfactory international control of atomic energy.
I see. Is that the end of your statement?
Yes. The whole affair was extremely painful to me. I only embarked on it because I felt that this was a contribution I could make to the safety of mankind. I certainly did not do it for gain.
So much for the professor's statement. The special branch of Scotland Yard had already unearthed more incriminating evidence.
Here we are, sir. I've made a summary of these papers that have come in from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. If you did it.
Thank you. Let's see. Dr. Nunmay, etc., etc. Ardent communist. Yes, just what I expected. I see they picked up 8 of his friends in Canada. And do you see this, Wilson? Definite statements. The doctor visited other atomic projects at the request of the Soviet embassy. Well, I think our case is ready now. It's about time we brought in the director of public prosecutions. Bring in all the other files on the case.
And so it happened that a few days later, while Dr. Nunmay was lecturing a class of students at King's College on the subject of nuclear theory, he had a visit from the special branch.
And that, I think, brings us almost to the end of our work today. We have, of course, only touched upon one phase of the subject of nuclear theory. and I hope that tomorrow afternoon I shall have the chance of dealing with chapters 7 and 8 in the papers under discussion, and that we shall manage to write a lot of ground. That will be all.
Excuse me, just one moment, please.
Yes, what is it?
You are Dr. Nunn May?
Yes.
I have a warrant for your arrest. I must warn you.
Yes, I was expecting something like this.
Well, if you'll just follow me.
And so Dr. Nunn May was not able to continue his lecture the following day, for he had a pressing appointment at Bow Street, where the following morning he was formally charged with
having for a purpose prejudicial to the safety and interests of the state communicated to some persons unknown certain information calculated to be directly or indirectly useful to an enemy, contrary to the Official Secrets Act of 1911.
At the Old Bailey, Mr. Justice Oliver said,
I have listened with slight surprise to some of the things learned counsel has put before me. The picture of you as a man of honor who had only done what you believed to be right. I do not take that view at all. How any man in your position could have had the crass conceit, let alone the wickedness, to arrogate to himself the decision of a matter of this sort, when you yourself had given your written understanding not to do it, and knew it was one of the country's most precious secrets, when you yourself had drawn and were drawing pay for years to keep your bargain with your country. That you could have done this is a dreadful thing. I think that you acted not as an honorable man, but as a dishonorable man. I think that you acted with degradation. Whether money was the object of what you did, in fact, you did get money for what you did. It is a very bad case indeed. The sentence upon you is one of 10 years penal servitude.
Well, that isn't quite the end of the story, because after the trial, there were many protests that the sentence was out of all proportion to the magnitude of the offense committed. The Association of Scientific Workers issued a statement in which they declared,
We do not seek to justify Dr. May's breach of the Official Secrets Act, but we are convinced from our knowledge of Dr. May that his action was determined only by the principle that fundamental scientific data should have been shared with a country that was not only friendly, but a fighting ally. The only work in which Dr. May was engaged, and on which he could have been in a position to give unauthorized information, concerned fundamental scientific data relating to atomic energy. Dr. May had no connection whatever with problems of the construction of the atomic bomb and could not have been able to reveal information on atomic bomb manufacture.
What about that, Bertie? Oh, and by the way, I was going to ask you, why do you call this the case of the absent-minded professor?
Because, Clive, while the professor may have been internationally minded about the secrets of atomic energy, you must remember he also gave away the secrets of electronic shells.
You've got something there, Percy. But you know what these absent-minded professors are? Which reminds me of a story.
Time's up, Clive.
Yes, I'm afraid it is. But I have to leave it until next week. Well, that's all for today. This is Clive Brooke saying goodbye and pleasant dreams.
Of the 4 1948 Super Deluxe Ford V8 four-door sedans in the third new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser Jingle Contest, which closed March 13th. Well, Nick, are you going to make the awards?
Am I? Mike, I've been looking forward to this all week. Here are the folks who get those brand new 1948 Fords. Eileen Brassfield of 221 Emerson Avenue, Aspinwall, Pennsylvania. Mrs. Helen Hill McWilliams, in care of E.S. West of 167 Park Street, East Orange, New Jersey. Mrs. Robert L. Perry of 2314 West Adams Street, Phoenix, Arizona. And Mrs. Helen Jane Stage of 6926 Parnell Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. And let me add that I hope these lucky people get as much pleasure driving their Fords as I had in awarding them.
Yes, to all these Ford and other prize winners, congratulations. And remember, we'll have more winners next week, so be sure to listen then.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take you now behind the scenes of a police headquarters in a great American city, where under the cold, glaring lights will pass before us the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. This is The Lineup.
I hope this won't take long, Lieutenant. I've got to get back to my milk wagon.
It won't take
My
long,
horse.
Mr. Mayo. Now, let's sit here.
Golly, just think. If I hadn't been delivering milk, I wouldn't have seen this fella run out of the alley.
Just so you can identify him.
Oh, I can do that. I'd know him any place. Why, the way he scared Olga.
Olga?
My horse. This dead girl, Lieutenant, all dressed up like she'd been dancing somewhere. Had she been dancing somewhere, Lieutenant?
That's something we have to find out.
Dancing. Then a few hours later... you never
May
know,
I have
do you,
your
Lieutenant?
No, I guess you never do.
Dancing.
You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identifications, call out the number. If you're sure or not too sure of the suspect, have him held. The officers who took your name will assist you. They're seated among you. Please be prompt with your questions or identifications.
I'll be prompt, all right. The way this fella scared me.
Sure, Mr. Mayo,
the bathroom and dress back into their jail clothes. It makes it quite difficult to bring them back after they leave here. The questions I ask these suspects are merely to get a natural tone of voice, so do not pay too much attention to their answers as they often lie. Bring on the line. All right, boys, all right, this way. Move along. You, the first boy. Yes, you. Pick up your feet. Walk to the end of the stage and take your place. The rest of you follow. Now turn and face front, hands to your sides. Look toward the people out there. They want to see you. Number one, Phil Rosiger, vagrancy. Where do you live, Phil?
Near the arena. I like the wrestling matches.
Where were you arrested?
In a wrestler's dressing room. I like to help the wrestlers.
What do you do for a living, Phil?
I'm between engagements, Sergeant.
Number two, Molly Deegan, burglary. Where do you live, Molly?
Baker Street.
Where on Baker Street?
Number 3.
What were you doing when you were arrested?
Going home.
The arresting officer found you crawling through a window on Vista Drive.
What's foggy? I must have lost my way.
Number 3, Ozzie Duval, open charge. Where do you live, Ozzie?
I didn't do no murder, honest.
Where do you live?
Haven't I been doing all right? You had no trouble for me for 6 months now. Haven't I been doing all right?
Him. The one with the mean eyes. Number 3.
You're sure, Mr. Mayo?
His eyes. No wonder he scared Olga.
Any questions or identifications?
Sergeant Graham.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Number 3, hold for interrogation.
Seems like yesterday, Lieutenant. You sitting there swiveling in your chair, me sitting here shaking and sweating.
You don't have to shake, Ozzie. Just tell me about it.
This time is serious, huh, Lieutenant?
Yeah, Ozzie? Serious. Because a girl named Joyce Ronson was killed. Because you were seen at 5 this morning running out of the alley where she was found.
Well, you'd run, too, Lieutenant.
What were you doing in the alley?
I told the cop...
Well, tell me.
Well, sure, I'll tell you. It's when I'm sitting here and you're swiveling back and forth in your chair. It don't do no good to lie, I know that.
Now, tell me.
Sure. Well, it's early morning, maybe 5 o'clock. I'm walking along going home, you know. I passed this alley. I happened to look into it.
Happened?
Please, Lieutenant, you asked me to tell you. Well, I look into this alley and I see the dame. Her fancy clothes stretched out. I'm curious. I go closer. When I see what I see, I don't have to go closer. I run.
What did you see, Ozzy?
Somebody plugged her in the head. Bad, very bad.
You know she was dead. Why didn't you call the police?
Was it my record? You kidding, Lieutenant?
Ben,
Yeah, come in, man.
we got the medical on Joyce Ronson, Ben. Time of death established.
Uh-huh, when?
2 a.m., a little this way or that, but 2 a.m. Well, what's so funny?
You'll have to excuse me for laughing, but I'm happy.
A murder charge and you're happy?
Sure, I'm happy. Because from 1 this morning till 3, I was in an all-night Turkish bath. Hillman's, you check, huh?
Take him to the door, Matt. Turn him over to Flaherty.
Sure,
You
Ben.
check, won't you?
Come on,
Hillman's,
Ozzy, come on.
I'll find out a freak, big fat guy.
It's all yours, Flaherty. Well, it looks like we go to work, Ben.
You have something to work on?
Naturally. Namely, the contents of Joyce Ronson's evening bag.
Namely what?
Oh, the usual contents of a lady's evening bag. Vanity, lipstick, driver's license, miscellaneous matters, the usual.
Anything unusual?
Well, maybe. A dance program. Now, don't look at me that way, Ben. It's one of those cards girls fill out at a dance so they'll know who's got which dance.
I know what a dance program is, Matt.
Well, sure, Matt, sure. But, look, let me read it to you. Last night's dates on the top, the class of 1934, McKinley High School, 15th annual reunion dance.
Reunion dance, huh? Anything else?
Yeah. From the look of the program, Joyce danced with only 2 people, Frankie Moore and Vince Bishop.
Give me that program, man.
Are you going somewhere, Ben?
Yeah, I'm going to see how Frankie Moore and Vince Bishop enjoyed the dance last night.
Yes?
I'm looking for Frankie Moore.
Oh, he's not in. I'm Mrs. Fisher, Frankie's landlady. You can give me the message.
He'll be back soon?
Mister, I'm like a mother to my boys. But I'm a good mother. I don't ask them where they're going or when they're coming back. Are you here about the wedding?
Wedding?
Yeah, Frankie's wedding. He was getting married this week. He told me, just like he'd tell his mother. He and Joyce were announcing it at the dance last night.
Joyce Ronson?
Oh, you know her name, so you must be here about the wedding. I'm afraid you're too late.
I'm from the police, Lieutenant Guthrie.
Oh, then it's the murder that brings you here. I read about it in the papers.
Have you seen Frankie this morning?
I wish I had. Poor boy. He'll need comforting. A mother's comfort. Somebody to... Oh, no, sir, I haven't seen Frankie.
When he comes in, tell him to get in touch with me, please.
Of course, Mr. Guthrie. Of course I tell him. Yeah, just as soon as I had a nice motherly chat with him.
Yeah? What is it, Flaherty?
Sergeant Greb left a message for you.
Message?
Yeah, Lieutenant. He said you didn't have to look for Vince Bishop because he was just picked up for robbery.
Where's Sergeant Greb now?
Oh, same place he always is this time of day, Lieutenant. The lineup.
The officer who arrested you said you were loitering, Pete.
What's loitering?
Standing around the same corner all night, looking suspicious.
Oh, that. I guess I was loitering.
Number 5, Vince Bishop. Suspicion of robbery. Where do you live, Vince?
Look, this is crazy. I don't know any...
Question, Vince. Where do you live?
2420 Johnson Lane.
What do you do for a living?
I run a diner.
That's the man who robbed me. Hey, you. Give me back my watch and my wallet. You stole them. You get them.
All right, take it easy, Mr. Ryan. Sergeant Graff?
Yes, sir.
Number 5, hold for interrogation.
Making a mistake, Lieutenant Guthrie, a big mistake.
Vince, what time was it when you held up Mr. Ryan last night?
I didn't hold him up, him or anybody else. Look, I run a
Mr.
dime.
Ryan says it was around 1:30. He says he knows because he was looking at his watch when you asked him for it.
He's lying. Wait till my wife gets here. She'll prove he's lying.
We've sent for your wife. She's going to say you were with her?
She will. She will because I was.
Well, tell me about it.
Okay. It'll make you feel like a policeman to make me answer questions, so I'll answer. Until my wife gets here. Then we'll just be citizens together. Ask away.
How well did you know Joyce Ronson?
What's that got to... Oh. I see. I read about Joyce. You've done some checking. You're looking for a pigeon, huh? Isn't that the way it is, Lieutenant? A nice, fat pigeon?
How well did you know her?
How well is well. I went to school with Joyce. Saw her now and then in the street. Danced with her at reunion dances.
Like last night?
Like last night. Just before Frankie Moore announced he and Joyce were going to play wedding tunes together. Funny thing.
What?
Joyce. She didn't seem like a girl about to hear a wedding. She was scared. I wondered what it was. Now I know. I'm scared.
Scared of you, maybe, Vince?
Blind alley, Lieutenant. You're trying to make me say I killed Joyce Ronson. I didn't.
No. Because just before Joyce was killed, you were on the other side of town filling your pockets with Mr. Ryan's belongings.
That's what happens. You get friendly with a cop, give him information, that's what happens.
Yeah?
Mrs. Bishop.
Send her in.
Now you'll see, Lieutenant.
Vince, why are you here? What's this all about?
Look, honey, tell
Now, wait a minute,
man.
Vince. Mrs. Bishop, I sent for you because I have to ask you a few questions.
Certainly. But I don't understand
Last night, you went to a reunion dance. Your husband was with you, wasn't he?
Of course, we always go everywhere together.
You hear that, Lieutenant? We go everywhere.
I'll do the talking, Vince. After the dance, Mrs. Bishop, what time was it when your husband left you?
Left me?
That's right. Went out for a walk or maybe a glass of beer. Left the house.
Lieutenant, you think Vince did something last night? Something against the law.
I'm not saying he did, Mrs. Bishop, but he might have.
Well, he didn't. And you know why? Because he was with me the whole night. The whole night, Lieutenant.
Ben,
Uh-huh.
you've been sitting there a long time, Ben. Just sitting.
Uh-huh.
Frankie Moore, he'll call, Ben. I know what you're thinking, that maybe he won't call. That maybe Frankie killed Joyce Ronson and is now putting space between us and him.
Oh, I don't know, Matt.
You want us to go looking for Frankie?
No, not yet. We'll wait a few minutes more.
Well, if you say so, but
Lieutenant Guthrie. Yeah? Oh, yes, Miss Fisher. Yeah, right away. Now, let's go, Matt. That was his landlady. Frankie Moore just came in.
Drunk. My Frankie. So drunk he could hardly stand up. Oh, it's enough to make me lose my motherly feelings.
Now, don't take it too hard, Mrs. Fisher. Something every mother goes through.
I tried to make him call you, but he... A shot!
Come on, Matt. The window, Matt. The shot came from there.
Too late, Ben. I didn't even see the car. It got around the corner.
Frankie, he's pretty bad, huh?
Yeah.
Frankie. Frankie.
Frankie's dead, Mrs. Fisher.
Listening Post to the World. CBS new program, Hear It Now, featuring Edward R. Murrow, Friday evenings on most of these same stations. The top international news and all the fields of interest are covered in this fascinating hour program. Be listening every Friday for Hear It Now, your listening post to the world.
Mrs. Fisher.
Like a son he was. Such a nice boy.
Please, Mrs. Fisher. Man. Sure, Ben, sure. Mrs. Fisher, I just want to tell you, Sergeant Greb and I... Well, it hurts us that we were too late to save Frankie's life.
Yeah, I know that, Lieutenant Guthrie. I know that.
And now we'll need your help.
My help? I can't help Frankie now. It seems like just yesterday I took Frankie down to the corner drugstore for a hot fudge sundae.
Frankie was fond of hot fudge sundaes?
Oh, no. Only when his daughter was here.
His daughter?
Yeah, that's right, Lieutenant. Frankie didn't talk much about her. Poor little thing, always dressed in that ugly uniform.
Oh, what kind of uniform?
Oh, I'm sure I wouldn't know, Lieutenant. I never pried into Frankie's affairs. But I tell you, that long-nosed drugstore clerk, he would know. He knows everything.
Matt, go buy yourself a hot fudge sundae. I'll meet you back at headquarters.
I stopped off to get you some coffee, Ben.
Yeah, what did you get, man?
Coffee?
Frankie Moore, what did you get?
Oh, 3 items on Frankie Moore.
Well, all right, Matt, let's have it.
Well, first, on my way upstairs, ballistics handed me a report. Frankie Moore was shot by the same gun which killed Joyce Ronson.
What else?
Mrs. Fisher was right about Frankie's daughter. The drugstore clerk remembered her and knew all about the uniform. Said it was the kind the kids wear at St. Joseph's Children's Home.
You went there?
Ben. The headmistress at the children's home told me all about the child, but was unable to produce her even when I insisted.
Well, get off it, Matt. What else?
Because the child had been picked up this morning by the mother, identified only as Mrs. Frankie Moore, and accompanied by an old dancing teacher from McKinley High School named Ella Barnes.
That's all, Matt?
Well, that's all, except that Miss Ella Barnes could not be located. But she's due at McKinley for her dancing class at 4 o'clock, which is in about 15 minutes. Hey, Ben. Your coffee, Ben.
Guthrie, you say? And you're a policeman. Well, what brings you to my dancing class, Mr. Guthrie? Speak up.
I'd like to ask you some questions, Miss Barnes, about Mrs. Frankie Moore.
Pardon me, Mr. Guthrie. Elsie, you may start the record. You may call me Miss Ella. Everybody does. You look familiar, Mr. Guthrie. Did I ever teach you dancing?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, you needn't blush. Dancing is a very masculine exercise. Look at Nijinsky.
Miss Ella, if you don't mind.
Mrs. Frankie Moore, you say? Excuse me, Mr. Guthrie. Limber, Elsie, limber, limber, limber. The left leg. That's right, dear. I'm sorry, Mr. Guthrie. I'm an old woman. I sometimes forget. What is it you were asking?
Mrs. Frankie Moore, you were with her this morning when you went to pick up the child.
Is it important for you to know, Mr. Guthrie?
It's important.
He sent you to get the child, didn't he? Well, you won't get her, Mr. Guthrie, even if you are from the police.
I don't want the child, Miss Ella.
What do you want, then? Speak up.
Information about Frankie Moore's wife.
Ex-wife, Mr. Guthrie. Divorced over 10 years ago. I told Alice when she married him it would be that way. Caroline! Caroline, the hips, my dear. A part of the body. There, that's better. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Guthrie. I can't give you any more information.
Miss Ella, I don't like to insist,
Then why do you? Go to Frankie Moore. Ask him what you want to know.
but I wish I could. Frankie Moore is dead.
Dead?
Murdered.
Come with me, Mr. Guthrie. Elsie, take over for a few minutes, my dear. It won't be long. Right here, Mr. Guthrie, my office. Sit down.
Thank you.
Frankie Moore. Murdered, you say?
Shot, Miss Ella, by the same person who killed Joyce Ronson.
Joyce? No. I'm a fool. An old fool. One thinks of pupils as children to be protected. They grow up, Mr. Guthrie. One forgets that. Adults with adult emotions. I'll tell you what you want to know. Where shall I start?
They tried this morning, when you were with Alice Moore.
She came to see me, woke me up.
Were you expecting her?
I haven't seen Alice since Frankie divorced her. I thought she disliked me because I tried to keep her from eloping with Frankie. When she rang my bell this morning, I was surprised. And flattered, I suppose.
She asked you to go with her and get the child?
Yes. She was afraid. Wanted me to keep the child, so Frankie...
Now, please go on, Miss Ella.
That's all. The child is at my apartment, sleeping until this evening.
This evening?
Yes. I'm to meet her at the station. She said she was going to take the child away where Frankie can't bother her.
What time is she leaving?
7:30. I don't suppose Alice will be meeting me now, will she, Mr. Guthrie? Because you'll be asking her questions.
We'll have to find her first. I don't know Alice Moore.
No, you wouldn't, would you? Maybe I can help you, Mr. Guthrie. Drawer. So many relics. So many years. Memories of an old woman.
Miss Ella.
Oh, yes. Last picture of 1934. Look at their faces, Mr. Guthrie. Pure and sweet.
Alice Moore, which one is she?
Here. Fourth from the left. You know her, Mr. Guthrie. I can see by your face that you know her.
Yes, I know her.
I'm glad I could help you. And now, please go. Before I'm sorry I helped you. Goodbye, Mr. Guthrie.
Hi, Ben. I got here as fast as I could.
Now we've got time, man. Where's your car?
Around the corner, like you said. What's up?
Is that Vince Bishop's diner over there?
Yeah, the one with the green light.
Uh-huh.
You didn't answer my question, Ben. Do you think Vince Bishop's wife killed Joyce and Frankie?
I don't know yet. I think so.
It's a long shot, Ben. You know that, don't you? Just because Alice Bishop was once Alice Moore. If we're wrong, it could mean trouble.
Yeah, we'll take that chance.
Ben, before we go in there, why don't we just pick up Alice Bishop, take her to headquarters where we can talk to her quiet like... Why not, huh?
Because this is the way I want it. Come on, let's go.
Just a minute, Ben. Aren't you forgetting something?
What?
Vince used his wife as an alibi to clear him on that robbery charge. That means they were together.
That's why I want them together now. Come on.
It's locked.
I can hear them moving around. Knock on the door.
We're closed. There's a sign on the door that says closed. Oh. What do you want?
We want to come in, Vince.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant. We're busy with
The
inventory.
lieutenant said we want to come in, Vince.
Lieutenant didn't say it quite that way. Come in.
Your wife here, Vince?
Yeah, she's here. What do you want to know?
Call her.
She's busy.
I said call her.
All right, if that's the way you want it. Alice! Alice, honey, come in here a minute, will you?
Vince, you know I'm trying to get this stuff in. Oh. You didn't tell me.
Now, don't be frightened, Mrs. Bishop. We just want to talk to you for a few minutes. You and Vince.
I see.
All right, Lieutenant. What do you want to talk to us about?
Murder. Why did you kill Joyce Ronson?
Are you crazy? I told you.
You told me this morning you didn't rob Mr. Ryan. That's right, isn't it? You didn't rob him?
Of course I didn't.
Think about it, Vince. For robbery, you'd get a year, maybe 2. Murder's a different thing.
I didn't rob him.
You heard what Vince said, Matt? He didn't rob Mr. Ryan.
I heard him. Well, you better come along with us, Vince. We're charging you with the murder of Joyce Ronson.
You're crazy. I was with my wife last night, like she said. Go on, tell him again, honey.
Sure, I'll tell him. Vince was with me all last night. And if you arrest him, we're going to sue the city for every dollar it's got. You understand, Mr. Guthrie?
You ready to go, Vince?
I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, go ahead with him, Vince. Let him arrest you. They can't prove a thing. I'll get a lawyer, a good lawyer, Vince.
When will you get a lawyer, Mrs. Bishop? Doesn't your train leave in an hour?
What did you...
Where are you going somewhere, Mrs. Bishop?
This is ridiculous. I don't know what you're talking about.
You better hurry, Mrs. Bishop. You don't want to keep Miss Ella and your daughter waiting, do you?
What? What's this all about?
Oh, it's nothing, Vince. Don't believe him.
What's it all about?
Well, I meant to tell you I'm taking a kid on a little trip.
You meant to tell me? When? When, Alice? You were going to run out on me, weren't you? Weren't you?
Vince,
Don't bother, Alice. All right, Lieutenant. I got something to tell you. I did rob Ryan at 1:30 this morning. That's where I was. Now, honey, maybe you'll tell Lieutenant Guthrie where you were this morning?
Your husband asked you a question, Mrs. Bishop.
I'll tell your husband where you were, Alice. You were killing Joyce Ronson.
I won't listen to this.
And today, Alice, today you shot Frankie. Why?
Vince, are you going to stand there?
You're still in love with him, aren't you? Everything I did was for you. Everything.
What did you ever do for me?
Steal like a common thief because the diner didn't make enough money for you. Out on the streets night after night and scared sick for you, Alice.
Did you really think that would help, Vince? Ha ha!
For you. And all the time you're in love with that cheap, no
You
good...
call him cheap. I hate you.
Get out of here. I don't want to look at you.
Listen to me, Vince. Listen to me say it. I love Frankie. I always loved him. Yeah, even when he didn't want me.
So you killed Joyce because she was going to marry Frankie. Is that it, Alice?
I couldn't stand it. Her with Frankie. Being with him all the time.
You killed Frankie, too, didn't you?
He didn't want me. I begged him to come away, but he didn't want me. I came back to his room and killed him. I killed him!
Matt, get the coats.
Yeah, Ben.
I want him back! I want Frankie back!
The lineup, where before you pass the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. Listen again next week when we again bring you the lineup.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name, and charge. If you have any questions or identification, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line,
The lineup, starring Bill Johnstone as Lieutenant Ben Guthrie and Wally Mayer as Sergeant Matt Grebb, was written by Charles E. Israel, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Howard McNear, Joe Duvall, Wilms Herbert, John McIntyre, Jeanette Nolan, Tony Barrett, and Virginia Gregg. The lineup is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. Mark it down. This Sunday, January 7th, the day Charlie Wilde checks in at CBS, the Star's Address. You'll enjoy the adventures of Charlie Wilde, a private eye with a whole set of fascinating, unorthodox methods for dealing with men on the shady side of the law. Charlie Wilde, Private Eye, will be heard on most of these same CBS stations every Sunday, starting this Sunday, January 7th. Dan Cubberly speaking. This is CBS, where you find songs for sale every Friday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Sandy Becker saying, keep cooking with Crisco. It's all vegetable. It's digestible.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take you now behind the scenes of a police headquarters in a great American city, where under the cold, glaring lights will pass before us the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. This is The Lineup.
How do you feel, Mr. Wiggins?
Better. I feel a little better.
Good. Well, we can sit right here. You need some help?
No, thank you. It's all right.
I'll see you later then, Ben.
Yeah. Thank you, Sergeant.
You bet.
Nice guy.
Klein? Yeah.
How many people do we have to look at?
Oh, I think they're 28 or 29. We've had 2 other cases like yours in the past week, Mr. Wiggins. We picked up a couple of guys that might be possibilities, but we haven't been able to get positive identifications.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Grebb, Sergeant Matt Grebb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identification, call out the number. If you're sure or not too sure of a suspect, have him held. The officers who took your name will assist you. They're seated among you. Please be prompt with your questions or identifications. When the prisoners leave here, they are sent to the bathroom and dressed back into their jail clothes. It makes it quite difficult to bring them back after they leave here. The questions I ask these suspects are merely to get a natural tone of voice, so do not pay too much attention to their answers, as they often lie. Bring on the line. Okay, move it up over to this side of the stage. Spread out and stand facing the audience, hands to your sides, and keep looking straight ahead. Now, boys, when you answer the questions, talk up so the people out there can hear you. It's a long way to the back of the room, so keep your voices up. All right, number 1, William Bushman, robbery. Take your hands out of your pockets. Where do you live, William?
Underneath in Lincoln.
Where are you from?
Los Angeles.
How long you been in this city?
About 7 months, I think. About 7 months.
Were you arrested with anybody, William?
Yeah, a couple guys.
Well, what were their names?
Joe. I don't know his last name.
Joe, Lucas? Yeah, number 18, yes. Who was the other boy?
Call him Twitch. Herman Twitchell.
He's number 19. Any weapons, William?
No.
You have a car?
No, we was walking. If we had a car, we wouldn't be here.
Number 2, Max Sloan, robbery. Where do you live, Max?
East side.
You have an address, haven't you?
411 Orchid, south.
Were you alone when you were arrested?
Well, I was with the guy who was sticking up.
Was anybody arrested with you?
No, I was pulling the job. We weren't sticking up each other.
Any weapons, Max?
You think he was giving me his wallet because I was pointing my thumb at him?
You want to be funny? We got all night, Max. You can just stand there and be funny all night.
I'm sorry.
Were there any weapons?
Yeah, 32.
Nickel-plated, blue steel, what?
Blue steel. Not counting the rust.
You have a car?
Nope.
Okay, number 3, Stanley Meyer, robbery.
Any of these men?
No,
Where do you live,
none
Stan?
of those men. I don't recognize any of those.
Now, you'll have to speak up, Stan.
Said I don't live here. I'm from out of town.
Where out of town?
Kentucky.
Can you people hear him back there?
Little louder, man.
Now, look. I told you boys you're going to have to talk up. I don't want to have to repeat the question, so talk up all the way to the back of the room. Now, where are you from, Stan?
Wilmington, Kentucky.
Where have you been staying here?
On one place, one night flop house.
What flop house?
Yes, a flop house. I don't remember. Who remembers a flop house?
Wiggins didn't spot anybody, huh?
No. Those 2 guys that jumped him did it too quick.
Well, this is the 3rd slugging in a week. Somebody better come up with a halfway decent description.
These guys aren't stupid. They follow a pretty routine M.O. Dark spots. Pick an old guy like Wiggins, jump him before he knows what's happening, beat him unconscious, then roll him. How much chance has he got for a decent description?
They're liable to kill somebody. They seem to be getting rougher.
Yeah. Here's a list of Wiggins' valuables. See that all the pawn shops are covered.
Okay, Ben.
Other 2 victims didn't have much that those guys might want to hawk, but Wiggins had a gold watch and an old stick pin. Watch had his name and an inscription. They might try to get rid of it.
We're in 13J tonight, huh?
Yeah. These boys move around, but they seem to stay pretty much to the east side. We'll have the usual cars and 5 auxiliaries. Waldo's putting about a dozen plainclothesmen on the streets.
It'd be funny if one of our boys got rolled.
They're too old. These guys pick 'em old so they won't give much trouble. Nice guys.
Yeah. Swell. How about it? You getting hungry?
Yeah, a little.
Well, let's pull into Rogers and get a hamburger, huh?
Okay.
Order me a hamburger and coffee, will you, Ben?
Sure thing.
I'll be right.
Okay.
56 before 10 at the intersection of Simcoe.
Hi. No, I don't need a menu. 2 hamburgers and 2 coffees.
2 hamburgers, 2 coffees. Everything on the burger?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Attention all units in Area H. A 211 slugging at 87 West Bullock. All units in Area H. A 211 slugging at 87 West Bullock. Ambulance is on its
Oh,
way.
Miss.
Yeah?
Hold those hamburgers.
What's this?
99.
What's up, Ben?
They're slugging. About a block away.
You know, someday I'm going to finish a whole meal. Quine's already here. Hi, Quine. What's up?
Over here. It's a woman. Pretty bad.
Good. Gosh.
I've done everything I can. Oh, here comes the ambulance. Now, this is the fellow that found her. Mr. Hall?
Yeah?
This is Lieutenant Guthrie. Tell him about it.
Well, I was walking by over on the sidewalk. I tossed a cigarette over here, and I saw her. Well, about then, I spotted this officer in the car, and I yelled.
Hi, Doc.
Another slug in her.
Yeah.
Well, she's not dead, but she's close. Hey, get that blanket over. Looks like a bad fracture, a really bad one. Lost a lot of blood.
You think she'll make it?
I don't know. Keep that end up. Right. She's pretty old. Lost a lot of blood. Oh, are you coming down, Lieutenant?
Yeah, we'll be done.
She didn't have anything on her, Ben. No identifications. They got everything.
Uh-huh. You just found her lying here, Mr. Hall?
That's right. Threw my cigarette over here. I wouldn't even have seen her if I hadn't thrown my cigarette.
They probably waited behind this hedge. Grabbed her when she passed, slugged her, and dragged her into the lot.
Yeah, it's a good spot for it. Good and dark.
Gee, but it's a terrible thing. I still can't quite believe it. What are you going to do about it?
What do you think?
Dr. Griswold, report to second floor desk, please. Dr. Griswold, second floor desk, please.
Lieutenant. Oh, Murph. That 211 slugging that came in about a half hour ago. Who's got it?
The old lady?
Yeah.
She's in surgery now, Dr. Gurdon. That's the fourth one this week, isn't it, Lieutenant?
Yeah.
Mind if I look at your newspaper, Murph?
No, go ahead.
The coffee shop's closed, isn't it?
Yeah. You want some coffee?
Well, I could use some.
Want me to run down to the kitchen?
No, forget it.
No trouble.
No, thanks, Murph. We'll get some across the street later.
Hey, Ben.
Huh?
The tennis matches will be here Wednesday. You want to go?
I'm on duty Wednesday.
Dr. Griswold, report
Well,
to
they'll
second
be here
floor
for 3
desk,
nights.
please.
Let's go see him one night, huh? I'd like to see that Nancy Chafee.
That's a pretty girl. Picture in that last section someplace.
Yeah?
What section? Yeah, right there. Pretty girl, huh?
Yeah. Ben?
Yeah.
What do you say? Want to go?
Yeah.
Here comes Dr. Gurdon, Lieutenant. Doctor.
I'm Guthrie, Doctor. 16th Precinct.
How are you?
This is Sergeant Graham.
Hello. Hello.
How's the old lady?
She died. Wasn't much we could do. Pretty well gone when she came in. Come on, walk down with me while I get out of this gown.
Sure. See you later, Murph.
Yeah. Take it easy, Murph.
Oh.
You got an identification yet?
No, not yet. Fingerprints will help, though.
Well, we did just about everything. It's a bad fracture, a really bad one. When they're that bad, they don't stand much of a chance.
She regained consciousness at any time?
No. But the looks of the wound, whoever hit her with something pretty heavy.
Blackjack?
No, something like a pipe, maybe. Really let her have it.
Well, that's the way these boys have been working. We've had 3 others, but not this bad.
Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Sergeant?
No, thanks.
Yeah. It's hard to believe anybody would beat up an old woman and hit her that hard. Just doesn't make sense.
No, I don't guess it does.
These other victims, they have much money on them?
Add it all together, about $24.
Hi, Ben.
Morning, Matt. Anything new?
No, just routine stuff.
Well, let's grab some coffee then, huh?
Okay.
99, a 415 at Lincoln and Lucas. KQAR 83070K, code 6.
Oh, I was just looking for you, Ben. Come on in. Huh? Morgue sent us over the fingerprints on that old lady. You got an identification? Yeah. We ran a check through, and that's what we came up with. Woman's name is Stokes, Mrs. Rebecca Stokes, lives at 518 North Oak with her daughter. Asher went over to get the daughter. We'll need a positive identification. Asher's taking her right down to the morgue. I thought maybe you'd like to talk to her first. Yeah, I would. Let's go. Daughter's name is Lillian Dunn. She was married. Husband killed in the war. Asher.
Good morning, Lieutenant. Oh, this is Miss Dunn. This is Lieutenant Guthrie and Sergeant Grip.
How do you do, Miss Dunn?
How do you do?
Hello.
We certainly wish we could eliminate all this, Miss Dunn, but it's necessary.
I don't think I can go through with it. I don't think I can do it.
Well, it's necessary. She has to be identified by a relative.
I just don't think I can.
Well, it is your mother. We're sure of that.
Sooner or later, you'll have to... sooner or later, you'll want to see her.
But not in here. Please, not in here.
We'll have to keep her here until we get a positive identification. Do you have any other family?
In Nevada, an aunt and a cousin.
Well, if they could get down here,
They haven't seen Mom in years.
Your mother's the fourth victim in a week. We've got to stop these men. We'll need some information.
All right.
Where was your mother going last night?
I guess she was coming home. She went to a movie early one night. I guess she was coming home.
And did she have a purse with her? Any valuables?
Yes, she had a purse.
Can you remember some of the things she carried in her purse?
Yes, I guess I can. No, there wasn't much. Not much money.
Well, anything to identify her?
Some card things.
She have any jewelry? Any rings or a watch?
Yes. She had a wedding ring and an engagement ring that weren't worth much. I'm sorry.
Don't be. I think Miss Dunn better go on home, Asher. Get a description of the two rings and take her home.
Yeah, sure.
No, I'll do it. It's best to get it over with. I'll have to do it sooner or later.
Well, maybe we can get some close
No.
friends.
No, I want to. It's all right.
Okay.
Oh.
Miss Dunn, if you don't want to go through...
No. Look, go ahead.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Charlie. Next Wednesday evening, February 14th, CBS will bring you the exclusive broadcast of what promises to be the greatest boxing bout of the year, the meeting of Sugar Ray Robinson and Jake LaMotta. In meeting LaMotta, Robinson will be facing the only man ever to defeat him. LaMotta will be defending his middleweight crown in this exclusive CBS broadcast, which will come to you on most of these same stations. Be listening for this important sports event next Wednesday evening, February 14th, on CBS.
Oh, brother. You sure deal 'em. King? Uh-uh. Lovely.
Hi. Who's winning?
Who do you think?
Can't use it.
No. Let's see.
Uh-uh.
No?
Uh-uh.
Hmm?
Uh-huh.
Jen.
Oh, Quine, do me a favor, will you? Drop dead.
Well, you couldn't discard the three. He picked one up.
Oh.
Owe me 30 cents.
Kibitzers.
Oh, by the way, Walter's got 8 auxiliaries tonight. You and Matter and 13J again.
Well, how about the policewomen?
He's got 5 of them. They'll be in the area from 10 till 2. One car within a block of them at all times.
Uh-huh. Well, we got half an hour. You want some dinner?
Yeah, I'm getting hungry.
Okay.
Discard the 3.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
Well, you couldn't have.
Have what?
Discarded the 3.
Oh, it had to be the jack, huh? Couldn't have been any of the 9 other cards. You.
Yeah? Oh, hello, Mr. Wiggins.
Yeah, I remember. You did? Where? 837 South Wilton. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we'll meet you there in about 10 minutes. Right. That was Mr. Wiggins. He spotted his watch in a pawn shop. The watch the hold-up men took after they slugged him. There's Mr. Wiggins. Yeah.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Now, where's the watch?
Right over here, in the window. There, the gold one. It's open. See the inscription?
Yeah. Okay, let's go in.
Yes?
Police.
Oh.
We want to see a watch you've got in your window.
Yeah, sure. Which one?
It's that one, the gold one.
The gold. Sure. This one?
That it, Mr. Wiggins?
Yes, that's it. See the inscription? To Dave, love, Alice. My wife. She gave it to me.
Hot?
Yeah. You remember where you got it?
I got a ticket. Here you are.
John Jones, 671 Barrington. John Jones.
That's a good name.
You remember what the man looked like?
The man who hocked the watch? No.
You remember when he hocked it?
No.
Didn't you date the ticket? How long have you had it?
A week, maybe. What's so important about the watch?
It belongs to this gentleman, not to the man who hocked it.
Oh, okay. Take it. Ain't worth much.
It's solid gold.
Solid gold. I got dozens.
Now, what's your name?
My Wagner. George Wagner. Look, I don't know nothing about it. This guy came in, hocked it, that's all.
Look, Mr. Wagner, it's very important that we get a description of this man.
He stole it, huh?
Yeah, and he's got a friend. We want both of them for murder.
Murder?
That's right. You think you might know him if he came in again?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I don't remember.
You get one of these lists?
Lists?
One of these. List of stolen articles, like that watch.
Oh, yeah, I got one.
None of these other things in your store?
No.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You didn't know about the watch? You better check.
Look, I know I ain't got none of them.
You didn't report the watch. You better check.
All right, I'll check. If I find something, I'll call you.
We'll wait.
While I check the whole inventory?
Just the tickets on the last week and a half.
Okay.
We'll take a look at them, too.
Sure. Okay. Look, officer.
Yeah?
I know the man that hocked that watch, but honest, I didn't know he killed nobody. I didn't know it.
What's his name?
Young, Carl Young. He's hocked things before. He's been in a couple times. I know him from the neighborhood, see. I didn't
His
think
name's
he was...
Carl?
Yeah, Carl Young.
The name in this watch is Dave.
He said it belonged to his brother.
You know his brother?
No, but I know him. He seemed like an honest guy.
Where does he live?
In the neighborhood. I bowl. He's in the bowling alley a lot. I bowled with him last Friday. Look, honest, he seemed like
Does he hang around with another guy?
I seen him with another guy sometimes. A big guy.
You better come down to the station, Mr. Wagner.
The station? Why?
I'm afraid you're in a little trouble.
Yeah, I know him. Carl Young. He hangs out in here a lot.
You know where he lives?
No. What's he done?
Does he pal around with anybody?
Yeah, he's with one guy quite a bit. A fella named, let me see, what the heck was he? Quiet guy, big. It was John or Joe. Oh, gee, I'm sorry. Oh, Joe, I think it was.
Well, I think we'll stick around. You let us know if Carl Young or Joe come in.
Sure, I will.
Quine's got a dozen men checking the neighborhood. There are 4 cars in the block. Nobody does anything unless you give the word. And if they both come in, we'll take them. One of them will tail them.
Okay. Gee, it's 3:30.
See that guy down there, second alley? Yeah, what about him? He's bowled 6 strikes.
Okay. Fair. 150 so far. Yeah, you need a few strikes, friend.
Yeah.
There you are. Okay, pick him up. Lieutenant.
Yeah? Yeah, what is it?
That fella just came in.
Oh, which one?
The big one. I said, hello, Joe. And he said, hello. His name must be Joe.
Oh, get a load of this guy.
Where is he? Upstairs in the pool hall.
Oh, come on, point him out.
Yeah, it's up here. Come on, right up here. Oh, hello, Joe.
Hi. That's him?
Yeah.
Come on, Matt.
He's out in the street.
Hold it. He's getting into a car. Come on.
There he goes.
Now, stay with him. 13J, code 3, suspect proceeding east on Fountain. License number 80 Roger 1135.
QAR. Attention all units. Code 3. Suspect traveling east on Fountain. License number 80 Roger 1135.
Swinging left. 13J, suspect turning north on Lincoln.
KQAR. All units in Area B. Code 3. Suspect proceeding north on Lincoln.
Don't get too close, Matt.
He's stopping.
Pull up. 13J, suspect at 3000 block, Lincoln.
He's getting out.
Now, let's go.
He's going into the building.
Now, hold it. We'll wait until the rest of the boys get here.
Well, there's Quine now.
Yeah. He's in the building, Quine. You better take it around the back in the alley just in case.
Right.
Oh, here's Asher.
Quine's taking the alley in the back. We'll go in and you wait here with the rest. Spread them out.
Yeah, right, Lieutenant.
All right, let's go, man.
Okay. How do we do it?
Find out what apartment he went in, clear out the building, and take him.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Mailboxes.
Oh, yeah. Lipsky, Busher, Whiting.
C. Young. 208.
Uh-huh. Now, if they're in the room, we can just clear out the rooms on both sides. Forget the rest of the building. I'll take 206.
Okay, I'll take 210.
Yeah, sure. So what? I tell you, Carl, there's not... excuse me.
Certainly.
I tell you, I know what I'm talking about. This thing ain't...
Ben.
Yeah?
That was Carl Young with the big boy.
Come on. It's better. We'll take him on the street.
They're climbing into the car.
Hold it, Young.
Look out, Carl. Come on.
Watch it, Ben.
Asher, over that way. Get them between us.
Yeah. Give it up, Young. Give it up.
Watch it.
They're breaking for the alley.
Young's down. Take this one, Asher.
Right. All right. Don't shoot. Don't shoot.
Quine's got him.
Face the wall. Put your hands on the wall.
Okay. Okay.
Shake him down, Matt.
Okay.
Big boy wasn't as tough as he looked.
Oh, he's been fighting old ladies too long.
The lineup, where before you pass the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. Listen again next week when we again bring you The Lineup.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off the number, their name, and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when they ask you
The lineup, starring Bill Johnstone as Lieutenant Ben Guthrie and Wally Mayer as Sergeant Matt Greb, is written by Blake Edwards with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were High Everback, Sidney Miller, Bill Boucher, Herb Butterfield, Barton Yarborough, Sammy Hill, Mary Lansing, Howard McNear, and Tim Graham. The lineup is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. The dramatic story of a pint of blood donated by a civilian, flown across the Pacific and used to save a GI's life in Korea, will be told on Hear It Now tomorrow evening. Edward R. Murrow will narrate the drama, and Generals MacArthur and Ridgway will be heard as part of this gripping, vital story. Also on CBS this Friday night, Jan Murray will be here with another bright hour of songs for sale. 4 more amateur songwriters will be competing for nationwide publication and the royalty checks. Songs for Sale and Hear It Now are heard every Friday